Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Hee, your uncle. Funin scolded. Jiraiya, you are a ninja with the mindset of a Hokage. Jiraiya. Do you really think that's what's best for Naruto? Funin pointed at Jiraiya. Why have you been so surprisingly kind to him? Is it because of Minato? Don't mention that name. Jiraiya was a little annoyed. Minato was his pride. But he also felt guilty towards him. When Minato first became Hokage, he was targeted by the third Hokage. But on one side was his disciple, and on the other side was his sensei. What could he do? He chose to escape. He remembers clearly, when Minato asked him to stay. But he waved his hand in a casual manner. Who would have imagined that that farewell would be forever? Jiraiya always regretted that. Because Jiraiya had a guess in his heart. What role did Sarutobi Hiruzen play in Minato's death? Also, after Minato's death, Jiraiya only returned to Hidden Lee Village once, and he didn't care about Naruto. It wasn't until later that he learned what kind of life Naruto had lived, that he realized he had made one mistake after another. Jiraiya made a self-deprecating expression. Click, a flash of light shone. Jiraiya looked at Funin with a grim expression. Hokage, can you tell me what you're doing? I'm taking a photo. Funin replied bluntly. Take a photo? Yes. Funin smiled widely. Your expression just now was so classic, I think it can be used as a meme in the future, so I saved it. Jiraiya. Fine, let's keep talking. Funin stared at him seriously. I know you want to make it up to Naruto, but do you really think he needs that? Jiraiya ignored Funin's nonsense and replied, Naruto is only 12 years old. 12 years old? Funin gave a cold laugh. Being the son of Minato and Kushina, at 12 years old, Naruto should already be a Jonin. At 12 years old, who hasn't been a Jonin? Funin glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry for not being a Jonin when I was 12. It's my sin to lower Hidden Lee Village's level. I understand that the argument I just gave is not easy to accept, but don't forget something important. Funin continued firmly. Naruto is the Jinchuriki. He's destined to be no ordinary child, don't you see? If you keep treating him like an ordinary boy, you're hurting him. Jiraiya couldn't refute this. If you hadn't always been by Naruto's side these years, he would have been attacked countless times already. Funin spoke calmly. Can you continue to protect him forever? It's too soon. Too soon? Funin looked at him coldly. Do you really think we're in peacetime? I'm telling you, a great war could break out at any moment. This one won't be like any other before. If it breaks out, it will be a decisive war, and it's very likely that some shinobi villages will disappear. As a Jinchuriki, even if I don't send him to the battlefield, do you think other villages will leave him alone? No. They will do everything they can to get rid of Naruto. You don't understand such a simple truth? Jiraiya lowered his head and said nothing. How is Naruto's control over the Nine Tails going? Hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Funin with a strange expression. Since the last time he went out of control and you beat him until he had to go to the hospital, he has made great progress in controlling the Nine Tails. Oh, yeah? Funin stroked his chin. You mean I should hit him a few more times? I'm not saying that. Jiraiya nearly jumped in fright. Have mercy. Even though the Nine Tails chakra has sped up Naruto's recovery, he still spent over a month in the hospital. If he gets hit a few more times in the same way, Naruto might really die. Chapter 246, Kakashi's Crisis Management. As for Naruto's control over the Nine Tails chakra, I will think of a solution. Jiraiya said uncomfortably. Wait, no. Funin quickly interrupted. Jiraiya, I think your idea about beating up the Nine Tails is pretty good. Don't blame me. Jiraiya retorted, annoyed. I didn't suggest anything. So, just now you. That doesn't count. Jiraiya looked at Funin with a grim expression. Naruto is my last hope. Funin, if something happens to him, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Funin's eyes lit up. Is that a threat? No, not at all. Jiraiya flinched slightly before gritting his teeth. You're the Hokage, how dare I threaten you? I'm just begging you. Yes, begging you. Funin gave him a look of contempt. Pathetic. Well, yes, I am pathetic. Jiraiya complained in his mind. I'd rather be that than what happened last time. If it weren't for the fact that Hidden Leaf Village's medical system is under the command of Tsunade, who personally took care of my treatment, I'm sure I would have died. Thinking of that, Jiraiya looked at Funin with a complex expression. Thank you. He said softly. Thank you for beating you up? Yes. Jiraiya said seriously. Because Naruto and I were so injured that no one else could treat us, this forced Tsunade to intervene personally. And thanks to that, she managed to overcome her hemophobia. You're welcome, Funin replied, patting him on the shoulder. That's just me, I love to help. If something like this happens again, you can count on me. Thank you. Jiraiya said with a sigh of bitter irony. Anyway, leave Naruto's affairs to me. This is what we agreed at the beginning. Jiraiya stared at Funin. Okay. Funin didn't care. With his current strength, he didn't care about a nine-tailed fox. Jiraiya. Funin looked at Jiraiya and said, you'd better work hard, otherwise, I think you will regret it again. Jiraiya's expression suddenly became serious, and he said, Hokage, what do you mean by this? Could it be? Funin smiled and said, I won't attack Naruto. This is what I promised you. Moreover, I have almost everything I want. However, just because I don't attack him doesn't mean that others won't attack him either. After that, he turned and left. Jiraiya watched as Funin walked away, his face filled with uncertainty. When it came to Funin, Jiraiya was calm. That man was proud and arrogant, but he always kept his promises. However, what he said made sense. If he didn't do anything to Naruto, others would. Thinking of the tailed beasts that had disappeared one after another, Jiraiya felt a chill. Akatsuki. Jiraiya couldn't be unaware of the organization that captured the tailed beasts. Nagato, Yahiko and Konan. Will we have to face each other in the end? He muttered to himself. I definitely need to speed things up. Jiraiya muttered with determination. Naruto was left in an autistic state. Even though he was not smart, he knew that as a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, if he didn't obey the orders of the Hokage, he would be a traitor. So, Naruto pitifully asked Kakashi, will the Hokage give orders that are different from my Nindo? Kakashi looked at Naruto speechlessly. Not only him, but other leading Jonin also looked extremely helpless. Kakashi thought for a long time, but still said helplessly, take these Chunin exams for example. This time, they are related to the security of Hidden Leaf Village. The Kages of each village have issued orders to their participants to kill as many enemies as possible. Naruto, what would you do in this situation? Naruto wanted to cry. The other members of the Hidden Leaf Village 12 were equally perplexed. What a trouble. Shikamaru sighed. Sensei, I will not be participating in the Chunin exams. Shikamaru. His choice surprised many people. Shikamaru shrugged and said, we are not prepared at all. Going into battle without proper preparation is pointless. That's right. Ino, visibly upset, crossed her arms. If it wasn't dangerous, they could have warned us in advance. Kakashi said helplessly, if we knew earlier, we would have told you and trained you accordingly. Unfortunately, the Hokage made this decision suddenly. Ino snorted indignantly. A sudden decision? And you expect us to risk our lives? Do our lives mean nothing to the great leaders? Kakashi's expression became serious, and he said, Ino, as a shinobi, You must be prepared to face unforeseen events on every mission. Didn't your sensei teach you that? Ino tensed, casting an uncomfortable glance towards Yashiro Uchiha, her sensei. For a moment, she feared she had crossed a line by criticizing the Hokage in front of a loyal Uchiha. However, Yashiro remained composed, his smile unwavering. Yashiro. Kakashi intervened, his tone becoming more serious. Ino didn't mean it with bad intentions. She's just a girl. Yashiro raised his hands, feigning innocence. I didn't say anything, Kakashi. Besides, Ino is my student. You're overthinking it. Kakashi's face was gloomy, and he turned his head to look at Ino with blame in his eyes. She's just a little genin, and she has the courage to talk about the Hokage? In a more cutting tone, Kakashi added, if you are not going to participate, then go back home. We, the leading Jonin, must dedicate our time to training those who will. Ino wanted to protest, but Shikamaru stopped her. Let's go. Shikamaru's expression also became serious, completely different from his previous laziness. Ino, surprised by his abruptness, allowed him to lead her, while Choji followed them silently. Yashiro, always with a smile, watched them leave until they disappeared from sight. What adorable students. He commented at the end, almost in a whisper. What are you doing, Shikamaru? Ino angrily broke free from Shikamaru's grasp. We might die. With those words, Shikamaru not only left Ino in shock, but also stopped Choji, who had tried to intervene. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, Ino remembered Yashiro. His expression was different than usual. Are you saying that Yashiro-sensei? Ino gulped, her face full of terror. Ino. Shikamaru stared at her and said, don't you know how much the Uchiha were suppressed until they finally had a Hokage? Don't you remember how much Yashiro-sensei admires the Hokage? Ino opened her mouth but didn't speak. Alas, you don't know. Shikamaru sighed and said, right after your complaints, not only Yashiro-sensei, even Sasuke completely changed his expression. Sasuke? Ino finally couldn't help screaming. You mean, Sasuke will hate me? Shikamaru. Women are indeed a group of troublesome creatures. Let's go. Shikamaru said helplessly. After that, he pulled the distraught Ino and strode away. Among the Hidden Leaf Village 12, the Inoshikacho trio had decided to retreat. Furthermore, Hinata had also chosen not to participate. Kiba and Shino were somewhat hesitant. Sasuke and Neji chose to participate without hesitation. Rock Lee, seeing this, also decided to join in with a youthful passion. Tenten and Sakura were filled with uncertainty. Kakashi and the other leading Jonin, however, were in no hurry. After all, there was still time before the Chunin exam. They were advised to go home and think things over carefully. Once the children left, they quickly surrounded Yashiro. What's wrong with you two? Why is everyone surrounding me? Yashiro exclaimed, annoyed. I don't remember doing anything to you. Yashiro. Kakashi said patiently. Ino didn't really mean it with bad intentions. You shouldn't take it so seriously. Besides, you're her sensei. Precisely because I am their sensei, I must correct their mistakes. Yashiro replied seriously. His smile disappeared, revealing a cold face. And besides, do you know what really bothers me? What thing? How long have I been Ino's sensei? Do you really think Ino's resentment was spontaneous? I have the impression that it reflects something she has heard repeatedly from those around her. Damn it. Kakashi was sweating. Yashiro. Kakashi said earnestly. How long has Hidden Leaf Village been at peace? Besides, it's obvious that the Hokage is preparing something big. You wouldn't want instability in the village at this time, would you? Yashiro looked at him like he was a fool. Kakashi, what importance do the Inoshikacho clans have right now? Do you really think their small movements go unnoticed, and do you think that in their current state they can cause a big problem in Hidden Leaf Village? If the Uchiha clan wanted to eliminate them, how long do you think it would take? Kakashi was speechless. Kurenai. Desperate, Kakashi looked at Kurenai, waiting for her to intervene. However, she just looked at him and said in a soft voice, you know, when the third Hokage was in power, the family of one of my classmates complained about the Sarutobi clan. He was then recruited into the route. Why didn't I see you worried at that time? Damn it. Kakashi almost vomited blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Guy also tried to mediate. Yashiro, let it go. Ino certainly needs punishment. How about I make her run headlong around Hidden Leaf Village 10,000 times? Kakashi. Yashiro. Kurenai. Wouldn't it be better to just finish her off once and for all? Kakashi and the others continued to insist until Yashiro finally gave in. He said that he would inform the Hokage and let him make the final decision. In reality, Yashiro didn't want to do anything to Ino, his target was the Yamanaka clan. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. One can never know with the Uchiha, there will always be extremists among them. Even more so since Funin became Hokage, they have increased and practically become his believers. For them, Funin was more than a leader. He was a symbol, an unbreakable faith. Any doubt or criticism towards him was answered with implacable retaliation. Even Funin was somewhat frustrated with these fanatics. He had tried to control them several times without success. If these fanatics found out what Ino had said, they wouldn't hesitate to attack her. That's why Yashiro wanted to cause trouble for the Yamanaka clan to divert attention from her. With Yashiro's reply, Kakashi hurriedly left for the Nara clan residence to discuss the situation with Shikaku. He had to see if there really was a problem with the Yamanaka clan as Yashiro had said. Right before the Chunin exam, and something like this happens. Kakashi could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 247, Diplomacy, Disputes, and Chunin Exams. What did you say? Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the young people in front of him. If someone else had made a similar comment about Funin, it might have gone unnoticed. But coming from a member of the inner circle of the Inoshikacho clans, who once had direct conflicts with Funin, the situation was even more complicated. In addition, Inoichi, like Kakashi, also thought of the current Hokage's fervent followers. Those words from his daughter could cause them serious problems. What do we do? Choza asked. Inoichi glared at his daughter, gritted his teeth and said, let's inform Shikaku. It turns out he's at the Hokage residence. Okay. A secret message was quickly sent, and Shikaku's reply was not long in coming. As expected, Shikaku found a solution. However, when Inoichi and Choza read it, they could only sigh in resignation. Inoichi thought for a long time but couldn't think of a better way. He also understood that if they didn't act quickly, the other faction seeking to divide the Inoshikacho clans might take this opportunity to act. So he could only look at Ino and the other two helplessly. You three. Prepare yourselves. You will be participating in the Chunin exam. What? They exclaimed in unison. Shikamaru frowned. Inoichi Ojuzan, I heard that this time the selection will be rather brutal. It's not like it's something brutal. Hidden Leaf Village will likely face siege from other villages. Inoichi replied seriously. But don't worry too much. The current Hokage is incredibly strong, so much so that the rest of the shinobi world can barely breathe under his shadow. Even if they are dissatisfied with Hidden Leaf Village, they won't dare to attack you openly. This is your chance. Understood. Shikamaru nodded and said, let's go, Ino, Choji. Where are we going? Ino asked confused. Shikamaru said helplessly, let's find the other leading jonin to train us. Also, we must talk to the other participants. Every ally counts. Shikamaru glanced at Inoichi and Choza, and couldn't help but complain, since you have such a high opinion of the Hokage, why are you still so dissatisfied with him? Aren't you dragging us down with your problems? Inoichi and Choza exchanged resigned glances. Not all excellent leaders were universally accepted. Even more so now that Funin is impartial to everyone, the Inoshikacho clans no longer have the privileges they had before, and because of this the clans are now on the verge of splitting up. Alas. Inoichi sighed helplessly. 2 days later, Kakashi and the other leading jonin obtained the final list of candidates for the Chunin exam. All of the Hidden Leaf Village 12 were registered. Kakashi looked at the list in disbelief. The young people lined up in front of him, while Kakashi directed a questioning look at Sakura. Humphrey. Sakura snorted and said, Kakashi-sensei, don't look at me like that. There's no way I'll let Sasuke be in danger. After that, she glared at Ino hatefully. Sasuke is mine. I can't give Ino even the slightest chance. Kakashi was speechless. Each lead jonin in charge led their own team to prepare. Even Yashiro, seeing that his students had chosen to participate, didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on training his team as best as possible. As the Chunin exams approached, the atmosphere between the shinobi villages became increasingly tense. Everyone knew this exam would be problematic. At best, there would be a small conflict between villages. The tension grew day by day. Particularly in Hidden Cloud's village, where the atmosphere had become extremely tense for months. The reason? Rap maestro Killer Bee had disappeared. Before, his loud songs and cries could be heard every day. Now, the village was plunged into a strange silence that made everyone uncomfortable. Somehow, they even started to miss his weird rap. Mabui walked hurriedly through the Rukongai building. These months had not been easy for her. Because they had lost the war, internal tensions had increased, and one mistake could lead to a civil war. To top it off, the Rukongai, famous for not paying attention to details, left the entire weight of the decisions on her shoulders. But that wasn't all. There was also the conflict they had with the nobles and the daimyo. In addition, The Rukongai had decided to strengthen relations with other villages and reorganize forces on the borders. Mabui has been busy for the past few months, and she feels like she could suddenly die at any moment. Too tired. There is no rest time at all. She even dreamed about her endless to-do list. Rukongai-sama, this is the latest report on a distribution of forces at the border. During the joint Chunin exam, these will be the guidelines. After the exam, we will make further adjustments. Rukongai-sama, since you will be attending the exam personally, besides C and Darui, I suggest you bring more people. Here is the list of candidates, please decide. Rukongai-sama, as you know, your safety is our priority at this time. Rukongai-sama, there are suspicious movements on the part of the daimyo. Please review this report. Rukongai-sama, here is the list of participants for the Chunin exam. Rukongai-sama, before the exam begins, we need to conduct special training for the participants. Here are the instructor candidates, all of whom are elite Jonin. Please review the proposal. A pile of reports and documents piled up in front of the Rukongai. He pushed them away with one hand and looked at Mabui with a piercing expression. Mabui, you've been working hard lately. Are you very tired? You are very kind, Rukongai-sama. Mabui replied calmly. This is part of my responsibilities. But remember, you are the Rukongai. You hold the lives of the entire village in your hands. A single decision of yours can determine the fate of thousands of people. The Rukongai's eyebrows twitched. Another reprimand. And I can't say a word to defend myself. To be honest, he was worried that Mabui would get fed up and quit. If that happened, he would be lost. Mabui, after a brief pause, continued, Rukongai-sama, leaving everything else aside, I'm more worried about Killer B. The Rukongai kept his expression neutral. What about B? Only he knew where his brother was hiding. Not even Mabui or Darui knew the place. Without B in the village, everyone is restless. Mabui's expression was full of helplessness. This was something she had not expected. In the past, everyone's attitude towards Killer B was disgust and fear. Now that he has really left, everyone is uneasy. The Rukongai looked surprised. They're restless? Because of B? That's a fact. Mabui sighed. Perhaps you should consider some way to reassure everyone. Perhaps find someone who uses the transformation jutsu to imitate you. The Rukongai showed slight hesitation. Finally, he firmly shook his head and said, B's safety is more important. As for the village, I'll leave it to you, Mabui. I trust that you are the best for this job. Mabui replied in a dry tone. Thank you for your trust, sir. The two continued arguing for quite a while. When they finished, the Rukongai couldn't help but feel exhausted. He looked at Mabui with a mixture of weariness and respect. Almost everything they had just discussed was already perfectly arranged by Mabui, he just needed to sign. She had even presented him with several options for him to choose from. Still, the Rukongai was exhausted. So how must Mabui be feeling? Mabui, thank you for your efforts. The Rukongai said seriously. It's my responsibility. She replied, bowing her head slightly before turning to leave the office. The Rukongai slowly approached the window, silently gazing out at the streets of Hidden Cloud's village. I will not lose. Not against Hidden Leaf Village, not against the Uchiha, not against Tame. Not against Akatsuki. I will never lose. Meanwhile, the Rukongai was unaware that, upon leaving the office, Mabui's gaze became vacant for a moment. Then, she resumed her steps as if nothing had happened. Not far from her, space began to distort slightly. Several miles away, in a dark room, a figure emerged from the void. Obito, with a gloomy face and an icy voice, muttered, the Rukongai is cunning. He hid the 8 tails, and he didn't even tell his closest secretary. From the ground emerged Zetsu, his body half white and half black. It seems that our hunt for the tailed beasts has put them on alert. That is why they have hidden the last remaining tailed beast. Last one? And the one tail? Obito asked coldly. The one tail is also missing. Zetsu replied. The tailed beasts that are still at large are the 8 tails, the 1 tail, and the 9 tails, but the latter is even harder to capture. He was a little helpless. At the last step, it was stuck. Suddenly, Zetsu said, don't you find it strange that villages hide their tailed beasts so well? What do you mean by that? We are capturing them. It is normal for them to hide them, right? The known tailed beasts in Hidden Leaf Village now are the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, and 9 tails. The 5 tails and 6 tails were sent there secretly. In the war not long ago, the 6 tails appeared on the battlefield of Hidden Rain Village. Therefore, the outside world may not be sure that the 5 tails and 6 tails are in Hidden Leaf Village. Obito looked at Zetsu in silence. Don't you find it strange? Although we are capturing the tailed beasts, we are not that aggressive. However, the Rukongai hid his brother. Is it possible that they know something else? Obito remained thoughtful. At this moment, most of the tailed beasts were concentrated in Hidden Leaf Village. Akatsuki captured them and then apparently sold them to Hidden Leaf Village. So why did a man as proud as the Rukongai decide to hide his brother? What was Hidden Cloud's village afraid of? Or had someone warned them that Akatsuki was determined to capture the Eight Tails, even using the Rinnegan if necessary? Deidara? Or Funin Uchiha? Zetsu shrugged. I hope it's him. But if it's not, we'd be in big trouble. Obito's brow furrowed. Nagato? Impossible. How could it be? This is crazy. Obito was helpless and sighed. Forget it, leave the Eight Tails to Nagato, let's go. Where to go? Let's see someone. A person that even Funin is afraid to face. Chapter 248, of Toads, Cliffs, and Summoning Cats. Swoosh, ding, a kunai collided with a shuriken in midair. Two silhouettes appeared fleetingly, and by the time they crossed paths, they had already exchanged several attacks. Sasuke, is this all you can do? Naruto stood on a big tree and laughed triumphantly. At this moment, he had the upper hand and suppressed Sasuke. Sasuke's face was gloomy, and he cursed fiercely, damn toad. No more. Sasuke angrily walked away and returned to Kakashi. Fighting Naruto while a toad bombarded him with saliva was unbearable. The saliva also had quite powerful chakra. If it hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured. Kakashi, however, had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Sasuke, if you were on the battlefield, what would you do? Would you also surrender because it's disgusting? Sasuke had a gloomy face and did not speak. Kakashi said earnestly, your enemies will use all sorts of tactics to defeat you. No matter how disgusting it is, on the battlefield you could face much worse situations. You could even be faced with a situation of having to kill your father, brother, and even the Hokage. In such times, what will you do? Sasuke said firmly, if I meet them, I will kill them without hesitation. Kakashi. Why? If they can be killed by me, it means they are fake. What if it is Sakura? I'll kill her too. What? Kakashi stared with dead eyes and said, Sakura can't beat you. If you kill her, she will really die. Exactly. That's why I'll leave her half dead, unable to move. That way, it won't matter if she's real or not. Kakashi. Sasuke. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Sakura is our partner. How can you do that? Besides. He secretly glanced at Sakura and his face was slightly red. Sasuke glanced at him and, not caring about Sakura's pale face, said indifferently, you, a useless Kanjutsu user, can you tell if Sakura is real or fake? What will you do if she's fake? I. Naruto stuttered, and finally gritted his teeth and said, you say I'm useless at Kanjutsu? Can you beat me now? No, right? That means I'm stronger than you. Sasuke's face turned extremely gloomy. You'll see. He growled through his teeth and walked away. Summoning beasts. He had to get a powerful one as soon as possible. Alas. Kakashi sighed helplessly. There was no trace of teamwork. Luckily, Sasuke and Naruto now had skills that surpassed those of an average Chunin level ninja. At this level, participating in the Chunin exams shouldn't be a problem. As for Sakura, Kakashi turned his head to look at her, silently pondering. Sakura's talent is still quite good. After thinking for a while, Kakashi suddenly thought of someone. Sakura, come with me, I will take you to see someone, maybe you can learn something from her. Okay. What about me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto looked at him excitedly with shining eyes. I want to learn too. I want to master the Chidori. So I can use a Chidori in one hand and a Rasengan in the other. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Kakashi, take this little girl away first. Jiraiya's voice came. Naruto, let's go, I want to take you to special training. He strode over, his breath was heavy, and his expression was very serious. He seemed to have made a firm decision. Kakashi's expression changed slightly, and he said, Jiraiya-sama, could it be? Yes. Jiraiya sighed and said, I have talked to Funin and got his consent. Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely, and said, Naruto, you must work hard. Kakashi-sensei, your expression is a bit strange. Hee. Kakashi smiled slightly, said nothing more, and left with Sakura. Jiraiya didn't say much more and took Naruto to the place where, in the original timeline, he had learned to control the Nine Tails chakra for the first time and had summoned Gamabunta to save his life. Naruto. Jiraiya said with a serious expression. There are 2 chakras in your body. I know. Naruto blinked and said, Pervy Sage, your expression is so serious. Jiraiya smiled slightly and said, remember, activate the other chakra in your body, understand? Well, if you don't understand now, you'll do it later. Because if you don't, you'll die. And I'm sure the Nine Tails won't let that happen. What? Before Naruto could react, Jiraiya kicked him straight off the cliff. Brother. Sasuke returned home with a frown on his face. Luckily, Itachi was at home, playing shogi with Fugaku. Fugaku's face looked somewhat gloomy as he examined the board. They both looked up in surprise. Sasuke, what's wrong? Aren't you doing intensive training before the Chunin exam? Why are you back at this hour? Both Itachi and Fugaku fully trusted Kakashi's teachings. Don't mention it. Sasuke said angrily. Summoning beast, brother, father, I want a summoning beast. Summoning beast. Itachi repeated. Why do you suddenly think of a summoning beast? Naruto has a giant toad. With his help, I can't defeat him. Sasuke's answer was very straightforward. Itachi was silent for a moment, and said, Sasuke, when you reach a certain level, summoning beasts will only be a support. But that's okay, my summoning beast is a crow. Crow? Sasuke hesitated a little, and said, are there any really strong ones? I heard that Naruto's toad measures tens of meters and that even some Kage don't dare to confront them. That will be true for Kage like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi sighed. But try putting him in front of Funin. I assure you that Toad wouldn't dare even show up. It's the same. Of course it's not the same. Enough. Fugaku intervened, cutting off the argument. Sasuke, there are many powerful summoning beasts. Our Uchiha clan has an ancestral contract with the Ninja Cat clan, who are extremely strong. Ninja cats? Sasuke's eyes lit up. Yes. Fugaku explained, the overall strength of the ninja cats is not as good as that of Mount Myabaku, but some powerful ninja cats can definitely kill the giant toad that is dozens of meters high in your mouth. What are we waiting for? Sasuke was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. Okay. Fugaku immediately stood up. Let's go, I'll take you to contract the ninja cats. As he stood up, he waved his hand across the shogi board. Itachi said faintly, Father, about this game. Fugaku frowned and said, Itachi, do you think playing is more important than Sasuke's summoning contract? Itachi looked helpless. Obviously you have already lost. The ninja cats are very important to Uchiha. Not only did they provide formidable military power, but they were also known arms dealers. And as in any world, the arms trade generated huge profits. Thus, the collaboration between the Uchiha and the ninja cats had become one of the clan's main sources of income. However, when Sasuke saw the representative of the ninja cats, he couldn't help but be stunned. A human? Father, didn't you bring me here to contract a summoning beast? How could there be a human? Fugaku looked serious and whispered, Sasuke, don't be rude, this is Granny Cat. Fugaku. You are a rare guest. Granny Cat looked up, looking at Fugaku with a slight smile. However, when she laid eyes on Sasuke, her expression changed to something more peculiar. She looked Sasuke up and down several times. Granny Cat, this is my son, Sasuke. Fugaku showed a stiff smile on his face. Seeing this, Granny Cat said helplessly, Fugaku, I'm telling you this with love, don't try to smile, you're unpleasant. You must have seen Funin Uchiha. Fugaku whispered softly. Funin? Granny Cat took out a pipe and smoked it. An amazing guy, destined to bring great changes to the shinobi world. Fugaku looked at Granny Cat's actions, with something strange in his eyes, but he didn't ask much, just said, Granny Cat, my son wants to contract with the Ninja Cat clan. Of course there is no problem, such an excellent Uchiha is worthy of a Ninja Cat. Granny Cat looked at Sasuke and sighed faintly. But, Fugaku, I think you'd better get the consent of Funin Uchiha. What do you mean? Fugaku had a question mark on his head. Of course. Granny Cat smiled and said, if you insist on the current contract, I don't object. Wait a minute, I'll take Sasuke to the Hokage's office. Fugaku interrupted Granny Cat. The more the old lady said this, the more uncertain he felt. The father and son hurried to the Hokage's office. Funin was very considerate and made an appointment with the two. When Fugaku told Granny Cat's opinion, Funin was also stunned for a moment. Indra. That name crossed Funin's mind instantly. Was this chakra discovered by Granny Cat? So sensitive? Funin suddenly thought of Naruto. He contracted Mount Myabaku so easily. Did Mount Myabaku discover something? It's not impossible. Hokage-sama. Fugaku called softly. Oh. Funin came back to his senses and said, if Sasuke wants to sign the contract, let him do so. But Fugaku, you should know that when a shinobi reaches a certain level, the use of summoning beasts becomes almost irrelevant. Hokage-sama, the Chunin exams will be soon. Oh. Funin suddenly realized, looked at Sasuke with a smile, and said, Sasuke, What do you think about the Chunin exams? They've improved a lot, they were boring before. Sasuke replied confidently. Haha. Funin couldn't help laughing. Then make sure you do your best. If you do well, I have a surprise gift for you. Get ready then, because I will do excellent. Sasuke clenched his fists in excitement, but Fugaku stopped him with a stern tone. Don't get too confident. The Chunin exams are no game. The elites of each village will be there. Do you think you're invincible? Sasuke lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Funin watched the scene with an amused smile. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Naruto was jumping and running excitedly. Haha, great, such a big frog, I am invincible in the world. Game about to let out a puff of smoke. I am a toad, not a frog, kid, are you Naruto? Chapter 249, Sasuke's New Path. Sasuke left the room with long strides. There was an expression of excitement on his face. Summoning beast. He has a summoning beast. Now he can summon ninja cats. He doesn't have to be afraid of Naruto's disgusting toad. As time went on, he would be able to summon even more powerful ninja cats. Cats that could tear apart toads with their bare claws. Naruto, let's see how arrogant you are now. Sasuke exclaimed, filled with excitement. Even with the ninja cat, you can't beat Naruto. A voice came over. Who? Sasuke turned his head in anger. I. Funin walked over. Hokage-sama. Sasuke stammered. Funin gave him an indifferent look and said, do you think having a summoning beast makes you strong? No, you're far from it. Compared to Naruto. No, actually you and Naruto aren't even in the same league. Sasuke's face filled with discontent, but he didn't dare to retort. Don't make that face, boy. Funin said, with a smile as she approached Sasuke. She took him by the shoulder and added, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Swish, Funin took Sasuke and disappeared from the place. Fugaku walked out from inside the house and looked in the direction the two of them had vanished to, frowning slightly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Itachi walked out from behind him, looking calm. You still trust Funin a lot. It's not just that. Itachi replied with a slight smile. Besides, I'm the future Hokage, so Funin has to give me some respect. Future Hokage? Fugaku looked at Itachi in surprise and said, Funin said that? Yes. Itachi said affirmatively. Funin said that he will definitely retire before he is 30 years old. At that time, I will take over. So soon? Fugaku was a little surprised. That's not my ambition. Itachi sighed. Although he wanted to become Hokage, Itachi knew that no one could match Funin's abilities. If things went wrong, they could become a source of ridicule, especially if they were a Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Swish, Funin brought Sasuke to the Hokage Rock. This is the most sacred place in Hidden Leaf Village. Funin sat down casually and said, sit down, Sasuke, I haven't chatted with you for a long time. You are the Hokage after all. Sasuke's words were respectful. Hokage? Funin repeated it, and then shook his head and said, you should know by now, Sasuke. I was forced to accept this position by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it were up to me, I would never have wanted to become Hokage. Sasuke was speechless for a while. Why do you say such things to a child? After a brief silence, Sasuke suddenly asked, Funin, is Naruto special? Very special, he is a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki? Sasuke frowned, somewhat confused. You know the tailed beasts, right? Of course. Sasuke said excitedly. It is said that your summoning beast is a tailed beast. The power of the tailed beasts is devastating and enough to easily destroy a village. They are the key forces that the first Hokage used to balance power between the shinobi villages. Funin nodded gently and said, the shinobi who seals the tailed beast in his body is the Jinchuriki. Sasuke was startled and said, isn't Naruto miserable? Yeah. Funin smiled and said, people fear him, and that fear turns into contempt. Of course, there's no denying that some people have personal reasons. Their loved ones died at the hands of the tailed beasts, and when they see Naruto, they react with instinctive rejection. Sasuke was silent. Sympathize with him? Yes. Sasuke said directly, I think fear is inevitable, but we can't hate him just because he is a Jinchuriki. Naruto himself doesn't want to be a Jinchuriki. If we have to hate, we should hate the person who brought the tailed beast to Hidden Leaf Village, or the person who sealed the tailed beast into Naruto's body. Funin looked at Sasuke with a smile and said, the person who brought the 9 tails to Hidden Leaf Village was Madara Uchiha. Sasuke was surprised. Madara Uchiha? Yes. Funin said, the 9 tails was once Madara Uchiha's summoning beast. By the way, you just said that fear is inevitable, which is also wrong. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will forget fear. Sasuke said with longing in his eyes, was Madara that powerful? Funan picked up a piece of gravel, played with it in his hand, looked straight ahead calmly, and said, "Let's not talk about Naruto Uchiha. The person who sealed the tailed beast into Naruto's body was the fourth-generation Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, who is also Naruto's father." Huh? Sasuke widened his eyes in surprise. Naruto is the son of the Hokage? Yes. Funan sighed and said, Minato wanted his child to become a hero, but unfortunately, some people in Hidden Leaf Village needed the villagers to be hostile to Naruto, so Naruto suffered. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, "Is it Sarutobe Hiruzen and the others?" Yes. Funan sneered and said, "Sasuke, do you know? Sarutobe Hiruzen and the others are really disgusting sometimes. Naruto's father sacrificed for the village, on the night of the Nine Tails, but they twisted Naruto into a murderer, twisted him into the Nine Tails, and became the abomination of Hidden Leaf Village. Obviously, he's just a container to seal the Nine Tails." Sasuke's gaze became complex. His opinion of Naruto changed drastically. Funan continued, "They also took away the inheritance of Minato and his wife, forcing Naruto to sleep in such a small room. Because he was the Nine Tails, the murderer who caused the Nine Tails night, no one was willing to sell food to Naruto, and he could only eat expired instant noodles. This is Naruto." After a moment of silence, Sasuke asked, "Funan, why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to be friends with Naruto." Funan said bluntly. "Naruto is a good boy, he needs friends, and you, I think the most suitable." "I?" "Yes." Funan said with a smile. "Sasuke, this is my judgment as a Hokage." In one sentence, all of Sasuke's doubts were blocked. "I will try to be friends with him." Funan nodded and said, "By the way, Sasuke, I told you that you couldn't beat Naruto. It's because he's a Jinchuriki, and the Nine Tails is sealed inside him. Do you understand what that means?" Sasuke was surprised and said, "Are you going to tell me that he can use the power of the Nine Tails?" Funan smiled and said, "Correct. I have already approved Jiraiya to train him to control that power. It won't be long before his strength grows tremendously." Sasuke looked anxious. He finally got a summoning beast and thought he could compete with Naruto, but he was surpassed again. Moreover, the gap may be very large. Funan has been observing Sasuke's expression. At this moment, he also made up his mind and said, "Sasuke, do you want to surpass Naruto?" "Of course," Sasuke said without hesitation. "Funan, do you have a way? Help me, I don't want to be surpassed by Naruto." Funan looked directly at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, I really have a way here, which can make you have the power to keep pace with Naruto, but I am willing to pay the price." "Any price?" Sasuke interrupted Funan directly and gave the answer without hesitation. "Don't worry, you still need to think about this matter, and even ask Itachi and Fugaku." Funan smiled slightly. He thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke, do you want to become Jinchuriki?" "What did you say?" Fugaku widened his eyes and stared at Sasuke. Itachi also had a gloomy expression on his face. "Sasuke, do you know what you just said?" "Yes, I know." Sasuke replied with a completely calm face. "I want to become a Jinchuriki. Funan asked me to go back and report to you, seeking your approval. But I don't think it's necessary to ask for it. I'm sure my father and brother will support me, right?" "Nonsense. Support you?" Fugaku slammed the table and stood up. "Do you know what Jinchuriki represents? It represents power. You, father." Itachi grabbed the furious Fugaku and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke, what exactly did Funan tell you? Do you understand what it means to be a Jinchuriki? There's already one in Hidden Leaf Village. Do you know Naruto?" "I know." Sasuke interrupted, looking at him resolutely. "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. You, at 12 years old, had stepped onto the battlefield many times. I'm not inferior to you." Itachi and Fugaku looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "Sasuke, explain yourself. Why do you want to become a Jinchuriki? In the village, Jinchuriki are constantly rejected. You said it yourself, they bear the hatred of everyone." Sasuke thought for a moment and said, "I want to get power." Fugaku frowned and said, "If it's just for that, you don't need to become a Jinchuriki. The power of the Uchiha clan is on par with the tailed beasts. Even the Sharingan has a certain restrictive effect on them." Sasuke still shook his head and said, "Not enough, I want more powerful power. I want the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I want the tailed beasts." Fugaku and Itachi looked at each other and saw the headache in each other's eyes. "I'll go see Funan." Itachi stood up and said, "What on earth is he thinking, actually encouraging Sasuke to become a Jinchuriki?" Swish, with a quick movement, Itachi disappeared. Chapter 250, Sasuke's Dangerous Ambition. Hokage's Office. Funen had been waiting for a while. When he saw Itachi, he smiled with a carefree air. "You've arrived, Itachi. What are you planning?" Itachi asked in a tone filled with annoyance. His own precious brother actually wants to be a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki not only brings power, but also brings hatred and danger. Sasuke was still very young and had made this decision impulsively. But Funen, being an adult, shouldn't he know better? Of course, he absolutely dared not say this to Funen. He didn't want to go to the hospital and stay there for a few months. Especially those who were sent to the hospital by Funen would be treated specially. For example, injection needles were mistakenly interchanged with the huge ones used for animals. "Itachi, didn't you and Fugaku notice it?" Funen stared at Itachi and said, "Sasuke's desire for power." Itachi frowned slightly and said, "He's just a kid. Children are the easiest to manipulate. If you don't pay attention, a tragedy could happen at any moment." Funen raised his voice. Itachi glanced at Funen and said, "Like what you said to Sasuke?" Funen. "I have no ill will towards Sasuke. What if it's someone else?" Funen said, "If it's someone else, will he be kind to Sasuke? Can you guarantee that he won't take advantage of this? Can you guarantee it? I've said before, Sasuke is very eager for power, and his desire is stronger than that of ordinary people." "Very eager for power?" Itachi looked at Funen fiercely, and said, "Does that desire for power have anything to do with you?" "What do you mean?" Funen's face also turned cold, and he said, "Do you think I'm harming Sasuke? That I'm deliberately manipulating him? Or even that I've done something to control him?" Itachi was silent. "Perfect?" Funen laughed sarcastically, pointing at the door. "Get out." "Funen Aniki, don't be angry. I'll tell you the truth." Itachi sighed. "Ever since Sasuke had that idea, yes, I suspected that you had something to do with it. It was all very sudden." Funen's face darkened even further, but he did not reply. On second thought, Itachi's suspicions weren't entirely unreasonable. "You can doubt me," Funen said word by word. "But I want to make one thing clear, Sasuke's desire to become a Jinchuriki comes from within. It's his own thirst for power." Itachi frowned. "I just told him about Naruto's history. As his teammate and one of the two most talented in this Chunin exam, I thought they could complement each other." Funen explained calmly. "Who would have thought that knowing Naruto is a Jinchuriki, Sasuke would want to be one too?" A malicious smile appeared on Funen's lips. "Of course. I also mentioned that being a Jinchuriki granted immense power. If you want to blame me for that, I'm here waiting for you." Funen glanced at Itachi. Itachi sighed deeply. He finally understood Funen's intentions. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I got carried away by my emotions." Funen looked at him impassively. "I know that after meeting me, Sasuke had the idea of becoming a Jinchuriki. It's normal for you to doubt me. But you're done with just an apology? I'm the Hokage. Leave my affairs aside for now, and you can handle them as you wish in the future." "But what do you plan to do with Sasuke?" Itachi asked seriously. "I have plenty of tailed beasts," Funen said calmly. "It depends on how you make the decision." "No," Itachi said firmly. "Sasuke must not become a Jinchuriki." Funen looked at Itachi and said seriously, "I'll repeat it to you, Itachi. Sasuke has a surprising thirst for power. Furthermore, his relationship with Naruto is complex. He admires him, but wants his recognition. At the same time, he wants to surpass him and will not accept being under his shadow." After a short silence, Itachi said slowly, "I know. I understand what you mean, but I insist on my opinion. I don't want Sasuke to become a Jinchuriki." "I don't care," Funen said casually. "I always thought you understood Sasuke. Who knows? TSK, go tell Sasuke that his dream of becoming a Jinchuriki is over." Itachi shook his head repeatedly. "Forget about this dream." Itachi soon returned to the clan and made it clear to Sasuke that he did not want him to become a Jinchuriki. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. But Sasuke remained silent. Why couldn't they trust him? He had thought long and hard before making that decision. Prejudices from the villagers? He didn't care. Dangers? Every shinobi faced dangers. Still, his brother and father wouldn't listen to his reasons. "Sasuke." Itachi's tone deepened. "I understand," Sasuke replied in a dull tone. Itachi didn't pay much attention to it. He was a child after all. It was normal for him to feel frustrated and have some resentment when he couldn't get what he wanted. "He'll be fine after a while. Go train," Itachi said as he ruffled Sasuke's hair. "When you unlock your full potential, you'll realize how powerful the Uchiha's strength is. Like Funen Aniki. What are tailed beasts before his power? They are nothing more than big kittens." "Yes. How many Funen are there?" "Throughout the history of Uchiha, there are only two. Madara Uchiha and Funin Uchiha. Who could aspire to be like them? Sasuke laughed. He went to find Kakashi and continued training. He worked harder than before. If he couldn't be a Jinchuriki, but wanted to surpass Naruto, who was one, then he would have to work even harder. Kakashi was very aware that something was wrong, and after a few words with Itachi, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. The Hokage is acting absurdly. You mean Minato no Mikage? Funin's voice was suddenly heard. He appeared smiling next to them. Kakashi. Yes. So how's everything going, Kakashi? Funin asked, changing the subject. This time, there are 21 genin taking part in the Chunin exam. How are the intensive training going? I don't want Hidden Leaf Village's new generation to be eliminated in the first round. Alas. Kakashi sighed and said, Hokage-sama, with all due respect, what are you Kage thinking? This joint Chunin exam seems like total madness. It didn't take a genius to anticipate that it would be absolute chaos. Let's not talk about that now. Funin said, waving his hand. We're here, and there's no point in complaining. Better tell me, how are your guys doing? Kakashi put on a serious expression. Overall, the results are good. For example, Naruto and Sasuke are already close to Jonin level, and most of the others are at a level suitable for Chunin. Funin nodded slowly. This is good news. In fact, he, like other Kage, doesn't care about the Chunin exams. The atmosphere in Hidden Leaf Village began to become tense. The Chunin exams are about to begin. The leaders of the various villages were already on their way to Hidden Leaf Village, while the genin of each village had arrived earlier. One day later, Kakashi, with his characteristic apathetic expression, looked at the genin lined up in front of him. His voice was as languid as ever. Alright, it's your turn. If you can take this last step, you could become Chunin. Great. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement and pointed at Sasuke. Sasuke, get ready. I'm going to kick your butt. I'll be the one who becomes Chunin. Sasuke glanced at him and said coldly, Idiot. What did you say, you bastard? Who are you calling an idiot? The idiot knows who he is. Damn it, damn it. Naruto screamed furiously while Sasuke remained impassive. Kakashi looked at the two people arguing, sighed helplessly, and said, If you're ready, come into the exam room. First test, a written exam. Naruto's roar stopped immediately. He stared at Kakashi blankly, almost unable to believe his ears. What did you say, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto's voice was trembling. Kakashi said expressionlessly, written test. Naruto's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. How can there be a written test for the Chunin exams? A few Jonin, aware of what was going through Naruto's mind, decided to intervene. Naruto, you don't think that Chunin only needs strength, do you? A Chunin is a pillar of the village. The missions they undertake are of great importance. Sometimes they must infiltrate enemy territory, and also lead teams. It is not something that depends solely on strength. Naruto, embarrassed, began to laugh nervously. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. A written test is a written test. No matter what it is, I will definitely pass it, and I will definitely become Hokage. Very good, go in. Kakashi pointed to the examination room and said, Your names are on the table. Remember, if you sit in the wrong place, you will be eliminated. Yes. The genin gradually walked into the examination room. Genin from other villages also entered, exchanging hostile glances with those from Hidden Leaf Village. In the past few days since they came to Hidden Leaf Village, there have been many conflicts between them. According to Funin's order, as long as they can't be killed, they will be beaten to death. This is also a kind of communication. Friendly communication. Don't worry, with Tsunade here, they can't die. Chapter 251, Chaos in the Forest of Death. Under Funin's deliberate actions, conflicts broke out among the genin every day. The Hidden Leaf Village police force was so busy that they were almost vomiting blood. Finally, with no other option, the police force took drastic measures. Anyone caught causing a disturbance was severely beaten and left in the middle of the street. Furthermore, the new head of the police force ordered that the genin who had caused trouble 3 times be caught and thrown into Hidden Leaf Village's public baths and asked to clean them up. This time, the genin were obedient. Especially since the smell that the genin carried once they left the punishment was unbearable. So, Morino Ibiki strode into the examination room, and just as he was about to speak, a foul smell hit him in the face. His face instantly darkened. Looking at the genin who could no longer smell his own stench, Ibiki wanted to sigh deeply, but he didn't dare to take a deep breath because of the stench. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and with a cold expression, declared, Let the examination begin. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai and Yashiro were sitting together drinking tea. They had been having tiring days lately. Especially Kurenai, who had stopped going on missions outside the village to take up a new position at the Ninja Academy as headmistress. Have the exams started yet? The four of them chatted lazily. Yeah. Yashiro raised his head and commented, I went to check the exam process. Guess who's overseeing the first round? Who? Kakashi and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. Morino Ibiki. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Kakashi and the others' faces turned serious. Can the Genin hold on? When it came to mind manipulation, even ninjas like Kakashi and his companions were a bit wary of Ibiki. Time passed slowly. It was not known how much time had passed when the results finally came in. Reading the reports the Chunin brought back, Yashiro couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi, your students never cease to amaze me. That demon fox brat. He's got character. The others present, after reading the reports, showed strange expressions. Kakashi, for his part, sighed resignedly. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down, no matter what. I'm going to try. Even if I have to spend my whole life being a Genin, I'll still strive to become Hokage. Ask your question. I'm not afraid of you. Speak up, because that's my ninja way. Kakashi let out a sigh. He didn't know what to say. Should he say that Naruto has great determination, or should he say that he is a little nervous? He passed the test, but he couldn't be happy. Instead, he felt ashamed. Kurenai suppressed her smile and said, anyway, all these children passed the first test. That's already good news. Yashiro nodded. That all of Hidden Leaf Village's Genin had passed the first phase of the exam was a positive thing. Of course, the Genin from the other villages had also achieved impressive passing rates. It was not surprising. Ibiki's greatest threat to Genin was the idea that they would never become Chunin. From the start, it was evident that there was a gap in that strategy. The truth was that only the naivest children would believe Ibiki's words. Especially Naruto, an innocent child with an unwavering faith in his own ninja way. Next round, is it Anko's turn? Yes, she's already taken the candidates away. Kurenai sighed. Anko is still as energetic as ever. She stormed into the exam room and took them straight away. It seems she's finally gotten over that person's desertion. Report. A Chunin burst in, visibly nervous. An incident has occurred during the Chunin exam. The Jonin present exchanged worried glances. It had finally happened. Itachi sat in the office, processing documents while looking uneasy. He thought of Funin. That man would surely seek to confront him sooner or later. After all, Itachi had begun to distrust him. However, there was something that worried Itachi more than his own problems with Funin, Sasuke. Why did Funin want Sasuke to become a Jinchuriki? What had he discovered? No, I'm going to ask Funin. Itachi stood up suddenly. Knock. 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 At that moment a hurried knock sounded at the door. Itachi-sama, an incident has occurred during the Chunin exam. Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. Sasuke. When Itachi arrived at the scene, he found several corpses with disfigured faces. What does this mean? He asked, frowning. A Chunin approached and explained in a low voice, Anko-sama believes this is the work of Orochimaru. It is his face-changing technique, which allows him to assume the identity of his victims. Itachi's face tensed. Orochimaru? He's back? Where are the others? Anko-sama went ahead to the Forest of Death. Kakashi-sama, Gai-sama, Yashiro-sama, and Kurenai-sama also entered after. Kakashi and the others are inside too? Itachi seemed to relax a little. Orochimaru was an extremely dangerous opponent, but Kakashi and the others were no pushovers either, especially Gai and Yashiro. Wait, you said Anko came in alone? Yes. Nonsense. Itachi growled. I'll go to the forest too. You guys go and notify the Hokage. No need. Funin's voice sounded. I'm here. Hokage-sama. Everyone turned to see Funin, and immediately bowed. Funin said indifferently, give the order, if you find Orochimaru, catch him if you can, if you can't, kill him directly, he dares to cause trouble in Hidden Leaf Village, he is tired of living. Yes. Itachi, you and I will split into two directions. Funin glanced at Itachi and added seriously, prioritize Naruto's safety. Understood? Itachi pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment, but finally replied, understood. Although he wanted to protect Sasuke above all else, he knew that Sasuke was just an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, on the other hand, was the Jinchuriki. If he had known earlier, Jinchuriki. Itachi was suddenly startled. Did Funin have expected the scene? What are you thinking about? Funin looked at him with some impatience. Can you stop imagining absurd things? If you make me angry, I will not be responsible for the consequences. I understand. Itachi couldn't help but smile bitterly. What was happening to him lately? Why was he starting to distrust Funen? Underway. Swish, dozens of figures rushed into the death forest like lightning. Funen was running in the death forest, secretly complaining. What's going on? Why is the development of everything getting closer to the Naruto series timeline? From the first written test, Funen found something wrong. After that, Anko entered the venue. And Orochimaru appeared. There was an eerie feeling, as if a mysterious force was pushing events towards that course. Itachi had also been behaving unusually lately, as if he harbored an instinctive rejection of him. Although I don't know what happened, it is my duty as the Hokage to deal with all those who threaten Hidden Leaf Village, right, Mr. Orochimaru? Funen turned his head slowly. A man was hanging upside down from a tree branch, with part of his body fused to the trunk. His face was disfigured. You've grown bolder. Funen looked at Orochimaru in surprise and said, do you really dare to appear in front of me? Orochimaru grinned and said, Funen-kun, long time no see. I just met Sasuke and Naruto. I have to say that the Uchiha kid has great potential, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is really amazingly talented. This is not surprising. Funen laughed. If it weren't for me, Fugaku would still be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Yet Sasuke has been raised as the son of the clan head. He is also the brother of Itachi, a renowned genius in Hidden Leaf Village. And Naruto. Well, you already know who Minato and Kushina were. That makes sense, then. Funen looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Orochimaru, may I kindly ask you to accompany me? I don't want to have to fight. Hee, Funen-kun, if you can catch up with me, try it. Swish, in an instant, Orochimaru disappeared. TSK. Funen frowned slightly. This time he wouldn't let him get away. He ran away too many times. The Hidden Leaf Village laboratory would be his final destination, whether standing or on the test bench. Naruto, Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura looked at them with concern. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, I'm fine. Naruto gave a thumbs up, but the effort caused a wound to open, prompting him to immediately groan. Humphrey, idiot. Sasuke muttered in annoyance. Idiot, idiot. Naruto shouted angrily. Sasuke, you are the idiot. The big idiot. If you hadn't insisted on attacking, that person wouldn't have escaped. Naruto. Sakura interrupted him before the argument could escalate, then turned to Sasuke uneasily. Sasuke, what did that man do to you? Sasuke's face was gloomy, and he subconsciously covered his neck. Before leaving, the other party actually bit him hard. At that moment, it seemed that a mysterious power was injected into his body. Although he didn't find anything now, he still had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 252, A Lab Invitation Gone Wrong. How about we withdraw? Naruto said, leaving Sasuke and Sakura completely stunned. It was hard to believe that Naruto, who faced such a dangerous person with all his determination, would now suggest turning back. Ahem. Naruto, somewhat uncomfortable seeing their reactions, coughed and added with a grimace of embarrassment, that guy is very dangerous. He looked at Sasuke's neck. Sasuke looked strange. Is this for himself? This made Sasuke feel a complex emotion in his heart. He knew very well how much Naruto wanted to become a Chunin. Humphrey. Sasuke snorted coldly and said, stop being disgusting. I will be fine. I must become a Chunin. Disgusting? Naruto exploded, waving his arms. I'm trying to help you. Suddenly, Naruto turned his head sharply, his expression tensing. What's wrong? Sakura looked nervous. The situation for the three was not encouraging at all. Naruto and Sasuke were seriously injured, with only a fraction of their strength remaining. That guy, he's back again. Naruto muttered under his breath, whisker-like marks appearing on his cheeks. The Nine-Tails chakra began to leak out, affecting his control. It was also thanks to that he was able to sense Orochimaru's presence approaching again. Again? Sakura exclaimed. Shall we run? No. Sasuke shook his head and said, in our current state, we have no chance of escape. Sakura, you must go. Me? Sakura was stunned. Yes. Sasuke looked at Sakura and said, go and warn the others. Bring help. But. Sakura, don't worry. Naruto turned his head, looked at Sakura, grinned, and said, I will definitely protect Sasuke, I will punch the enemy away. Hearing those words, Sakura felt tears involuntarily falling down her face, but at the same time she smiled. Guys, don't try to push me away, we're partners. If there's danger, as partners, we have to face it together. Without hesitation, she stood next to Sasuke. Naruto was stunned, and said a little anxiously, but. Boom, the ground shook, and a large hole opened up in front of them. From within the cloud of dust, a figure began to emerge. The three of them stood on guard, not daring to say a word, their eyes fixed on the silhouette. especially Sasuke. He wanted to use the Sharingan, but he didn't dare. As soon as he was about to use it, an evil force spread from his neck to his body. In desperation, he could only use the pupil power of the Sharingan to suppress the evil force. In this way, Sasuke, who was already weak, really had no fighting power at all. Why? Why is it like this? This feeling of powerlessness. This damn feeling. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his expression slightly ferocious. He was already like this, but Naruto was still full of energy. Is it because of the tailed beast? If he could also have a tailed beast. Funen's words appeared in his mind again. Now, because of Orochimaru's attack, Sasuke's desire for the tailed beast has increased again. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Uncontrolled laughter echoed through the place. Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice sounded again. Sasuke, that expression of yours. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Sasuke's expression changed slightly. Asshole. Naruto pointed at Orochimaru and roared, why are you back again? Orochimaru glanced at him. His original plan wasn't bad, but he didn't expect Sasuke and Naruto to be stronger than he had anticipated. Especially Naruto, he actually started to mobilize the chakra of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru suffered a loss for not paying attention. Fortunately, he had already achieved his goal. Now he just needed to find a chance to escape. Naruto-kun, don't blame me. Orochimaru let out a dark laugh. I'd like to leave too, but there's someone who won't let me. Naruto was startled and shouted, who won't let you go? Okay, Naruto, step back. Funen's voice sounded. He appeared out of nowhere, placing himself between Naruto and Orochimaru. Hokage-sama. Funananiki. Funananiki. The three little ones exclaimed in unison, this time with obvious relief and joy. His presence meant that they were now safe. Orochimaru-san, what does this mean? Funen looked at Orochimaru with a smile on her face. I, in all sincerity, wanted to invite you to work in my lab. But it seems you prefer to enter lying down. Sakura listened to Funen's words, surprised. She whispered to Naruto and Sasuke, have you heard what Hokage-sama said? For that dangerous guy to come lying down into the lab? Doesn't that mean being used as experimental material? Sasuke and Naruto smiled at each other. Haha. Orochimaru grinned and said, Funen-kun, I know you are strong, stronger than me, but are you sure you want to fight me here? Hearing this, Funen frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the three little ones. Orochimaru-san, are you sure you have the ability to hurt them? Funen-kun can try. Orochimaru chuckled and said, I assure you that you may not be able to kill me, but I can certainly kill them. Funen was silent, as if considering his options. Asshole, what did you say? Naruto shouted furiously, while Sasuke clenched his fists, his face burning with rage. No wonder Orochimaru had escaped here under Funen's pursuit. He was planning to use them as hostages. Funananiki, do it. Kill him. Sasuke shouted, unable to contain himself. Don't worry about us. Exactly. We can protect ourselves. Naruto joined in. Sakura. I'll keep quiet. Let fate decide my fate. Orochimaru watched with a calculating smile, not saying a word, though his slight trembling betrayed tension and caution. He knew that, although the two boys were important, their situation forced Funen to make a prudent decision. And he was not wrong. It did not take long for Funen to respond. You may go, Orochimaru-san. I look forward to our next meeting, Funen said with a smile. But remember, the village of Hidden Leaf Village today is not the same as before. Be careful. Funananiki, you can't let him go. Naruto shouted. Shut up, Naruto. Funen glanced at him unhappily. You have no right to deny the decision I made. If it weren't for these two brats, I wouldn't have passed up the chance to invite Orochimaru back to the village today. But now, on top of that, they were causing a ruckus. Haha, goodbye, Funen-kun. Orochimaru said goodbye with a light laugh as he began to sink into the ground. Wait. Damn you. Naruto shouted, lunging towards Orochimaru. Funen was also stunned. He knew Naruto was reckless, but this was too much. He didn't even understand the magnitude of his opponent. Even without knowing Orochimaru, hadn't he learned something after their recent fight? At the same time, two projectiles grazed Naruto. They were kunai thrown by Sasuke. Funen had a headache. How did Fugaku and Jiraiya teach them? With a simple movement, Orochimaru deflected the kunai. At that moment, Naruto had already approached him and attacked him fiercely, clearly having lost control due to the Nine Tails chakra. Orochimaru grabbed Naruto with ease, before throwing him back. At the same time, Funen kept staring at Orochimaru coldly to prevent him from doing anything. Naruto rolled on the ground and finally fell next to Sasuke. You two brats, Stop it already. Funan growled, giving them a stern look before turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-san, excuse me. You know how children are, they are impulsive and act without thinking. I hope you don't mind. It's okay. Orochimaru stared at Funan, not daring to relax even a little. He knew that a moment of distraction could cost him his life. Goodbye, Funan-kun. Orochimaru finally said as he disappeared underground. Wait. You bastard. Naruto roared. Naruto. Funan growled, looking at Naruto unhappily. A ninja who has lost his mind is worthless. Such a simple truth, don't you understand? Is this what Jiraiya taught you? Naruto lowered his head angrily. Sasuke, you too. Funan looked at Sasuke and said, is this what Itachi usually taught you? Explain it to me clearly. If Itachi really did this, you can see how I will deal with him when I go back. Swish, Itachi came just at this time. He landed not far from the others, looking at Funan in a daze. Although he didn't hear the whole thing, but... You bastard. Even if you want to deal with me, you don't have to use this method, right? You are laying mines for me all the time. Sasuke and Naruto were still young at the moment and did not know the evil of human hearts. Under Itachi's terrified gaze, the two shook their heads. Sasuke even said, my brother taught me to stay calm. Even if the enemy's kunai is about to cut my throat, I must stay calm and stare at the enemy's movements. Huh. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi strode forward and said, Hokage-sama. Funan glanced at him and said, Orochimaru just ran away, you go chase him, but I don't think you can catch up. Understood. Itachi went out in search of traces but found nothing. Not even a clue to Orochimaru's whereabouts. When he returned, Funan had already treated the injuries of the three little ones. However, his expression when looking at Sasuke was not good. Itachi quickly approached. Hokage-sama. What's wrong with Sasuke? Funan pointed at Sasuke's neck. This should be Orochimaru's curse seal. Curse seal? Yes. Funan sighed and said, however, I don't know much about its effects or purpose. How is this possible? Itachi's fists clenched tightly. Sasuke suddenly said, Funan-aniki, brother, I can feel that this curse seal contains a very powerful force. Funan said seriously, Sasuke, I know you crave power, but this power does not belong to you. Orochimaru has no good intentions towards you. You must not fall into the temptation of the strength he offers you, do you understand? Sasuke lowered his head meekly, but his eyes flashed with a strange light. Power. He thought of the powerlessness just now again. Chapter 253, Tsunoda's resolve. Itachi's expression darkened. Sasuke's current situation had him in a state of unease. Sasuke's desire for strength was evident, and just then, Orochimaru had appeared, offering power as bait. He remembered Funan's recent proposal, to turn Sasuke into a Jinchuriki. Sasuke. Itachi called out to him with a stern expression. Why? Why do you desire so much power? Sasuke was a little confused when asked this question again. He didn't want to be surpassed by Naruto. He wanted to surpass Naruto. He wanted to be like his brother, his father, and Funan. Those were all valid reasons. But when he tried to express his thoughts, the words got stuck in his throat. He felt that none of those reasons explained his obsession with power. Funan looked at him with a deep gaze, noticing something strange. Sasuke's desire for strength was unusual. Orochimaru's sudden appearance during the Chunin exams. Itachi's doubts about him. It all seemed as if someone was pulling the strings, guiding every event toward a specific purpose. How interesting. Funan muttered to himself. It's as if an invisible hand is trying to return everything in this world to its original course. The will of the world? If so. So the main objective would be to eliminate me, a foreign element. Funan smiled, then looked at Itachi. Well, Itachi, let's leave this for later. We have more important matters at hand now. Understood. Itachi looked at Funan and felt guilty. Seeing Sasuke's desire for power made him question whether he had misjudged the proposal to make him a Jinchuriki. Funan-aniki, shall we suspend the Chunin exams? No. Don't. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke took the lead in opposing. Shut up. Itachi glared at the two and said, do you have the right to speak here? Sakura quickly pulled Naruto and Sasuke. The two were indignant, but didn't say much. Itachi looked away at Funan. A mere Orochimaru is not a sufficient reason to cancel the Chunin exams. Funan commented calmly. Besides, on this occasion, the other four Kage will also be present. Itachi didn't have anything else. I'll take care of organizing a team to pursue Orochimaru immediately. No need. Funan replied with a smile after thinking about it for a few seconds. Orochimaru is very good at hiding his identity. Who knows who he might turn into? If we become obsessed with searching for him, we'll only force him to assume more identities. This. Itachi looked at Funan strangely. He had the feeling that Funan already had some other plan in mind. Understood. Funan turned her attention back to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Will you three continue with the exam, or would you like to leave now? Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke, seeking their opinion. Personally, she was more inclined to give up. But before she could say anything, Naruto raised his fist and shouted, I'm definitely going to be a Chunin. This is just the beginning. I'm going to become Hokage and surpass all the previous Hokage. Idiot. Sasuke sneered and said, the next Hokage must be me. Okay. Funan didn't insist further. If that's your decision, then I wish you luck. With that, Funan and Itachi walked away. Huh? Sakura's eyes widened. For a moment, Sakura felt the ground shake beneath her feet. With tears welling up in her eyes, Sakura could only sigh in resignation. Not only during Orochimaru's attack, even in normal fights, she always ended up being irrelevant. Alright, let's get going again. Naruto shouted, full of energy. This time we'll finish the mission and pass the exam. Sasuke nodded slightly. The appearance of Orochimaru and Funan had lit the fire in their hearts. However, Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto, who was still full of energy, and his thoughts became complicated. That idiot had already recovered. So this is the ability of a Jinchuriki? Hokage-sama, what are you going to do about Orochimaru? Itachi couldn't help but ask. Itachi, what do you think is the purpose of Orochimaru coming to Hidden Leaf Village this time? Purpose? Itachi frowned and said, isn't it Sasuke? Really? Funan asked back. If I really wanted Sasuke, why would I necessarily come to Hidden Leaf Village? Sasuke isn't always in the village. A few days ago, Sasuke and Naruto, along with Kakashi, left the village for a mission, right? Do you think that just for Sasuke it's worth Orochimaru risking his life by entering Hidden Leaf Village? This. Itachi was stunned. Itachi, when you worry too much, you lose clarity. Yes. Itachi lowered his head and said, then you tell me, what is Orochimaru's purpose? Funan smiled and said, we can figure it out step by step. First, his goal must be something that can only be achieved in Hidden Leaf Village. This point alone rules out many possibilities. Second, his purpose is important enough to require his personal presence, or perhaps he is the only one with the ability to carry it out. Perhaps he has even brought all of his subordinates, indicating a large-scale operation. With this, the range of possibilities is considerably reduced. Itachi frowned even more. Inside Hidden Leaf Village. Someone with great power who never leaves the village. Or some particular object. As Funan spoke, Itachi's mind began to visualize different people and things, evaluating each possibility. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. Hokage-sama, could it be that Orochimaru's target is you? Funan paused, then said calmly, why do you have such an idea? You are the Hokage. Itachi said, if Orochimaru wants to deal with you, where is the best place? The Hokage is undoubtedly the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village, but also the weakest, because you need to protect the safety of the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village. Once you enter a combat state, you will be restricted. The more Itachi spoke, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Itachi associated this with the impending meeting of the 5 Kage and felt a growing dread. Hokage-sama, if Orochimaru were to attack Hidden Leaf Village right now, what would the other Kage do? Right now? This is the perfect time to attack you and Hidden Leaf Village. Funan smiled faintly and said, that makes sense, but this is just a possibility, don't worry too much. Itachi said in a deep voice, as long as there is such a possibility, we can't ignore it. Funan waved his hand, his expression calm. If it really happens, it will be a good opportunity to wipe them all out at once. Perhaps, the shinobi world will be unified by this, and there will be no more wars in the entire shinobi world. On the surface, Hidden Leaf Village continued to function as normal. But in the shadows, the Jonin were on high alert. Of course the most excited of all was Jiraiya. When he heard the news, Jiraiya, who was hugging some women and drinking, let out a scream that scared the ladies, causing them to fall to the ground. Immediately, Jiraiya rushed out like a whirlwind, exclaiming, he's back. He's really back. My brother, my companion, Jiraiya is here to welcome you. The ladies stared at his back blankly, and suddenly, one of them screamed. This bastard, he hasn't paid yet. The other women were still stunned. I know him, he's one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Don't talk nonsense. I know it too, but I know more that he just left without paying. As long as he is still in Hidden Leaf Village. Where does he live in Hidden Leaf Village? How do I know? He is a ninja, But do you know where he works and where he lives? What do we do now? How am I supposed to know? The last comment was loaded with frustration. He tricked us. That useless old pervert. Tsunoda looked gloomy. After listening to Shizu's report, she strode out of the hospital. Soon, she came to the Hokage's office. Bang, the door was opened roughly, and Tsunoda walked in. Tsunoda. Funan said unhappily. Do you need me to teach you what the word courtesy means? Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Tsunoda ignored his comment and got to the point. Is Orochimaru back? Yes. What? Do you have an idea? I thought the first person to come to me would be Jiraiya. Tsunoda, as if she hadn't heard his comment, continued, I got the news that he might come for you. Funan looked up, visibly surprised. I don't know who told you that, but... Tsunoda interrupted him again and said, I know Orochimaru, he might really come for you, and killing the Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village is also in line with his temperament. Tsunoda's expression was a little scary. I'm going to kill him. Funan looked at Tsunoda in surprise and said, Really? I didn't know you admired me so much. Bang, Tsunoda slammed the table hard and leaned forward. Listen to me carefully, Funan Uchiha. It's not that I hold you in high regard. On the contrary, I deeply dislike you, not because you are an Uchiha, but because I simply cannot stand someone like you. But I also know that, at this moment, Hidden Leaf Village cannot afford to lose you. After being forced to return to Hidden Leaf Village by Funan, she witnessed the changes that had occurred in the village. To her surprise, she was delighted. If she had a choice, why would she have left Hidden Leaf Village, the place where she grew up? The answer was simple. First, she was forced to leave. Second, she couldn't stand the Hidden Leaf Village ruled by Hiruzen. Now Hidden Leaf Village has undergone earth-shaking changes. Tsunoda began to participate in the reconstruction of this new Hidden Leaf Village and enjoy every moment. Over time, this renewed Hidden Leaf Village began to heal her wounds, becoming a new emotional pillar for her. Even her hemophobia began to disappear. But despite everything, Tsunoda understood well that Hidden Leaf Village still faced extreme dangers. The rapid development of the village had attracted the attention of the other 4 great shinobi villages, and their attitude towards Hidden Leaf Village was evident. If something were to happen to Funan at this moment, Hiruzen would surely swoop in to regain power again. In the shadows, there was also Danzō who continued to plot to regain control of Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunoda would never allow Hidden Leaf Village to return to its former state. Never. She was determined to eliminate any threat. With a fierce glare, Tsunoda fixed her eyes on Funan and spoke, word for word, hand over to me all the information you have on Orochimaru. I will deal with him personally. Chapter 254, Debts, Missions, and Gambling. Funan. Accompanied by a roar, Jiraiya ran into the Hokage's office. Funan was very upset and gritted his teeth and said, Jiraiya, you'd better give me a good explanation, otherwise, I will let you stay in the hospital for a few months. He paused and added in a threatening tone, and I assure you that those who will look after you will be men who weigh more than 200 kilos. Jiraiya shuddered and said embarrassedly, I'm not, no, I heard that Orochimaru is back. His voice was a little cautious. Funan said expressionlessly, he is back and ready to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. What? Do you want to provide him with some help? Impossible. Jiraiya shouted, almost offended. Funan glanced at him, not even wanting to answer. Jiraiya, seeing her look, quickly shut his mouth. If Orochimaru comes back, he must be ready to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, why would he come back? Jiraiya's face was complicated, and he said, then what are you going to do? I won't do anything. Someone has already taken over this matter, so, Orochimaru's matter has nothing to do with me. Someone took over? Who? Jiraiya asked hurriedly. Funan stared at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Come on, Funan, tell me. Jiraiya insisted, his tone almost pleading. I am a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. I promise you that I will fight to protect Hidden Leaf Village. If Orochimaru really tries to destroy it, I will kill him with my own hands. Funan shook his head and said helplessly, you're an idiot. What if I tell you? Fine, fine. Tsunoda. She has agreed to handle this matter personally. Hearing Tsunoda's name, Jiraiya suddenly became quiet. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and said, it's just like her style. And what's yours? Funan replied coldly. He threw a stack of papers onto the table and added, here you go, Jiraiya. These are formal complaints. You've learned well, huh? Not only do you do those kinds of things, but you don't even pay. Can you be considered a human being? Jiraiya's old face flushed immediately. I. After stuttering for a long time, Jiraiya finally finished a sentence. I was so anxious to hear the news about Orochimaru that I forgot. Bullshit. Funan sneered. You did it on purpose. What's wrong? Did you run out of money? Jiraiya said embarrassedly, my expenses have been a bit high recently. Funan raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding. For years, Jiraiya had been in Hidden Leaf Village training Naruto and keeping an eye on him, the Uchiha Hokage, which meant he hadn't been out on missions. But still, he dared to play without money. Where did he get the courage? Does he really think he wouldn't be caught and dragged through the streets as an example? Jiraiya noticed Funan's eyes and couldn't help muttering, it's not my fault. You made Hidden Leaf Village provide such high-quality services. Funan gritted his teeth and said, you bastard, you still have the nerve to blame me? Fine, then I'll close all those establishments. Happy? No. Jiraiya screamed and looked at Funan in horror, with pleading in his eyes. Funan maintained his cold expression. Okay, I know. Jiraiya whispered. I'll find an opportunity another day to take on a few tasks and make some money. This time, you help me pay the money first, and treat it as a loan, okay? Jiraiya put his hands together in supplication. Please, don't let me separate from the young ladies. Funan couldn't help asking, where's the money from Kaka novels? The royalties for your novels must be pretty high, right? Jiraiya's eyes were erratic for a while, and he said embarrassedly, well, lately. I forgot to write. Funan sighed. Finally, she looked at him intently and said, in that case, Jiraiya, I will assign you a mission. If you complete it, I will cover all your debts and, in addition, I will give you 1 million ryo. Go ahead, tell me. Funan stood up, walked over to the window, and looked at the scenery outside. Orochimaru is in Hidden Leaf Village. I have no idea what he plans to do, but it's evident that Hidden Leaf Village will face some degree of chaos. And right now, the 5 Kage meeting is taking place. This time, they chose Hidden Leaf Village as the venue. Jiraiya frowned and muttered worriedly, I find it hard to understand. Aren't the Raikage and the others afraid that you'll capture them all at once? Funan shrugged. I'm also worried about capturing them all. Jiraiya put a hand to his forehead, exasperated. He knew that Funan would really be able to do it. Don't mess around. If one of them escapes, the Shinobi World War will break out again, and it will be more intense than ever before. Then let none of them escape. TSK. Jiraiya sneered. Do you really think they're that naive? That they wouldn't take precautions before coming to Hidden Leaf Village? If that were the case, they wouldn't be Kage, but complete idiots. Funan said casually, that's my problem. Your mission will be, in case of unrest in Hidden Leaf Village, not to hold back. Any enemy you encounter, eliminate them immediately. I want you to reduce the number of enemies as quickly as possible, without any consideration. That's it? Jiraiya looked surprised. Funan looked at him seriously. Don't underestimate the mission. If Hidden Leaf Village becomes destabilized, you will have to act with all your strength. I don't want you to use small excuses to not fully engage in the battle. I understand. Jiraiya's expression also became cold. I am a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, and I will destroy all enemies of Hidden Leaf Village. Funan nodded gently. You may leave. Jiraiya looked a little hesitant. Don't I need to pay attention to Orochimaru and Tsunade? No. Funan said casually, they'll probably keep themselves busy with each other, unable to move forward. Jiraiya frowned and said, if that's the case, we're losing. Tsunade is the best medical ninja we have. Funan smiled slightly and said, if the situation comes to that, I will summon Katsu to tend to the wounded. At that moment, Tsunade was walking with heavy steps through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Looking at the lively and bustling crowd filling the streets, her lips curved slightly into a smile. Hidden Leaf Village now was very comfortable for her. It was a village full of happiness. Her grandfather's ideal village. She would never have imagined that it would be an Uchiha who would make it a reality. Dan. Nawaki. It's a pity that you won't have the opportunity to witness it. Tsunade closed her eyes, tormented by the pain of loss. She won't let that pain happen again. Tsunade opened her eyes suddenly, her eyes were cold and emotionless. If Orochimaru intended to destroy this Hidden Leaf Village, then she herself would kill him. Where is Orochimaru? Tsunade walked and looked around. Orochimaru has a technique that allows him to turn into anyone. Then, a gleam of light flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Her steps stopped. In front of her was a huge wooden door with the kanji bet written in large letters. Tsunade smiled slightly and murmured, because my opponent is Orochimaru, there is a great possibility that I will die in the battle. It's not too much to play a few games before I die. Besides, who said that Orochimaru wouldn't hide here? Yeah, that's right. Orochimaru doesn't like gambling at all, so he is most likely hiding here. Orochimaru, you can't run away. Prepare to die. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and entered the casino with a fierce look. As soon as she walked through the door, the place erupted in a flurry of emotions. Everyone rushed to promote it. The big fat sheep is here. Everyone hurry up to get the money. In the Hokage's office, Anko was adjusting her clothes. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. All of Hidden Leaf Village was well aware of the current Hokage's particular tastes, making even such a professional act feel somewhat strange. I like helping others the most. Funan waved his hand and said, about that cursed seal, I can only weaken it and reduce your pain. Removing it completely is beyond my power. That's already a big help. Anko replied as she caressed her neck. Excuse me, is there any news about him? You have the nerve to ask. Funan raised his eyebrows, looked at Anko and said, are you crazy? You actually entered the Forest of Death alone. Even if you were to meet him, what can you do? Go die? Anko didn't reply, concentrating on finishing arranging her clothes. Funan suddenly said, or do you intend to drag him with you to your death? Or do you simply want him to be the one to kill you? Anko's body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. Childish. Funan cursed and sighed. As a Hidden Leaf Village Kunoichi, you don't think about how to serve the village, but instead think about death all day long. What can you gain by dying? Nothing, just a meaningless death. Funan stared at Anko and said, does Hidden Leaf Village under my leadership make you so sad? No, Hidden Leaf Village is good. Anko immediately said, the current Hidden Leaf Village is the best Hidden Leaf Village. Then you. Hokage-sama. Anko said with a serious expression, I promise that I will never do such a thing again in the future. Funan sighed softly. Anko, even if we have to die for Hidden Leaf Village, for our home. In his mind Funan thought that he now looked like a real Hokage. Chapter 255, Kick First, Ask Questions Later. Funan stood in the position intended for the Hokage, calmly observing the shinobi in front of him. Those genin had managed to cross the Forest of Death and were now gathered there. Oh, the number is more than expected. Funan commented, letting out a slight smile. The Hidden Leaf Village 12 were all present. In addition, Gar's group had also arrived. The most curious thing was that the scene seemed to be taken directly from the original story. Gar's team had left the Forest of Death breaking the time record. Meanwhile, Naruto's team had barely managed to arrive at the last moment. Hokage-sama. A Chunin knelt on one knee in front of Funan and respectfully handed him a paper. Funan took it and looked at it silently. He had known for some time that there would be an additional selection. Genin versus Genin, one-on-one combat. The winner would advance to the next round. Funan maintained a calm expression, although internally he couldn't help but silently complain after reading the paper. It's exactly the same as the original story. This is too obvious. Let's start. Yes. Gecko Hyde appeared. He looked at Funan with a mix of complicated emotions. It was difficult for him to accept that his childhood love had ended up with someone else, and that someone was none other than the Hokage. Hyde coughed a few times in anger. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked, worried at the sight of the sick man, who looked like he was going to die at the next moment. Hyde gave him a stern look before shouting, get into position. Why are you so fierce? Naruto pouted, but Sakura quickly pulled him back into line. Okay, everyone, I've explained the rules to you. I declare that the third exam is officially starting. Hyde coughed violently and said, let's start the first round. Sasuke Uchiha vs Sakura Yoro. Sasuke. Sakura looked at Sasuke with obvious concern. She knew very well that Sasuke and Naruto were seriously injured in the Death Forest. But Sasuke didn't have Naruto's amazing recovery ability. He is very weak now. Sasuke, are you sure you're okay? Sakura asked nervously. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto also looked at him worriedly. Relax, this is nothing to me. Sasuke gritted his teeth in silence. Naruto was almost recovered, but Sasuke could barely stand. Still, he thought that facing an ordinary genin shouldn't be a problem. Tailed beasts. Jinchuriki. Sasuke clutched his wounded side and walked towards the center of the field. After this, he promised himself to do more research on tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Furthermore, he planned to seriously talk to his father and brother about it. Sasuke. Kakashi walked past him and whispered, don't use the Sharingan. Nonsense, of course I know. Sasuke looked unhappy. He knew that his Dujutsu was suppressing the cursed seal on his neck. If he used the Sharingan, the seal would be unleashed, and he could not foresee the consequences. In the stands, Itachi watched his brother with concern. Funan Aniki. Itachi lowered his voice as he spoke to Funan. If Sasuke loses control of the seal, what will we do? Don't worry. Funan replied with a slight smile. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Itachi relaxed a little. And Shisui? How are the preparations going on his side? Funan asked quietly. Itachi, adopting the same reserved tone, replied, everything is under control. My father has temporarily assumed command of the police force to ensure order and stability in the village. Funan nodded slightly and said, for now, allow the Jonin without missions to move freely around the village. Spread the order. If you spot the enemy, you are to show no mercy. Attack and eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. Itachi lowered his voice even further. What shall we do with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Don't worry about him. Funan replied calmly. If he tries to jump out and cause trouble, we'll deal with that as well. Understood. Itachi hesitated and said, should we suspend some high-level missions? No, Hidden Leaf Village will remain the same. Funan refused without thinking. The more critical the moment, the more Hidden Leaf Village must maintain stability. As he watched the stage, Funan silently pondered. No matter what, since Sarutobi Hiruzen has been given so much time, he should be ready. This time Hidden Leaf Village explodes, Danzō should also come. It remains to be seen how much firepower Sarutobi Hiruzen can draw. Just like the original story. During the battle, Sasuke's cursed seal activated. Filled with despair and longing, he managed to suppress its power through sheer willpower alone. Even Itachi was surprised. Funan, on the other hand, maintained an impassive expression as she watched Kakashi take Sasuke away. His Sharingan scanned the crowd. However, he didn't detect anyone leaving the place. Could it be that Orochimaru is not here? After a brief thought, Funan left a clone in place and slowly retreated. After using a seal to contain Sasuke's curse mark, Kakashi remained on high alert. In front of him was an unfamiliar face, but the eyes were eerily familiar. When the stranger spoke, Kakashi instantly recognized him. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are so brave? Kakashi stared at Orochimaru coldly. Do you know how many elite shinobi are gathered here? As soon as there is a slight movement, a large number of them will rush in and tear you to pieces. Them? Orochimaru laughed. Yes, there are many, including some children, common shinobi, and civilians. But if we really start fighting... Bang! A kick interrupted Orochimaru, sending him rolling across the ground until he crashed violently into a column. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. Who the hell are you trying to bully? Do you think I'm going to let you scare me? Funan shouted as he walked in, cursing. Looking at Funan, who looked like a gangster, Kakashi felt mixed emotions. When he faced Orochimaru alone just now, he was obviously a little scared, but now he felt a little sympathetic to him. Orochimaru covered his head, stood up with difficulty, and stared at Funan. What are you looking at? Funan snorted and said, if you look at me like that again or continue with your nonsense, I swear I'll tear you to pieces. Orochimaru put aside his fierce gaze and, with an eerie smile, replied, Funan-kun, what has you in such a bad mood? What has you so upset? Kakashi's mouth twitched again. Of course I'm upset. Funan exclaimed, straight to the point. Orochimaru, I want you to bring your real body here. That would make me happy. Clone? Kakashi was startled and frowned at Orochimaru. No wonder Funan just kicked him and didn't twist his head off directly. Haha. Orochimaru laughed and said, do you want to see my real body? That's easy. Don't worry, Funan-kun. You'll see it soon, and I won't come empty-handed. I have a special gift for you, I'm sure you'll love it. With the last sentence, Orochimaru finally stopped hiding his murderous intent. Kakashi couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru's body lost its breath and fell to the ground. Humphrey. Funan snorted coldly and turned away. Kakashi scooped up an unconscious Sasuke and took 2 quick steps to catch up with Funan. Hokage-sama, is Orochimaru planning to attack during the Chunin exams? It should be, that's the best opportunity. Funan said indifferently, the only question is how many Kage will ally with him. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Should we continue with the Chunin exams? Of course. Funan sneered and said, I want to see where these guys get their confidence from. Let them all show themselves. Moths to the flame, seeking their own destruction. The third round of the Chunin selection exam progressed as a series of consecutive matches, with little change from the original events. The main difference was the absence of Kabuto. When Gaara faced Rock Lee, he clearly held back. Although Lee ended up seriously injured, the situation was not that dire. With a couple of months in the hospital, he would be able to go on missions again. Furthermore, Hinata was quickly defeated by Neji, without the emotional dilemmas and controversies over family separation. The reason is very simple. The secondary branch of the Hyuga clan began to align itself with Funan. Funan had even intervened directly by prohibiting the activation of the caged bird by the main branch. It seemed that the next step would be to permanently abolish it and free those who already carried it. This open intervention in the internal affairs of the shinobi clans had provoked the fury of the Hyuga and sowed unrest among other clans of Hidden Leaf Village. But who was Funan? As the most authoritarian Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village's history, did he care about that in the slightest? Of course, Funen knew that his actions were distancing him further and further from the shinobi clans, and that the rift between the two sides was growing ever deeper. The clan's discontent with him grew day by day, and when the time was right, conflict would inevitably break out. There were already signs of this in the attitudes of many. But was Funen afraid of these reactions? Some traditions must be eradicated, no matter how deep-rooted they are. If it doesn't work, then make it work. They can prolong it, but can the injured parties wait any longer? Should I learn from Naruto and promise Mage so well, but what was the result? In the end, Hidden Leaf Village was destroyed and Naruto failed to keep his word. He, on the other hand, married the main heiress of the Hyuga clan and had 2 children. Shinobi clans have long formed the habit that their own rules are untouchable, and not even the Hokage has the right to intervene. Therefore, in order to confront them, Funen had to use forceful and rapid methods. Giving them time to prepare would only complicate things. Every time he thought about it, Funen found himself thinking of one person. If that person were still alive, they would probably be his greatest ally. The two of them joined forces to bring real changes to the shinobi world. Senju Tobirama. What a pity. However, Funen also understood that even if Tobirama was still alive, because he is an Uchiha, the two might not be able to join forces. Chapter 256, Silent Moves in a Tense Village. The third round of assessment is over. With Hiate's announcement, the victors moved to the front. First, congratulations. You have passed all 3 tests. However, I must clarify, all of you could become Chunin. Or none of you could make it. What does that mean? Naruto was the first to ask. Gar looked at him in disgust. The answer is very simple. Hiate had a coughing fit, before he began to explain. This state of coughing 3 times in one sentence made Naruto almost rush up and pinched his neck, asking him to cough after he finished speaking. Do you understand? After finishing explaining, Hiate looked at the group of Genin. I understand. Naruto shouted, I will work hard to become a Chunin with the recognition of everyone. Funen glanced at him. For him, the last stage of the Chunin exam was the most absurd of all. If important people liked you, you became a Chunin instantly. Otherwise, you could be the most talented or stand out incredibly, but you would never achieve it. Thinking of all this, Funen looked at the motivated Naruto with pity. Many do not understand that their lives are in the hands of the powerful. With a simple gesture, the great can change anyone's destiny. And he, Funen, was now one of those powerful ones. Very well. Hiate said in a weak voice. Go back and make your final preparations. Yes. The Genin responded one after another. Funen's eyes narrowed. Not only the Genin had to prepare, he did too. Hokage-sama. Hiate, the sick man named after the protagonist, knelt on one knee in front of Funen and said solemnly, Do you have any other orders? Funen said, Nothing extra needed. Everything as planned. Understood. Hiate replied loudly as he retreated to organize preparations. Funen looked at his back strangely. Hiate and Yujao had been childhood friends, almost inseparable. In the original story, if he hadn't died, they would most likely have ended up together. What a pity. According to information from the Anbu, when Hiate found out that Yujao was in a relationship with Funen, he became very enraged. He drank non-stop for days, his health was not good, and he almost died instantly. But his appearance also saved Hiate's life, otherwise according to the original timeline, at this point he should have already been killed by Baki. So, as some say, some is gained, some is lost. No, more like it. Funen thought as he nodded to himself. I don't owe you anything, Hiate. With a determined gesture, Funen waved his hand and left. He left the rest of the work to his subordinates. After all, he was the Hokage, his job was to set the general direction, not deal with the details. That's what he paid them so much for, right? As time went by, the atmosphere in Hidden Leaf Village became visibly tense. The 5 Kage Summit was to be held for the first time in one of the 5 great shinobi villages. At the same time, many shinobi were rushing to complete their missions and return to Hidden Leaf Village to prepare for the big event. Everyone knew that this Kage Summit would not be easy. Those who knew of Orochimaru's return were especially uneasy. Meanwhile, others turned their attention to an almost forgotten figure in Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Funen had a particular talent, he did not need to openly condemn anyone. He simply made the facts public, leaving people to draw their own conclusions. Although, of course, he also knew how to point the finger of blame when necessary. Recently Funen had mentioned the case of Orochimaru's escape when he betrayed the village. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at his peak, while Orochimaru had no chance of defeating him. He was the one who let him escape. When the villagers heard Funen's comment, they began to speculate whether Hiruzen had some sort of pact with Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru had returned, all eyes were on the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan at this moment. Hiruzen almost destroyed the whole house. He was once again pushed to the forefront. Funen Uchiha, that damn Uchiha, is now playing tricks on him. He felt that Funen treated him like a puppet for his entertainment, mentioning him whenever it suited him. He has been at home for so long, without going out for several years, and he may be dragged into the center of public opinion again. He was so angry that he almost died. Father. Asuma came over. Asuma. Hiruzen looked at his second son with complicated eyes. He thought of his eldest son. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Unfortunately, he was chopped by his wife. He didn't really know exactly what happened. Is that damn woman really a spy? If he was still Hokage, he could investigate, but now he can't. The woman disappeared, as if she was dead. Hiruzen suspected many times that it was Funen who did it. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. Asuma knelt down in front of Hiruzen and said in a deep voice, "It is said that Orochimaru is back." Yeah. Hiruzen frowned and said, "So? Are you in contact with him? What do you mean by this?" Hiruzen's expression became serious, and an amazing momentum burst out from his skinny body. "If you have a way to contact him, please allow me to contact him," Asuma said calmly. "This is the last chance for my Sarutobi clan." Hiruzen looked at Asuma fiercely and said, "Do you want to join forces with Orochimaru? Or hand him over to Uchiha? Of course we have to cooperate. Look at the state of the Sarutobi clan, how much it has lost its influence. If we don't fight, we can only be devoured step by step." Hiruzen stared at Asuma and said, "Who told you? The elders in the clan?" At this moment, Hiruzen's status in the Sarutobi clan has also dropped sharply. In the clan, many people believe that it is because of Sarutobi Hiruzen that the Sarutobi clan has came to this situation. There was even talk of expelling Hiruzen's immediate family from the clan, in the hopes that this would improve their situation. Surprisingly, this proposal had considerable support within the clan. If it weren't for the remaining power of Hiruzen, many people would have already attacked him. When Hiruzen heard these conversations, he nearly spit blood in indignation. He was extremely angry. The clan he had fought for all his life now saw him as a hindrance. So what had he fought so hard for? No one told me. Asuma said in a deep voice, "Father, I'm not stupid. I can see that we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack. Child, I'm actually very relieved that you can think so." Hiruzen looked at Asuma with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "But, cooperating with Orochimaru is not possible. Under no circumstances. You don't understand Orochimaru. I understand him, absolutely, absolutely, we can't cooperate with him. He is a poisonous snake that will poison everyone to death. So what do we do? Wait. Wait?" Asuma looked at Hiruzen in disbelief. The clan has reached this point, and they still have to wait? Wait until when? Wait until the enemy cuts off their heads? Wait for Danzō. Hiruzen said calmly, "Since Orochimaru is going to act, with his temperament, he will not do anything without confidence. He will definitely return with a force that will shock everyone. Even if his return cannot destroy Uchiha, it will give Uchiha a heavy blow. At that time, Danzō will definitely act, and then it will be time for us to act." Hiruzen's idea is very simple. Let Orochimaru and the Uchiha fight. No matter who wins, Orochimaru and Uchiha will be seriously injured by the other party. That's when they will take action. Of course, before acting, Danzō needs to take the initiative, securing the path for them. They are good friends. Isn't that what good friends should be like? Asuma walked back to his room silently. A figure was already waiting. "And well?" the figure asked with a mocking laugh. "Does Sarutobi Hiruzen disagree with sending troops and still want to sit on the sidelines?" Asuma, his face grim, replied, "I accept your proposal. We will cooperate." The figure burst out laughing. "Cooperation? Are you sure? Moreover, without Sarutobi Hiruzen's help, how much help can you give me? Don't try to play with me." Asuma sneered. "If you came to find me, it's because you need my help. And if my father doesn't agree, there will come a time when he'll have no choice but to do so. When enough members of the Sarutobi clan rose up in arms, Hiruzen would have no choice." He. A low and hoarse laugh came. I expected nothing less from Sarutobi-sensei's son. From among the shadows of the figure, a poisonous snake slithered, staring at him as it stuck out its tongue. "Orochimaru. You did not hesitate to betray your father. You are worthy of the name Sarutobi. Very well, we will work together." Chapter 257, Confidence or Chaos? Hokage-sama. Naruto hurried into the Hokage's office. Something happened. Funen held the red wine and glanced at Naruto. Neto took a deep breath and said firmly, Hokage-sama, listen to me. The number of missions sent to Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi is increasing at an alarming rate. The number of missions is increasing? That's good. Funan still didn't care and said, more missions means more money. With that I will be able to expand our military force even further. Hokage-sama. Neto's tone became heavier, and he said, do you understand what this means? The Chunin exam is in progress, and the 5 Kage summit is approaching. In this context, such a drastic increase in missions forces our shinobi to abandon Hidden Leaf Village. What will happen to the village's safety if something happens? Funan did not immediately respond. With his glass in his hand, he sat in his chair, silently staring out the window. At some point, Funan had developed the habit of observing Hidden Leaf Village through his office window. He liked to watch how, little by little, Hidden Leaf Village changed and transformed into something he really liked. Hokage-sama. Neto's tone became heavier again. Funan stretched out a hand. Neto quickly handed over the report. Funan flipped through the report, smiled slightly, and said, Neto, it's amazing. The other party has been increasing the number of missions in Hidden Leaf Village since a few months ago, and it's very covert. It's amazing that you can find it. Neto said frankly, I noticed that several shinobi I was on good terms with had left the village at the same time. This coincidence seemed suspicious to me, so I looked into the mission records. The numbers are alarming, there are even dozens of jonin outside the village. That's why I decided to look into the matter further. Funan left the report on his desk with disdain. Everything will remain as it is in Hidden Leaf Village. If we keep things as they are, and the enemy keeps sending missions, what will we do then? Neto asked directly. If this continues, we could lose 50 more jonin and a considerable number of chunin. If the enemy attacks us, our forces will be spread thin. I know. Hokage-sama. Neto's voice suddenly became louder. We don't know how many of the other shinobi villages are our allies or enemies. In the meantime, we're leaving our village unprotected. And let's not forget that Orochimaru and Danzō are also waiting for the right moment to act. I know. It was the same answer as always. Neto stared at Funan. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, I understand. You may leave. Yes. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, Neto regained his resolve. He chose to believe Funan. Since Neto decided to break the balance of the Inoshikacho clans, he had bet everything on Funan Uchiha. And that confidence remained intact. Perhaps the doubt came from the fear of losing what he had already achieved. So, all he could do was do what he had to do. Neto walked out with firm steps. Oh, what an excellent subordinate. Funan smiled and said, it is because of such subordinates that Hidden Leaf Village will become stronger and stronger. Hueco, who was writing a report at the side, looked up upon hearing this. Hokage-sama, I hope you really have that much confidence in yourself. I want to remind you that there are many people in Hidden Leaf Village who believe in you. You won't let us down, will you? Funan's response was to raise his thumb, showing his white teeth in a bright smile. At that instant, Hueco felt as if she had heard a resounding ding. Boom. 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 A fireworks display lit up the night sky. Tomorrow would be the decisive day, the final round of the Chunin selection exam. At the same time, Hidden Leaf Village would host the 5 Kage Summit. The Kage of each shinobi village, as well as their guards, had arrived in Hidden Leaf Village today. Tonight's fireworks were a tribute in their honor. A welcoming gesture. It's so beautiful. Mai was lying on a recliner, looking at the fireworks outside, and sighed. Hidden Leaf Village now is really enviable. Beside her, the Rai Kage, the Sushi Kage, and the Kazi Kage were all there. The place where they were staying had been prepared exclusively for them, a luxurious residence with hot springs. It was a 3-story building with every imaginable amenity, truly an example of opulence. Even the 5 Kage couldn't help but praise Hidden Leaf Village's attention to detail and hospitality. It was like being on vacation. Moreover, the wealth of Hidden Leaf Village shocked them. Ordinary villagers lived in large, well-maintained houses, with radiant faces and healthy bodies. Many of the village structures were also incomprehensible to them. They never imagined that a village could be run in such a way. Loyalty. Raza suddenly uttered this word. The other Kage were silent. The villagers of Hidden Leaf Village felt a deep sense of pride and belonging towards their village. It was something that the other villages had not managed to instill in the same way. Funan Uchiha is really a genius. Onoki couldn't help but exclaim. He had witnessed the founding and development of every village. He had seen charismatic leaders and legendary shinobi fight fiercely. But he had never met anyone like Funan Uchiha. An all-round talent. Funan possessed not only extraordinary combat strength, but also outstanding political skills. In addition, he was a master in economic development and village management. What a pity he is our enemy, Onoki muttered. Otherwise, I would really like to learn from him. The other Kage fell silent. Mai's expression was cold, and her eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. The Chunin exam will soon be over. The Kage exchanged glances and nodded silently before returning to their rooms. Only Raza remained in place, gathering all the Kage in one place, giving them the opportunity to interact and conspire. Bold or confident? He muttered with a sarcastic smile. Hidden Leaf Village launched fireworks for 3 consecutive hours. The entire night sky was tinged with bright colors. Under the cover of fireworks, several shinobi began to move. Funin, surrounded by his women, also watched the spectacle. Although, unlike him, they seemed to be distracted. Hee, don't worry. Funin smiled and reassured them, no matter if it's the Chunin exam or the 5 Kage summit, everything is under control. I assure you that nothing will go wrong. Kurenai stared at him. Really? She asked seriously. Of course. Okay, she replied, gritting her teeth. So can you stop sticking your hand where it doesn't belong? From the side, Shiryu, with a cold expression, added, cut off his hand. Funin laughed awkwardly and slowly withdrew his hand. The night was lovely. And the women, even more so. Knowing that the next day would be troublesome, and with the tension building up during this time, Kurenai, Yujao, Shizune, Yako and Shiryu were more passionate than ever. None of them seemed worried about whether Funin would end up exhausted the next day. For a moment, Funin had his doubts. Might not these women also have conspired with the enemy to exhaust them before the final battle? And even if they had, how could he resist such a temptation? At dawn, with the first ray of light, the shinobi were already prepared. The day of the final selection for the Chunin exam had arrived. At the event venue, nobles from various nations walked to their seats. Although some of them tried to keep a smile, their discontent was evident. They had discovered that the area for the commoners was close to theirs. That was not all. Technically there was not much difference with the area of those untouchables. In addition, above them was an even higher dais, the seats reserved for the 5 Kage. This infuriated many nobles, who could barely contain themselves. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to avoid trouble, some would have already exploded. Funin, meanwhile, was making the final adjustments to his outfit. Are you all ready? Funin asked calmly. Yes, Naruto replied, though his face reflected concern. What's wrong? Naruto said bluntly. During this time, the nobles of the various nations have issued numerous missions. As a result, we still have 30 more Jonin abroad on errands, and the number of Chunin abroad has increased to over 200. In addition, the area of the new villages under our jurisdiction has suffered multiple attacks by renegade shinobi. We were forced to send Shizue to resolve the situation. You know how important that area is to Hidden Leaf Village. I know. I was the one who approved Shizue's mobilization. Funin showed no concern as he adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror. Shizue is one of Hidden Leaf Village's greatest combat powers. Naruto continued. Funin smiled slightly and said, we still have a lot of fighting forces to use, don't worry, Naruto. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked down at him. Besides, even without Shizue, I have you, my brave and loyal subordinates. Hidden Leaf Village has nothing to fear. Chapter 258, Excitement, Idiocy, and Determination. Watch it, watch it. In the waiting area for the assessors, Naruto walked back and forth excitedly. Naruto. Shikamaru said helplessly, why are you so excited? Don't you feel troubled? Shikamaru, we are going to become Chunin. Naruto hugged Shikamaru and screamed excitedly. Idiot. Sasuke, what did you say? Naruto turned his head and shouted at Sasuke, wait, I will kick you away in a while. Sasuke ignored him directly. In his mind, he recalled what his father and brother said to him before he went out. Sasuke, accidents might happen in the finals of this Chunin exam. Remember, if a war breaks out, your priority should be to protect yourself. Don't worry about the others. Those friends of yours are either of no importance, or as in Naruto's case, the Hokage already has other plans for him. Understood? Sasuke glanced at Naruto. This idiot. Will he get into trouble again? Then, his eyes fixed on the highest platform. There, 5 figures were sitting in a row. In addition to the Kage, each had 2 bodyguards. However, Funin had only brought his secretary, Yako. Sasuke felt a pang of worry. He'd never seen her fight. She's perhaps a Jonin at best. What could she do in an emergency? What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a worried look. Sasuke glanced at him and whispered, idiot, I'm worried about the Hokage. Funinaniki? Naruto was shocked and said in amazement, what's there to worry about? Funin was the Hokage. And this was Hidden Leaf Village. Worry about a Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The perverted sage. Recently, when he was teaching him to use the Nine-Tails chakra, he would occasionally show a worried look. When the two talked, he would be distracted. That was not typical of the perverted sage. And, on those occasions, his gaze was always fixed in the direction of the Hokage residence. Once or twice would be nothing, but Naruto wasn't that dumb. After noticing it a few times, in different places, he connected the dots. Idiot. Sasuke cursed again, thought for a while, and then whispered, "Look at the platform." Naruto looked at it and said, "There's Funananiki and Nakage from the other villages. Wow, they look so cool. One day I'll sit there as Hokage." Sasuke looked at him speechlessly, and said helplessly, "Don't you remember that recently the other 4 villages were at war with Hidden Leaf Village?" This. Naruto was stunned, and then shouted, "Do you think they'll start another fight during the exam? Then how are we supposed to become Chunin?" Sasuke sighed deeply. Naruto quickly came back to his senses and said nervously, "Yes, why is Funananiki with those people, and there are no guards around him? Where is Kakashi-sensei? He must be told quickly." "No need." Sasuke shook his head and said, "What you can think of, can't other people in Hidden Leaf Village think of it?" Sasuke sighed again. If something were to happen, what could he do? Naruto clenched his fists as he looked at the platform. "Sasuke, don't worry, I will protect everything in Hidden Leaf Village, and I will never give up." Sasuke looked at Naruto. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the other party was very dazzling. There was no hesitation, only a heart to move forward courageously. "What an idiot. You are the idiot, bastard Sasuke." Naruto turned his head and shouted angrily. Sasuke shook his head and stopped looking at him. They didn't notice that not far from them, Shikamaru looked at them silently with his eyelids drooping, with a complex look in his eyes. Swish, a person appeared in the center of the venue. It was Gecko Hyate, who still seemed to be on the verge of death. He looked at the Kage, who nodded. Then he turned his gaze to the participants. Not far from Hidden Leaf Village, several figures gathered in the darkness, looking at the village with sadistic and bloodthirsty smiles. "What a beautiful village. It's a shame it's about to be destroyed. How are the preparations? I've been ready for a long time, I can't wait." One of the figures let out a high-pitched laugh. "I want to plunge my kunai into the bodies of those Hidden Leaf Village shinobi and twist them to my heart's content. You will have a chance." Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. The order of battles was as in the original timeline. The difference is that this time, Naruto did not use the power of the Nine-Tails, but defeated Neji Hyuga with his own strength. From the platform, the Kage watched the fight with interest. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" The Raikage said in a muffled voice, "He has such strength at such a young age." Funin smiled and said, "The son of Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina can't be a fool." The other Kage all smiled and said nothing. Funin said meaningfully, "Do you think it still makes sense for this Chunin exam to continue?" The atmosphere froze instantly. Chakra gathered in an instant, suffocating people. After a long silence, Mai smiled and replied, "Of course. I am intrigued by the power of the Uchiha clan. The next fight is between your son, Kazekage, and the heir of the Uchiha clan, right?" "That's right." Raza replied without raising his head. "Gaara is not only my son, he is also the Jinchuriki of One Tail." Mai smiled slightly, staring at the venue with bright eyes, and said, "In this case, I'm even more interested." Seeing this, Funin smiled and said, "Okay, continue." The tension on the platform eased, but the atmosphere remained charged, as if a storm were about to break out. Sasuke stared coldly at the boy in front of him. Gaara. This boy was said to have become the Hokage's disciple due to the special relationship between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village. In Sasuke's mind, there was no room to consider the guy in front of him as one of his own. Defeat him. With determination and efficiency, prove to everyone that the Hokage was wrong. Who didn't dream of being Funin's disciple? However, he had chosen someone from another village and had not yet taken on a second disciple. This had caused discontent among many of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. When this confrontation was confirmed, several approached Sasuke with a single request, to teach Gaara a lesson. Gaara frowned as he looked at Sasuke. He didn't understand where so much resentment came from. But he was not someone easily intimidated. Why should he endure this disdain for no reason? Did this boy from Hidden Leaf Village really think he had no character? On the contrary, Gaara's character was anything but docile. The endless sand began to spread out. Temari and Kankuro were a little puzzled. What's going on? Weren't they supposed to hold back a little even when fighting seriously? After all, since Gaara was the Hokage's disciple, it would be inappropriate for him to humiliate someone from Hidden Leaf Village in front of him. However, what was happening didn't seem like a simple friendly confrontation. Both Gaara and that Uchiha boy were completely serious, their gazes said it all, They were ready to defeat the other without mercy. Their movements were deadly and ruthless. Trouble. Temari whispered softly. Yeah. Kankuro also had a headache and said, didn't Gaara agree? He just broke his promise, so what? Temari sneered, you still dare to trouble him, believe it or not, he will send you to the hospital and let you take a few months off. Kankuro. Alas. Temari sighed, looked at the platform worriedly, and murmured, compared to this, I am more worried. What are you more worried about? No. Nothing important. Don't keep things to yourself. You can tell me, right? Kankuro frowned, feeling offended. Unlike Naruto and the other Genin, he was already almost 16 and was about to come of age. What reason was there for his sister to hide anything from him? After a brief hesitation, Temari whispered, actually. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Gaara exchanged attacks with increasing intensity. Within seconds, they had already exchanged dozens of blows, leaving Hayate, the referee, completely baffled. These two seemed to be stronger than him. If I had known earlier, I would have let Kakashi be the referee. Both fighters already possessed the power of a Jonin, and as they fought with all their strength, their techniques and their immense chakra left all the spectators stunned. How is it possible that they are only 12 years old? Even the Kage on the platform couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Mai said meaningfully, Kaze Kage, you have a successor. Raza said lightly, after all, he is the Hokage's disciple. Such a performance is only natural. Funan looked at Raza curiously. Something about his words seemed strange to him. Chapter 259, Allies torn apart, bang, with a thud, Gaara was sent flying by Sasuke's punch. The sand protecting Gaara was completely useless against Sasuke's speed. However, Gaara's body was covered in a thick sand armor. Breaking it would be an impossible dream for Sasuke. Gaara slowly stood up. As fragments of his sand armor fell from his face, his expression grew increasingly cold. Beneath his feet, a large amount of sand began to churn, quickly accumulating. The amount was astonishing. The battlefield had already completely changed. At this moment, it had become a world of sand. Sasuke's expression was solemn. Such a large amount of chakra, are you really a human? Human? Gaara let out a deep laugh, his expression turning both sinister and proud. No, to be exact, I am an existence of a higher level. I am a Jinchuriki. Sasuke was startled and said, do you consider Jinchuriki to be a higher existence? Of course. Gaara laughed and said, that's what my sensei taught me. Very few have the ability to become a Jinchuriki. The fact that I am one proves how extraordinary I am. Is there such a saying? Several people were a little stunned. Am I wrong? Funan curled his lips and said, who can become Jinchuriki is an ordinary person. They are all geniuses among geniuses. Everyone thought about the Jinchuriki of all generations, including the Jinchuriki of other shinobi villages, and nodded slightly. If you think about it, he was not completely wrong. Even the Raikage himself admitted that, leaving aside the power of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee had greater potential than him and the qualities necessary to become a Kage. Gaara stared at Sasuke and said, Uchiha, you're done. Sand drizzle. Fine sand began to fall from the sky. The area was very large, covering the entire venue. Sasuke had no way to dodge it. The sand accumulating on his body increased the pressure. At the same time, two hands made of sand abruptly emerged from the ground, trapping Sasuke's feet. Sasuke leaned over and slapped his palms, smashing the palms of sand and avoiding the fate of being caught. How many more times can you avoid it? Gaara said coldly. As he spoke, the ground beneath his feet quickly turned into sand, covering almost the entire battlefield. At the same time, the rain of sand in the sky became increasingly intense. Sand is everywhere. Sasuke's face darkened. The amount of sand on his body increased steadily, making him feel heavier. He tried to attack Gaara, but he was already protected by a round shell made of sand, leaving one eye of sand outside. Sasuke quickly threw a shuriken towards the eye, destroying it. However, as soon as he destroyed it, dozens of sand eyes appeared in the air, all floating and staring at him coldly. In addition, several hands of sand emerged from the ground, trying to catch him. Damn it! Sasuke growled, frustrated. How was it possible that he had so much chakra? This is undoubtedly the work of the tailed beast. Sasuke took a deep breath, his gaze turned serious, and he began to form seals with both hands. Small rays began to crackle in his palms. Chidori. Try this move of mine. Sasuke's expression was grim, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Humphrey. Gaara let out a snort from within the round shell of sand. With a wave of his hands, several walls of sand began to rise from the ground, blocking Sasuke's path. The walls were not only solid, arms of sand emerged from them, interlocking and sealing any possible breach. Sasuke was dumbfounded. The Chidori was a powerful technique, but it was not like a physical weapon that could be used relentlessly. He couldn't avoid so many walls, and if he kept thrusting, his chakra would never be able to support him for such a long time. For a moment, Sasuke imagined Gaara on the other side of the walls, raising a finger and beckoning him to come closer. Damn! Sasuke trembled with frustration. For someone more experienced, breaking through this defense would be feasible. But for a 12-year-old like Sasuke, it was a difficult task. Chakra is extremely limited. On the contrary, Gaara has a lot of chakra. And just as Funin said, to be able to become a Jinchuriki, his innate ability is outstanding, in addition to having the power of Shukaku. While Gaara protected himself inside his shell, he launched incessant sand attacks. Looking at Sasuke's annoyed look, Funin felt that it was very interesting. Huh? Suddenly, in front of him, small snowflakes began to float in the air. Funin was puzzled. It seemed like an illusion. But weren't those supposed to be feathers? He slowly turned his head, directing a cold gaze towards the other four Kage. To his surprise, they also turned their heads towards him, returning equally cold gazes. Hokage, what did you do? Hey? Funin was stunned and said coldly, why are you pretending? Don't tell me that you didn't do this. We have nothing to do with this. Mai said coldly, on the contrary, by agreeing to hold the 5 Kage summit in Hidden Leaf Village, we have shown trust in you. Were you planning to attack us? That's impossible. Funin shook his head and murmured, if it's not you, then this is. It's me. What? Funin's body stiffened. At this time, a person had come behind him. Hee, Funin-kun, I said that you will see my real body soon. It was Orochimaru. What's going on? At this moment, there was a commotion in the audience. One by one, the spectators fell into their seats, unconscious. The nobles, on the other hand, remained awake and, realizing the situation, began to shout loudly, demanding immediate protection from the nearby Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, though annoyed, had no choice but to come to their aid, first freeing them from the Genjutsu before surrounding them to protect them. After all, they were nobles from different nations who had come to Hidden Leaf Village with intentions of cooperation. They couldn't afford for anything to happen to them. The Jonin present frowned, worried. They understood it instantly. The enemy had planned this on purpose, forcing them to divert part of their forces to protect those useless nobles. An obvious conspiracy, but impossible to ignore. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Naruto had managed to break free from the Genjutsu with ease. He was now screaming, visibly upset. He wasn't the only one. Other genin who had broken the Genjutsu looked around tensely, ready for battle. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara also stopped. Both of them watched the scene with deep frowns. It is obvious. A Barame Shino approached Naruto, his tone calm but serious. The enemy has made their intentions clear. War is here. Naruto, are you prepared to fight? Of course. Naruto, regaining his composure, shouted with determination, Iro Sage already warned me. I'm going to fight for Hidden Leaf Village. And now, I want to go rescue Funananiki. But before he could move, his body went completely still. A shadow spread out quickly, merging with his own and holding him in place. I'm sorry, Naruto. Shikamaru sighed and said apologetically, I can't let you leave here. You. Naruto looked at Shikamaru blankly and shouted, Shikamaru, what are you doing? Although his mind was not the brightest, he was still able to think of a possibility, and this possibility terrified him. Shikamaru ignored him but looked at Shino and said, you too, Shino. Stay here. If you try anything reckless, I can't guarantee your safety. Shino remained calm and replied, Shikamaru, are you telling me that the Nara clan has decided to betray Hidden Leaf Village? No. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and replied resolutely, this is not a betrayal. It is an attempt to right Hidden Leaf Village's wrongs. Funin Uchiha, he will only bring war and destruction to Hidden Leaf Village. Shino shook his head slowly as he raised his hands. A cloud of insects began to gather on his palms. Ino, Choji. Shikamaru raised his voice, calling out to his companions. Shikamaru, This. Ino hesitated, clearly affected by the situation. Ino, we have no choice. Shikamaru spoke gravely, before coming here, didn't your father explain it to you? Yes. Ino replied quietly, Dad told me to obey you no matter what. Good. You and Choji must take care of Shino. Shikamaru's voice was cold and determined. Ino, her heart heavy, raised her head. But just then, her gaze froze. In front of her, someone had appeared. A long pink hair made her hold her breath. Sakura. Sakura stood next to Shino, her face reflecting deep sadness. Ino, please stop. If you do it now, we can still fix this. No. After making her decision, Ino no longer hesitated. She spoke in a calm voice, "There's no turning back for me now. Sakura, can you please step aside?" Sakura, after a brief silence, gave a stiff smile and replied, "It seems that the confrontation we left pending last time will be resolved here and now." Choji also stepped forward silently. Although he was a little confused, he had always listened to Shikamaru for a long time. This time will be no exception. Chapter 260, The Spark of Rebellion. Ino. Shikamaru shouted urgently. "Use your mind-body switch jutsu to control Shino." "I can't do it," Ino said helplessly. "Bugs, too many bugs, blocking his way." If she tried to use the technique, she risked having her soul trapped in one of those insects. Shikamaru was stunned, looking at the countless bugs in front of Shino, and gritted his teeth. Then, "Control Naruto," Shikamaru ordered, fixing his gaze on him. After making a decision, he leaned towards Ino and whispered a plan in her ear. Ino was startled, and looking at Shikamaru's expression, there was a touch of fear. If this is really done, Hidden Leaf Village will be devastated. "Ino," Shikamaru shouted, "we have no way out." I understand." Ino hesitated, put her hands together, and aimed at Naruto. "Although I don't know what they are planning, I will not allow the traitors to succeed." Shino opened her arms, and countless bugs flew towards the three people. "Be careful," Choji shouted, as his body began to expand to stand between Ino and the insects, giving her time to complete her technique. Mind-body switch jutsu. Ino managed to execute the technique, sending her spirit into Naruto's body. For the first time, she was inside a Jinchuriki. Darkness and a piercing cold enveloped her. That was her first feeling. Before she could explore further, two icy eyes locked onto her. Roar. A terrifying roar rang out, followed by a surge of negative emotions, fury, bloodlust, madness. "Ah!" Ino screamed, unable to bear the pressure. Her technique was nullified, and her body fell to the ground, convulsing. At this moment, Ino felt that her soul was torn apart. "Ino!" Several people exclaimed. At that moment, Naruto regained control of his body. "Shikamaru!" Naruto shouted angrily and rushed forward. Naruto was sure that Shikamaru had betrayed the village and even tried to use Ino against them. He could tell that she hadn't wanted to attack him. Shikamaru needed a lesson. Damn it! Shikamaru's face changed drastically. "What happened just now?" "Human bullet tank!" Choji shouted, transforming into a giant ball and rolling towards Naruto. Naruto barely dodged it, but the impact sent him flying. "Naruto!" shouted Kiba, who came running alongside Neji. "What are they doing, Shino?" Kiba asked, puzzled. "The Nara clan has betrayed us," Shino said calmly. "Or rather, the Inoshikacho clans are on the enemy side. Shikamaru tried to kill us." "What?" Kiba and Neji both exclaimed and looked at Shikamaru in shock. "Wrong, to be precise, it was Nara Shikaku who betrayed us." With a cold snort, a young ninja came here. Just by looking at his attire, you can tell that he is someone from the Nara clan. Neto-sama has already notified the village. All members of the Inoshikacho clans are to head to the gates of Hidden Leaf Village to face the enemy. Anyone who does not obey will be considered a traitor. The young Nara stared at Shikamaru coldly and said, "Nara Shikamaru, this is your last chance." "Humphrey, thank you." Shikamaru sneered. At that moment, more shinobi from the Inoshikacho clans appeared, surrounding the area. "So you all chose to betray Hidden Leaf Village?" the young Nara said, looking at the crowd with a grim face. The number of people was overwhelming, accounting for at least 60% of the members of the Inoshikacho clans. A Jonin strode over and said coldly, "You little brats, you can leave now. Our target is only him." He raised a finger and pointed it directly at Naruto. "Dream on!" The young Nara shouted, "You damn traitors, you dare to attack the Jinchuriki. It seems that you want to die." The Jonin sneered. Swoosh, suddenly, several kunai flew towards the Jonin, who easily dodged them. An instant later, a figure appeared next to Naruto. "Idiot, I knew you were useless, and you only knew how to cause trouble all day long." Sasuke looked at Naruto proudly. "Baka, baka, Sasuke, bastard Sasuke." Naruto screamed. "Okay, I think I understand." Kiba strode forward and gritted his teeth and said, "Shikamaru, that's enough. I know a thing or two about the Nara clan's problems, but that doesn't justify you betraying the village." "Then what to do?" Shikamaru sneered. "Wait for Funin and Uchiha to keep suppressing us and dissolve us?" At this point, the Hidden Leaf Village 12 split up. Suddenly, I-8 arrived leading a large number of shinobi, who quickly surrounded the members of the Inoshikacho clans. What utter foolishness! At that moment Kakashi arrived. "Foolishness?" Shikamaru replied coldly. "Kakashi-sensei, do you really think it's just us?" At that moment, More and more shinobi began to appear, joining Shikamaru's group. In front of them was a familiar face that made Kakashi sigh in resignation. Asuma? So you finally made this decision? Kakashi and Guy sighed but couldn't say anything. Something doesn't add up, Kakashi muttered, his expression immediately changing. The Sarutobi clan was under strict surveillance. How did they manage to gather so many people without the Hyuga clan reporting it? Because we will not allow Funin Uchiha to continue his tyranny, a deep voice said as a group of Hyuga entered the scene. At the front was Hayashi. Sweat began to form on Kakashi's forehead. Had the Hyuga clan also betrayed? Or more specifically, the main branch of the clan? In either case, the result was the same, as the secondary branch had no way to resist the main branch. The caged bird seal was only forbidden by the Hokage, not removed. If the main branch decided to betray, they would definitely use the curse seal to control the secondary branch. In the blink of an eye, the number of rebel shinobi grew to over 1,000. Many small shinobi clans also joined. You guys are completely crazy, Kakashi exclaimed helplessly as he looked at the crowd gathering in front of him. Kakashi, don't blame us. Blame Funin Uchiha. A ninja said with a disdainful snort. Even the first Hokage respected us and didn't meddle in the clan's internal affairs. But this Uchiha. What does he think we are? We can't acknowledge a Hokage like that. Kakashi sighed and calmly replied, don't say that to me. If you have the courage, say it in front of Funin. Only then will I truly respect you. The man immediately shut up. Kakashi. Asuma held a cigarette in his mouth and said, leave Naruto to us. So many of us gathered here just for the Jinchuriki. Hee. Asuma, you're dreaming. Kakashi replied coldly. How could I betray my own student? Asuma's eyes flashed with a disturbing malice. Hidden Leaf Village had always been his family's village. His father had long since made it clear to him how things would go. His father was Hokage, his brother led the Anbu, and he would be the next Hokage. Even if he didn't become Hokage, he would become an influential elder. With the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Shinosuke, they could control Hidden Leaf Village while waiting for Konohamaru's growth. Under their control, the fifth Hokage would be a puppet. Although Asuma didn't really care much about that plan, everything changed when Funin Uchiha began to suppress the Sarutobi clan in every way. Now he has become a traitor. Damn it all. Endless murderous intent surged in Asuma's eyes. Kakashi. Guy stared at him. As one of the most experienced Jonin, he clearly saw Asuma's killing intent. Alas. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. There is a cause and an effect. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had not forced Uchiha too much, how could he be forced too much by Funin? In fact, let alone others, Kakashi is the same. The death of Tsukumo Hatake is like a thorn in Kakashi's heart. If it weren't for his father's death, Kakashi wouldn't have supported Funin so determinedly. If Funin hadn't taken action against Hiruzen, Kakashi probably would have. Aware of all this, Kakashi stopped trying to persuade Asuma. Instead, he pushed his forehead protector up, revealing his Sharingan. Seeing this, Asuma let out a cold laugh as he charged forward with his Chakra blade. The battle began. Hidden Leaf Village fell into chaos. What's going on? Temari was completely stunned. Kankuro was also in shock. The war just started like this? What should we do? Kankuro asked, looking at his sister with uncertainty. Look over there before you say anything. Temari replied, pointing with a shaking hand toward the raised platform. There, Raza had suddenly appeared behind Funin, holding a kunai against his neck. Both Temari and Kankuro were completely baffled. Sister, what do we do? Kankuro asked anxiously. Should we attack the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi? Temari hesitated. Before arriving in Hidden Leaf Village, they had not received clear instructions. That had already seemed strange to him. However, at the time she hadn't questioned it much and had assumed that if any danger arose, they should support the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. And now what? Let's wait a little longer, Temari said, gritting her teeth. Then she pointed in another direction. Look over there, they're not doing anything either. She was referring to the shinobi from other villages. They all stood, silently watching as chaos began to take over Hidden Leaf Village. Their eyes reflected mockery and a certain satisfaction at the misfortune of others, but none of them made a move. At that time, it was impossible to tell who was friend and who was foe. Chapter 261, The Summit of Betrayal. Raza takes Funin hostage with a kunai. Meanwhile, Asuma, accompanied by the Inoshikacho clans, members of the Hyuga clan, and other small shinobi clans, had led a mutiny. Their goal, to capture Naruto and plunge Hidden Leaf Village into even greater chaos. On the other hand, Kakashi and Guy led a contingent of numerous Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, desperately protecting Naruto. At the stadium, Shinobi from other villages, participants in the Chunin exam, watched the situation coldly, staying away. Meanwhile, most of the spectators had succumbed to a Ganjutsu and were lying unconscious. The nobles, under the protection of the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, continued to shout orders, demanding more security and adding to the confusion. The Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi were all confused. The situation was out of control. In other corners of the village, disturbances were also beginning to emerge. Hidden Leaf Village's top brass seemed blind to the chaos and stood by unmoved. The police force and Anbu had disappeared without a trace. Hee, what do you think? Funan-kun, you didn't expect it? Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded. We knew for a long time that the Kusagakure was one of your people. Precisely because he is one of your people, you let your guard down. That was your biggest mistake. Orochimaru's kunai was pressed firmly against Funan's neck, not relaxing for even a moment. Funan looked indifferent and said, then, Orochimaru, why don't you just do it already? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru let out a laugh and, taking Funan with him, launched himself upwards. Bang, the top of the platform was broken. In the midst of the ascent, Orochimaru began to laugh maniacally. Funan-kun, take a good look, see how your Hidden Leaf Village was destroyed by me. Ugh. Funan frowned slightly, and Susanoo burst out instantly. A huge hand appeared out of nowhere and, with a powerful impact, crushed Orochimaru into the ground. You talk a lot of nonsense. Orochimaru. Funan sneered. Hee, haha. Orochimaru slowly stood up, writhing like a snake, his eyes fixed on Funan. Funan-kun, you are really impressive. Even in a situation like that, you were able to fight back. Just now, he had not only used a kunai against Funan's neck but had also applied several restraining techniques. That's because you don't understand the true power of the Uchiha clan, Funan retorted with contempt. Orochimaru smiled, not caring about Funan's sarcasm, looking around, and said, actually, this place is perfect. The youngest Hokage in Hidden Leaf Village's history, the man who brought changes to the Shinobi world, the fifth Hokage, Funan Uchiha, will die here, along with his village. Just you? Funan shook his head in disdain and said, or do you trust them? He pointed at Azuma and the others. To be honest, even if you triple your strength, it won't be enough. That's true, Orochimaru admitted, smirking. But what if we add them to the mix? He pointed at the other Kage including Mifune, who stood motionless below. Funan looked at them with a cold gaze and asked, are you planning to ally with Orochimaru to attack Hidden Leaf Village? The Raikage, with a stern look, replied, Hokage Dono, if you accept. I won't agree to anything. The Raikage. Then there's no way. The Sushi Kage slowly floated up and said, Hokage, today is the day of Hidden Leaf Village's destruction. Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Iron finally revealed their true intentions. They stared at Funan with amazing murderous intent. The Raikage raised his hand, releasing a flare that exploded in the sky. Do you really think you guys alone will be enough to defeat me? Funan let out a mocking laugh. Actually, I think that killing all of you here is a rather interesting option. We know that we alone are no match for the Hokage Dono, that's for sure. Mai smiled coquettishly and added, that's why we made sure to look for suitable opponents for you. Hokage Dono, you're not going to cry later, are you? Funan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Mai. Mai's smile remained, but inside she tensed, afraid that Funan would react angrily and attack her. She kept a safe distance. Since we last saw each other, you've aged a few years. Are you closer to 30 now? And what happens after 30? 40 isn't too far away, is it? Mai. Funan continued, I heard that you've been worried lately about not being able to get married. They say you're too aggressive and no man dares to approach you. Mai. Fuck you. At 28, Mai was at an age where the subject of age was particularly sensitive for her. The mere mention of her approaching 30 was a direct blow to her pride. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. In a display of extraordinary power, Mai summoned a gigantic water dragon, which roared toward Funan with imposing force. The surging momentum made the Raikage sweat. This woman is a bit scary. Fire style. Funan clasped his hands together. Fire Dragon Bullet. A larger and more ferocious blood-red fire dragon emerged, facing the water dragon. The water evaporated upon contact with the flames, creating a dense mist. From within the mist, the fire dragon opened its eyes and fired a shower of fireballs towards Mai. Mai barely managed to dodge them, retreating dozens of meters while cursing in her mind. At that moment, Funan noticed something and turned towards the horizon. From the top of the platform, she could clearly see that several places in Hidden Leaf Village were engulfed in flames. Among the flames, Shinobi from Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, and even samurai could be seen mercilessly attacking the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village. Are you really determined to go all the way? With a cold smile, Funan looked at the group of Kage and asked, aren't you afraid that Orochimaru will drag you into the abyss with him? Onoki calmly replied, what we cannot allow is for you to continue. The development speed of Hidden Leaf Village is really too fast. Zahaha. Funan couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. You know what? I understand you all perfectly. I'm so amazing, so powerful, that of course, it's only natural that you fear me. I'm just too handsome a man. The eyebrows of several people jumped. But Funan stared at them, his expression changing into a defiant smile. Do you think that with a few traitorous shinobi inside Hidden Leaf Village you can fool me? Do you really think I'm that naive? As Funan spoke, a samurai raised his chakra-charged sword, ready to cut down a defenseless villager, but a hand stopped his attack. How dare you? Do you think Hidden Leaf Village is a place where you can kill people at will? The samurai looked at the one who had stopped him, and his face froze in horror. Tsunade? Looking behind Tsunade, she saw countless Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. How could there be so many? The samurai was filled with despair. With a fierce shout, Tsunade launched a devastating punch. The samurai tried to defend himself, but his sword was instantly shattered. And he was not luckier. With Tsunade's monstrous strength, there was no doubt, he was dead before he hit the ground. Kill them! Tsunade shouted. Yes. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi responded in unison, launching themselves into combat with ferocity. Elsewhere in Hidden Leaf Village, Itachi took out a Hidden Clouds Village shinobi with ease. His eyes transformed into the Mengekyo Sharingan. Go ahead, kill them all. Understood. The shinobi under his command rushed forward one after another. The Hidden Stones Village shinobi were advancing with abandon through Hidden Leaf Village, but a hail of kunai forced them to stop. Looking up, they noticed several figures on the rooftops. The Hidden Stones Village shinobi opened their eyes wide as they recognized the people before them. Led by Yashiro, a group of crimson-eyed shinobi and a large number of other shinobi smiled maliciously as they fixed their gazes on a stunned Hidden Stones Village ninja. The Hidden Leaf Village police force launched into the attack with fiery enthusiasm. The battlefield was soon stained with the blood of the enemy. What I hate most are traitors. Fugaku walked alone and unhurriedly towards a group of Hidden Sand Village ninja. Haha, there is no eternal friendship between nations. Chio smiled and said, Fugaku Uchiha, can you stop so many of us by yourself? Just me? Fugaku said calmly. It seems that you have lost respect for the power of the Uchiha, but don't worry, after today, you will only need to think of us to tremble in fear. With those words, Fugaku took a special pill into his mouth and bit into it. Crack, in an instant, a towering giant skeleton emerged around him. The Susanoo launched itself towards Chio and her group with devastating force. Prepare to die. Arrogant. Chio shouted coldly, and 10 white puppets appeared in front of her. Is this your big plan? Funan laughed wildly. Did you really think I didn't notice everything you've done? Wrong. I discovered a long time ago that a large number of unknown shinobi infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village. I must admit that they were patient, it took them 2 years to introduce them little by little. But the ones who fell into the trap were you. The Kage's expressions changed visibly. Orochimaru stared at them and said, and what about your forces at the borders? Did they not act? How is it possible that there are still so many shinobi available in Hidden Leaf Village? Yes, they did. Funan's response was accompanied by a mocking laugh. Did they think that by deploying large contingents on the borders they could divide Hidden Leaf Village's forces? You organized the 5 Kage summit at the same time as the Chunin exam. With the Kage present, it was logical to deploy troops at the border to ensure your safety. But your strategy was too obvious. Funan looked at the Kage's faces, which all showed discomfort at his words. Funan's expression was a mixture of satisfaction and amusement. First you sent out a lot of important missions to force the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi to abandon the village. You succeeded. You even got Shizue to leave. Then, you used the Chunin exams as a pretext to organize this summit. In parallel, you mobilized forces on the border, pressuring us to send reinforcements to confront you. And while all this was happening, you were bringing your shinobi, one by one, into Hidden Leaf Village, silently waiting for the outbreak. Finally, you communicated with the nobles to have them come to Hidden Leaf Village. You knew that if a conflict broke out, the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi would have to protect them, thus diminishing our active forces. Funan smiled coldly. A clever plan, I must admit. Funan's Sharingan activated. I'll be frank with you, even the intervention of the Sarutobi clan was something expected. The betrayal of the Hyuga clans and the Inoshikacho clans was also foreseen. Even the role of the Kazi Kage, Raza Funa turned her gaze directly to Orochimaru and said in an icy voice, Orochimaru, from the moment I saw you, I knew that it was not Raza, but you. Everything I did after that was a show. I knew the Raikage, and the others were in cahoots with you. Zahahaha. Funan raised his head and laughed. How about it? Are you surprised? Were you caught off guard? Chapter 262, That's Not My Madara. Orochimaru and Akage watched Funan in silence. I see. You still choose to turn Hidden Leaf Village into a battlefield? Orochimaru said in a mocking tone. Hokage-sama, you really are a ruthless man. Funan laughed wildly and said, Zahahaha. As long as I can get rid of you all at once, what are these sacrifices? I, Funan Uchiha, am ruthless. We don't believe a word you say. They all fought in unison, with expressions of disgust. There was no need to think too much, it was clear that Funan had already planned everything. The villagers had probably already been evacuated and those left behind were those who opposed him. After all, Funan had anticipated their every move and now planned to fight without restraint. Funan, is there something you haven't anticipated? Orochimaru asked coldly. Of course. Funan stared at him. Tell me, did you guys capture Raza or kill him? We killed him. Orochimaru replied matter-of-factly. We didn't understand why Raza was so loyal to you. To be on the safe side, we decided to eliminate him. He's still a Kage, after all. Killing him was the safest course. Really? Funan sighed. Raza's death was a great loss. He had been instrumental in stabilizing Hidden Sand Village, and his magnet style could have brought in enormous wealth. Now, he is dead. Pikazu is probably going to be angry to death. Funan gave Orochimaru a strange look. If he survived the battle in Hidden Leaf Village, he would have to watch out for Pikazu. For money, that man would not hesitate to pursue Orochimaru to the ends of the earth. With his abilities, Pikazu could cause a lot of trouble even for someone of Orochimaru's level. Funan-kun, do you mind answering a question for me? Of course, please go ahead. Orochimaru stared at Funan and said, how is it that the Hidden Leaf Village forces, which were supposedly displaced, are still in the village? Orochimaru, when did you become so naive? Funan laughed loudly. How could you possibly know the true extent of Hidden Leaf Village's military power? Throughout the entire village. He pointed at himself. Only I know. Understood. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Then, let's begin. Funan-kun, are you ready to receive my gift? Of course. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Here goes the first one. Boom, with a rumble, the ground shook. A giant three-headed snake emerged from underground and roared as it charged towards the Hokage rock. Behind it, a one-eyed snake covered in scars followed. Its colossal size and terrifying appearance were enough to instill fear. As they advanced, everything in their path was reduced to rubble. No shinobi could stop them. Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Jutsu. Jiraiya's thunderous voice echoed out as a gigantic toad appeared, crushing the three-headed snake and leaving it severely injured. Ha ha ha, little snakes, come on. Toad Sage Jiraiya will send you on your way. Jiraiya shouted, laughing loudly from the toad's head. His gaze shifted to the main platform, where his expression turned serious and he thought, Orochimaru, you finally decided to act. Old man, what about you? Where are you? What role do you play in this chaos? At this moment, Jiraiya didn't know that Asuma had already taken action. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya coldly and smiled strangely. That idiot, TSK, I actually forgot about him. Poor Jiraiya, is his existence so irrelevant? Funan shook his head and sighed. He loves you so much, he adores you madly. How could you forget him? Humphrey. Funan-kun, prepare for my second gift. Without answering, Orochimaru sent out a signal. Instantly, a forest of bones emerged, spreading rapidly and covering everything. Then, it was engulfed by burning flames that melted it little by little. Kinamaru had sprung into action, but he soon faced a new opponent, Bakura. Bakura? Orochimaru said, his expression even more grim. Kinamaru was one of his strongest cards. He had used a special drug to enhance Kinamaru's abilities, truly bringing him to the level of a Kage. Of course, the price was high. After this battle, Kinamaru would die without a doubt. Do you have anything else? Funan asked, laughing arrogantly. Maybe the Hidden Sound Village ninja. Zahaha. Those shinobi aren't much use. I still have over 5,000 shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village ready to go into battle. 5,000? Surprise was reflected on the faces of the Kage present. Orochimaru, stop wasting time and act at once. The Raikage shouted coldly. Swish. 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 Suddenly, figures began to appear one after another in front of them. They were the Kage's bodyguards. On the other hand, Hueco appeared next to Funan, slightly adjusting her glasses. A member of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru shot a piercing glance at Hueco, before laughing coldly. Funan-kun, I suppose this person is no ordinary person, right? Of course. Funan replied proudly. My Hueco has a strength that is easily among the top 5 in Hidden Leaf Village. Funan looked towards the Kage bodyguards and said, just now, your men already had the chance to see for themselves. Hueco had been facing several of them, and although she had not used her full strength, she managed to keep them busy, thus demonstrating her power. Hokage-sama. Hueco said calmly. There are too many of them. Call for reinforcements. Hearing this, Orochimaru laughed while clapping his hands. Swish, 4 people appeared on the periphery. 4 violet flames formation. Just like in the original timeline, a large barrier enveloped Funan and the others. Funan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Those 4. Orochimaru, I must admit, your men are impressive. Don't worry, Funan-kun. Orochimaru said, these people will not intervene in the battle. Their purpose is just to stop those who want to hinder us. It doesn't matter. Funan waved his hand at the others and said, come on, you guys. Funan-kun, you think too much. Orochimaru made seals with his hands and laughed wantonly, your opponents are not us. Bang. Bang, 2 coffins appeared in front of them. Funan looked towards the Kage present, whose expressions remained unchanged, and said, Raikage, Tsuchikage, are you not worried about this technique? Be careful, lest Orochimaru dig up the graves of your ancestors as well. We're more worried about you, the Raikage replied coldly. If we can get rid of you, we can rest easy. As for the reincarnation technique, Orochimaru has already promised to seal it away once we're done with you. Funan looked at the Raikage with interest. Crack. Crack, the coffins were slowly opened. 2 figures emerged from them. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Dobirama. This time, the reincarnation seemed different from before. Both of them had regained not only their strength, but also their consciousness. Impure world reincarnation? Dobirama was the first to speak, his tone icy. This is my ninjutsu. How dare you use it on me? His eyes locked coldly on Orochimaru. Noticing the presence of the Raikage and the others, he frowned. Is that you, Anoki? What's going on here? Hashirama also looked around curiously. Are we in Hidden Leaf Village? Yes, this is Hidden Leaf Village. Funan stared at Hashirama with deep affection. Hashirama, this is our Hidden Leaf Village. Ours. Hashirama looked at him in surprise. You're from the Uchiha clan, right? We've met? Hashirama, it's me. Funan said with tears in his eyes. I am your Madara. Everyone. Are you Madara? Hashirama touched his chin suspiciously, leaned forward, stared at Funan, and murmured, why do I feel something is wrong? Nonsense. Dobirama shouted angrily, the veins on his forehead throbbing. How can this child be Madara Uchiha, brother, you? Dobirama, don't get involved in the affairs between me and your brother, Funan sighed. I know you always opposed our relationship. But, even after death, you still can't get over it? Dobirama. Hashirama. You don't need to say anything else, Hashirama interrupted, looking at Funan seriously. You are definitely not Madara. Why? Because I would never mistake Madara, Hashirama stated confidently. Funan. Orochimaru coughed to interrupt. Funan-kun, first and second Hokage, may we continue? Dobirama frowned. What's going on here? We're in Hidden Leaf Village? And they're fighting? Funan tilted his head and said with interest, Dobirama, are you excited? Senju and Uchiha are going to fight again? The battle between the old enemies has started again. Uchiha versus Senju? Dobirama looked at Funan and then at Orochimaru. Who are you? And how is it possible that an Uchiha became Hokage? Hashirama laughed loudly. An Uchiha Hokage. I always said that the Uchiha were worthy of being Hokage. He turned to Dobirama. Look, bro, I was right. You always had prejudices against them. Shut up. Dobirama cut him off, giving him an icy look. But, Dobirama. Shut up, bro. Dobirama repeated firmly. Hashirama complied and fell silent, his posture slumped as if he were a scolded child. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but have the corners of his lips twitch at the scene. On the other hand, Onoki was not surprised. This scene was also seen in the past. Zahahaha, Dobirama, you are still the same. Funan laughed loudly. Shut up, brat. Dobirama growled, glaring at Funan in annoyance. Although he was surprised that an Uchiha had become Hokage, he couldn't accept the behavior of this evil Uchiha brat. I'll make it short. Funan said with a smile. I am Funan Uchiha, the greatest Hokage in the history of Hidden Leaf Village. The person controlling you is a traitor to Hidden Leaf Village who has allied himself with the Kage of other villages to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. The greatest Hokage in history? Obirama sneered. With his older brother around, who deserves the word of the greatest Hokage in history? Furthermore, Obirama is very confident in himself. He had brought great changes to the shinobi world. But what surprised him was the expressions on everyone else's faces. Even Orochimaru and the other Kage seemed to agree. This time, Obirama was really interested. This Uchiha Hokage seemed to have something. Chapter 263, When Respect Feels a Lot Like Revenge Before the Action Begins. Could someone please explain to me what's going on? Hashirama suddenly asked, his tone nonchalantly. I get the feeling that you're not in that much of a hurry either, are you? Why don't we chat for a bit? Maybe, just maybe, talking would avoid the fight. That last bit, Hashirama didn't say out loud. If he did, he was sure Obirama would scold him. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment and then replied, Hashirama-sama, you are the god of shinobi. As a ninja, and out of respect for you, I will give you a minute. Aren't they in a hurry? Of course they were. They were in Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. With the few people they brought, if they were slower, they would definitely be chopped to pieces by the people of Hidden Leaf Village. However, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation jutsu was the key to this battle. As much as the Raikage and the others were unhappy, they would accept that minute. Everyone understood it clearly. Orochimaru might have respected the god of shinobi, but what he really wanted was for the forces they had brought to suffer more casualties. What a poisonous snake! The eyes of Raikage and the others flashed coldly. Pointing at Funan, Orochimaru spoke, the Hokage standing before you is the grandson of Setsuna Uchiha, leader of the Uchiha clan and the fifth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. He has been in office for 7 years. From a certain perspective, it's fair to say that he deserves the title of Hidden Leaf Village's greatest Hokage. Under his leadership, Hidden Leaf Village rose from the ashes and became the first fully fledged shinobi village. Obirama only felt that his brain was now a mess. 5th generation? Hashirama was a little surprised and said, the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village has been passed down to the 5th generation, so what about the 4th generation Hokage? Dead. Orochimaru shrugged and said, the shortest-lived Hokage in history died at the hands of the Nine Tails to protect the village. After becoming Hokage, he died just after the Hokage rock was carved. Hashirama and Obirama's eyebrows jumped. That monkey has been the Hokage for a long time. Obirama frowned immediately. More than long. Orochimaru laughed strangely. After the death of the 4th Hokage, my master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, became the Hokage again and began to rule again, until he was overthrown by the 5th Hokage in front of you all. Overthrow. Obirama's voice could not help but rise, and his eyes looking at Funan became unfriendly. Yes. Funan said with a smile, how is it? Obirama, your disciple, your designated successor, was chased by me, running like a monkey. That was so embarrassing. How is it? Do you want to kill me? Although Obirama looked annoyed, he just stared at the Hidden Leaf Village buildings around him. Although Obirama was unhappy, he had no intention of killing. What exactly is going on? Enough. Orochimaru interrupted, forming hand seals. While I would love to continue chatting with the two great Hokage, my time is limited. The last thing I can tell you is that when Funan Uchiha took office, the Sarutobi clan was the most powerful in Hidden Leaf Village, with over 3,000 shinobi. What? The number of shinobi exceeded 3,000? Obirama and Hashirama gradually lost control of their bodies, yet they couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this. Monkey. Obirama sighed deeply. The brief words exchanged had given him too much information. By the way, second Hokage. Orochimaru suddenly laughed playfully. Funan Uchiha, opposite you, he is a very powerful ninja, known as being able to be on par with the god of shinobi and the Shura of the shinobi world, and the person he admires most is you. The death he regrets most is yours. He is convinced that if you had survived, the shinobi world would have changed radically. In his eyes, you were the only one with the potential to lead the shinobi world into a new era. Huh? The expressions of Obirama and Hashirama became strange. Despite their confusion, both of them warned Funan, boy, you must be vigilant. We are going to lose control of ourselves. Don't hold back, attack us with all your might and destroy us completely. As Hokage, always remember your responsibilities. At that moment, Orochimaru completed control over Obirama and Hashirama. Let's start. Obirama and Hashirama's bodies began to move under Orochimaru's command. Their initially slow steps soon turned into a run towards Funan. Funan flexed his muscles and smiled to himself. It's not every day that you get the chance to crush the Senju brothers. Better make the most of it. In the blink of an eye, Hashirama arrived in front of Funan and threw a kick. Bang! Funan blocked the attack with one hand. Hashirama threw another punch. Funan caught it again and punched back. Bang! Hashirama barely managed to block, but to everyone's surprise, Hashirama's arm was pierced in one blow. Hashirama retreated repeatedly. At that moment, Tobirama appeared. Tobirama was clearly weaker than Hashirama in hand-to-hand combat. Funan and Hashirama exchanged a few blows, but Tobirama was barely able to resist. Bang! 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 Funan repeatedly hit Tobirama's head until he disappeared completely. Then, with a kick to his butt, he threw Tobirama like a torn rag, making him fall next to Hashirama. The Rukongai, seeing the scene, couldn't help but have his mouth twitch. Orochimaru, are you sure that Funan boy idolizes Tobirama? Orochimaru said calmly, worship and fighting are two different things. Perhaps, in Funan's opinion, not taking the fight seriously is disrespectful to the other party. Good guy. Orochimaru, you are really amazing. You can even justify something like that. However, to everyone present, Funan's fighting style did not look like respect. Rather, it looked like he was taking it out on the Senju brothers. With a cold gaze, Funan performed a series of hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled a compressed flame the color of blood, surrounding the former Hokage in an instant. Water style, water formation wall. Huge columns of water rose around the bodies of the two Hokage, blocking the crimson flames. Funan frowned slightly. He had thought that they wouldn't be able to resist his technique. After all, those were his flames enhanced by the god tree. Humphrey. Funan snorted coldly and said, you are worthy of the title of the strongest Mizukage. This sentence made Maitru-mami's face black. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Tobirama brought both hands together, unleashing a torrent of chakra. Funan instantly realized something was wrong. Why does this feel identical to what happened during the Naruto series? Bah, whatever, he thought, frowning. If everything is the same, then I'll change the ending. Earth style wall. A huge earth wall rose in front of Funan. The jet of water hit the wall hard, producing a dull rumble that reverberated through the air. From the top of the wall, Funan calmly watched the two former Hokage. The next moment several sharp bursts forced him to retreat. Boom. Boom, the earth wall was quickly shattered, and Funan landed on the roof. As he looked at the two former Hokage, he muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, Tobirama should be now. Tobirama suddenly appeared behind him. Bang. 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 After a brief fight between the two, Tobirama was hit again and kicked towards Hashirama's side by Funan. As Funan prepared to launch an attack, his attention was drawn downwards, where tall, sturdy trees began to emerge, growing rapidly. Funan looked at Hashirama. Wood-style secret jutsu, nativity of a world of trees. The trees moved quickly, wrapping themselves around Funan. Without resisting, he allowed himself to be captured. It's over. Hearing Funan say this, Orochimaru and the others had strange expressions. What they didn't know was that Funan was thinking of something else. My summoning beast is not a monkey. Things are starting to deviate from the original script. Despite that, he raised a hand and slammed it against the tree. Summoning technique. A giant slug appeared before him. The slug looked around and her eyes stopped on Hashirama. Funan, do you want me to help you fight? No need. Funan said with a smile, what do you think? Isn't it interesting to face the first two Hokage? Not much. The slug shook her head in disappointment. Although they have come back to life in some way, they are mediocre copies. They don't have the strength they had when they were alive. This fight is no fun. That's true. Funan thought for a while and said, maybe next time they'll be stronger. Then you'll be able to witness another epic battle between Senju and Uchiha. That sounds more exciting. The slug's voice was obviously very happy and said, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha was very exciting. Zahahaha. Funan laughed and said, Gotso, transform into Vajra. Ahem, well, you better release me. Oh. The slug looked at him curiously, wondering what he was about to say before stopping. Without further ado, he spat acid on the trees, dissolving them and freeing Funan. And give me that sword too. The slug said a little dissatisfiedly, I don't understand why you want to force the sword into my stomach. Gotsa opened her mouth and dropped a sword. It was Funan's Kusanagi sword. Taking the sword, Funan did a couple of spins and pointed it at Orochimaru. Come on, let's continue. Humphrey. Orochimaru let out a snort and, opening his mouth, let out a snake that slowly spat out another Kusanagi sword. He turned his head and looked at the Rukongai and others and said, "You should also help me." Chapter 264, When Plans Fall Apart. Let's proceed as planned. Rukongai's voice cut through the air as he directed a cold glare at Orochimaru. "Your impure world reincarnation technique isn't as powerful as I imagined. The two former Hokage being crushed by the current Hokage. Pathetic." Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh. "Isn't it that powerful? Why don't you go up and try it yourself?" he replied sarcastically. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" The Rukongai replied in a defiant tone. Although his words were dripping with provocation, he did not move a muscle. He knew well that even though the two Hokage were not using their full strength, they were still formidable opponents. That they were being outmatched could only mean one thing: Funin Uchiha was too strong. "That's enough, let's not waste any more time arguing. Let's stick to the plan." Onoki firmly interrupted the conversation. Onoki, the Rukongai, Mai, and Mifune took different positions. As they concentrated their chakra, a powerful barrier began to form, enveloping the Violet Flames formation. As soon as the new barrier appeared, Funin noticed it. And the next moment his body began to feel heavy, and managing his chakra became more difficult. "Wow, this is interesting." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "There's something special about this barrier." He cast an appreciative glance at Orochimaru. "Not bad, really not bad. Looks like you came prepared." He smiled as he cracked his knuckles with an ominous sound. "Now, it's my turn to attack." Orochimaru clenched the Kusanagi sword in his hand. "I'm coming for you." Funin leapt towards Orochimaru, as the Senju brothers attempted to flank him. "Get out of my way!" Funin shouted, delivering a powerful kick to Tobirama's face, sending him rolling across the ground. Orochimaru's face twitched. He began to doubt whether the information he got was correct. Is this supposed to be admiration? Meanwhile, Hashirama managed to dodge Funin's sword with one agile movement and responded by blocking a direct blow to the abdomen. Using Funin's momentum, he quickly retreated to neutralize the brutal physical force of Funin's attack. Funin attacked with his sword in a swift movement. The clash of the two Kusanagi swords rang out with a sharp clink. Orochimaru hastily stepped back, watching Funin with morbid fascination. "As I suspected. That body of yours," Orochimaru murmured, trembling in fascination. A single exchange of blows was enough to make Orochimaru's arms start to tremble. Funin's body, transformed by the God Tree, looked more like the physique of the One Piece world next door. "Is my body great?" Funin smiled evilly. "Look, how strong it is, just looking at it, does it make you extremely satisfied?" Without giving him time to respond, Funin charged again. Her sword slashed at Orochimaru ferociously. Orochimaru dodged with difficulty, his mind wrapped in frustration. In every aspect, he was beneath Funin. Meanwhile Hashirama and Tobirama returned to the charge. A network of trees spread out like snakes, trying to immobilize Funin. Funin waved his sword and cut them all off in an instant. The next moment, Funin appeared in front of Tobirama. Bang! With a kick, Tobirama's head exploded again. Turning to Orochimaru, Funin showed a crooked smile. "Orochi-chan. Here I come," he said as he raised his sword. "Get ready to feel my youth." With a shout, he launched himself towards Orochimaru. Swish, a spear made of tree roots came towards Funin. He deftly dodged it. Suddenly, Hashirama appeared behind him, holding his shoulders tightly to immobilize him. The opportunity has come. Orochimaru became excited, threw his sword and his body turned into a snake, launching himself furiously towards Funin. "Funin-kun, you fell into my trap in the end, didn't you?" he said with a twisted smile. Funin looked at Orochimaru with amusement. Bang! Funin struggled hard and directly broke the two arms of Hashirama. Funin applied force and broke both of Hashirama's hands that held him back and, with a quick movement, appeared in front of a surprised Orochimaru. Bang! 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 A left punch, a right punch, and a flurry of punches followed by a final uppercut. Bang! After being brutally beaten, Orochimaru was thrown to the ground like a rag. "That's it?" Funin's expression was full of disdain. Orochimaru's body twitched in response. From afar, Onoki was equally shocked. This is completely different from the plan. In his original plan, the Senju brothers, once resurrected, would be enough to cause Funin great trouble. With their infinite chakra, they could wear him down in a prolonged battle. Onoki and the others' task was simply to block Funin's escape routes and prevent him from receiving support. It was a difficult plan, but feasible. However, everything now seemed like a complete disaster. In fact, Orochimaru has been forced to suppress the strength of the two Hokage to a level similar to his own, to prevent them from getting out of control. On the other hand, the Rukongai snorted. "Waste. Rukongai." Onoki scolded, frowning. This isn't because of Orochimaru's incompetence, but because Funen Uchiha is too strong. The Raikage's eyes narrowed dangerously. What do we do now? Do we engage in battle? Onoki pondered for a moment before replying, let's watch and wait for the right moment. What are you waiting for? What is the right time? Funen suddenly turned his head to look at Onoki, a sarcastic smile on his lips. Do you think you two still have a chance? He looked into the distance. How much do you underestimate me and Hidden Leaf Village? Columns of smoke rose into the sky, spreading to every corner of Hidden Leaf Village. Witnessing the scene, the Kage's hearts were filled with deep unease. Chio, with one hand covering her injured arm, looked terrified at Fugaku Uchiha in front of her. Too strong. Fugaku, inside the Susanoo, coldly watched with his arms crossed at the Hidden Sand Village ninja in front of him. He had single-handedly stopped the entire Hidden Sand Village ninja unit, eliminating a third of them and severely wounding Chio. Before the battle, Funen had given him 2 small fruits. They were 2 special fruits, and their effects were capable of counteracting the negative effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Fugaku was not at all worried about going blind. That's enough. Fugaku performed hand seals, his expression cold and haughty. It's time to finish you off. I've wasted too much time, and the Hokage might reprimand me. Wait. Chio screamed desperately. Fugaku-san, we are allies. Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village have an alliance relationship. Alliance? Fugaku laughed sarcastically. Do you want to make me laugh to death? Look at what you are doing now. Chio said with an ugly face, this is a conspiracy of Orochimaru. Fugaku stared at her for a long moment before letting out a cold laugh. I see. You knew all along. You knew that Orochimaru killed the Kazekage and impersonated him to give the order to attack Hidden Leaf Village, didn't you? Without waiting for her answer, he continued speaking. You knew the truth, but you still allowed it. Why? Because you thought it was a good opportunity to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. As for the Kazekage, a Kazekage controlled by Hidden Leaf Village has long lost the qualifications of the Kazekage. It isn't true? Chio's lips trembled, but she did not reply. There's nothing else to say. Fugaku's chakra began to increase, as the pressure from the Susanoo grew even more. This is where it ends. Seeing the colossal Susanoo bearing down on her, Chio's pupils shrank to the extreme. With great effort and strategy, the other shinobi villages have spent 3 years infiltrating a large number of shinobi into Hidden Leaf Village. However, under Hidden Leaf Village's counteroffensive, one by one, the invaders were eliminated. First the Hidden Sand Village ninja fell. Then the samurai. Not even the Hidden Clouds Village ninja were spared. Thanks to the combined efforts of Fugaku, the Hidden Leaf Village police forces, and the Anbu squads, each achieved impressive feats. Even now, Bakura had completely restrained Kimimaro. On the roof, Funen watched the plumes of smoke rising on the horizon. A cold smile crossed his face. Brat Onoki, do you see those smoke signals? Each column indicates that the battlefield is under control. If there is smoke, it means they don't need reinforcements. Everything is settled. Funen raised a hand and pointed. Count the columns. How many can you see? The Raikage gritted his teeth in fury and exclaimed, that's impossible. We've amassed a massive army at the border. Hidden Leaf Village has also deployed over 10,000 shinobi. If we discount those on missions and protecting the nobles, Hidden Leaf Village shouldn't have that many fighters available. Funen shrugged mockingly. That's not something you need to worry about. With one jerk, he lifted Orochimaru, who was lying badly wounded on the ground. This time, not only will they fail again, but this time they will all die here. Die all here? You dare to do that, Funen Uchiha. Onoki said slowly, we are the Kage of our villages, but we are not the only ones who can be. You know very well what the consequences will be if you kill us, don't you? Funen laughed out loud. Zahaha. Of course I understand you, brat Onoki. But every time you guys extend your claws, I'll cut them off. After enough failed attempts, you'll think twice before trying again. Then there is no other option. Onoki suddenly formed seals with his hands and attacked. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world jutsu. A beam of white energy shot through the air towards Funen. In the blink of an eye, Funen disappeared from the scene, leaving Orochimaru alone. The next moment the lightning struck Orochimaru directly. Onoki. Orochimaru's roar sounded. Half of his body was gone. Is he still alive? The same thought crossed Funen and Onoki's minds in unison. Swish, at the same time, a burly figure appeared in front of Funen. Lightning style, lariat. The Raikage roared as he charged straight towards him. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Mai launched her attack that ignored everything, even collateral damage to the Raikage, in order to reach Funen. In response, a giant skeleton began to surround Funen's body. Boom, the Rukongai impacted against the Susanoo. Crack, crack, the bones began to crack under the collision with the Rukongai. Funen took advantage of the attack's momentum to rise into the air, dodging the lava style. Before he could recover, a figure appeared in front of him. The next moment, a huge chakra blade pierced through the air, heading towards Funen. Chapter 265, Mifune learns to stay down. Clang, with a crisp sound, Funen stopped Mifune's slash using his Kusanagi sword. He turned his head slightly, looked at Mifune coldly and said, "In a battle between shinobi, where did a guy like you, with a bandaged head, come from? Get out." Bang, suddenly, the giant hand of Susanoo struck Mifune hard. Boom, Mifune was smashed directly into the ground. Funen stretched his body as he looked at the other Kage in front of him. With a cold smile, he commented, "Finally you couldn't hold back, huh? Nice attempt at coordination, but you're still missing something. Do you have any more tricks? Come on, make me enjoy this more." The first to attack were Hashirama and Tobirama. Bang, a cloud of dust covered the area. When the smoke cleared, Funen came into view. The ocular power was so overwhelming that it could even be felt from a distance. Surrounded by a gigantic crimson-red Susanoo, he radiated an aura that made the souls of those who faced him tremble. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and, in a nicey voice, said, "Do you guys want to dance?" Everyone's heart sank. They had come into this battle confidently, but now, facing Funen, they felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. A total of 7 Kage-level shinobi, an unprecedented lineup. And yet, to their horror, Onoki and the others sensed that it was they who were surrounded by Funen. Splash, Orochimaru, whose body had been split in half by the particle style, opened his mouth to vomit out another body of himself, intact. With a furious look at Onoki, he then looked at the Senju brothers and shouted, "Attack! Kill Funen Uchiha!" The 2 former Hokage charged towards Funen again. Funen looked at them coldly and said, "It's not the feeling I imagined at all." He remembered how, in the Naruto series, both revived former Hokage had been astonishingly powerful. But now, swoosh, 2 crimson swords appeared in the Susanoo's hands and pierced through the Senju brothers. "What is this?" The person who spoke was actually Senju Tobirama. "You?" Orochimaru was shocked. Has the impure world reincarnation been cracked? Others were also confused. They didn't understand why a puppet could speak normally. Senju Hashirama also spoke, "It's the sword of Totsuka. So it's that legendary sealing sword." Tobirama gave a slight smile of relief, looking at Funen with a mix of concern and a bit of appreciation. He had ruled Hidden Leaf Village with efficiency, and on top of that, he possessed those impressive eyes. The Uchiha clan had truly produced some exceptional talent. However, with that talent also came inherent danger. "Uchiha boy, tell me, what does the village mean to you?" Tobirama questioned him. Funen glanced at him and replied, "What do you care? You're a dead man. I'll blow this place to pieces tomorrow, so what? Does it affect you? If you don't agree, come out of your grave and bite me." Tobirama. "This is really an unpleasant Uchiha kid." "Ha ha ha." Hashirama laughed. "Tobirama, you and I are both dead. Don't mind the affairs of the living." Alas. Tobirama also understood that they were no longer able to take care of it, but he was still worried. He looked around. Because they were on the roof of the tallest building in the village, they had a wide view and could see much of the village. Although Hidden Leaf Village was surrounded by the fire of war, it could not hide its prosperity. "5th Hokage, the village. I leave it to you." Hashirama looked solemnly at Funen. "What nonsense." Funen rolled his eyes and said, "What is mine, I protect. What is not mine, even if you give it to me, I don't even bother to look at it. Why would I trust you? Understand one thing, the village is mine now. What are you worried about? Is it even your business?" Hashirama. "By the way," Funen said suddenly, "Saratobe Hiruzen is still alive. I didn't kill him." Tobirama and Hashirama's eyes twitched slightly. "You are the Hokage, and Saratobe Hiruzen was also the Hokage, your predecessor. How come you so casually speak of killing him? What kind of enmity do you two have?" "Well, that young man named Orochimaru had mentioned that Hiruzen was deposed by this young Uchiha. Not having enmity would be strange. The truth was that they were unaware of Hidden Leaf Village's current situation and had no right to give an opinion. Although they are wary of Uchiha, after hearing that the Saratobi clan has more than 3,000 shinobi, their hearts are also cold. This is also the reason why they have never blamed Funen Uchiha. However, they did not want a civil war to break out in Hidden Leaf Village either. Funen said, "Let me make something clear. I'm pretty sure Saratobe Hiruzen was here before. He probably wanted to ally himself with these invaders to kill me. But seeing you two, he didn't dare to show himself. How is that possible? Obirama didn't believe it. He. Funan smiled and said, do you remember Tsunade? Nonsense. They both rolled their eyes in unison. Well, Tsunade deeply hates Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why? Obirama frowned and said, I remember I asked Monkey to take her as a disciple. Didn't he? He did. Funan pointed to Orochimaru behind him and said, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and a ninja named Jiraiya were all disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village. Each of them had enough talent to be Hokage. Then why? Because Nawaki died. Nawaki? Obirama was stunned. This was an answer he could never dream of. This answer drained all his strength. On the other hand, Hashirama was confused and said, who was Nawaki? When he died, Nawaki had not yet been born. Obirama looked at him with a complicated look and said, he's your grandson, Tsunade's younger brother. Hashirama was also shocked. Okay, goodbye, both of you. Funan made seals with both hands and said, once I seal you two, I will go find Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he is around here, I will send him to meet you. If he is not, I will let him live for a while longer. The two former Hokage didn't speak. Nawaki's death was a huge problem. As Hashirama's direct grandson, he should have received the greatest possible protection. Under no circumstances should he have died. If he dies, what role does Sarutobi Hiruzen play in it? Or was Nawaki's death simply an accident? Seal. Totsuka's sword trapped Hashirama and Tobirama, sealing them in a gourd. Ready. Thanks for waiting. Funan turned her head towards Raikage and the others. It's your turn. Alas. Orochimaru sighed faintly and formed seals with his hands again. Formation of 10,000 snakes. He opened his mouth wide, and countless poisonous snakes poured out of his mouth and pounced on Funan. Funan barely gave them a glance. With a gentle movement of his Susanu's hand, everything was resolved. Bang, the dense and countless poisonous snakes were destroyed in an instant. That's it? Funan sneered. Of course not. The deep voice of the Raikage sounded behind Funan. His whole body was flashing with lightning, and he had entered the lightning chakra mode. He struck the Susanu's armor with his blade-like hand. Bang, the Susanu's massive fist sent the Raikage flying. It's my turn. Onoki's voice echoed, intervening right after the Raikage's attack. In his hands he had already formed his particle style. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Funan spat out a burst of fire, forcibly interrupting Onoki's attack. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. The Susanu was enveloped by the lava style. Bang, a dull sound rang out, the Susanu suddenly expanded, breaking free. I was waiting for you. Mifune's anger-filled voice echoed. There was blood on the corners of his lips and his face was pale. Funan's previous blow had obviously caused him great damage. Despite this, he gritted his teeth, gripped his sword, and instantly appeared in front of the Susanu. Bang, another huge fist smashed Mifune into the ground again. I already said it. Matters between shinobi are settled by shinobi. What's a samurai doing butting in here? Funan growled, visibly dissatisfied, without even looking at Mifune. Funan turned his gaze to the other remaining Kage and sneered. That's 3 down. 4 to go. Fuck. Even the Raikage couldn't help but curse. With the 2 former Hokage sealed and Mifune defeated, only the 4 of them remained. To make matters worse, Orochimaru was visibly injured. No one knew how much strength he had left. For a moment, the Raikage wanted to run. Floating in the air, Onoki was also at a loss. He finally sighed and said, retreat. We can't beat Funan Uchiha. No way. The Raikage rejected the idea without a second thought. Then what are you going to do? Onoki said helplessly. The 4 of us may not be able to beat Funan, and don't forget that this is Hidden Leaf Village. It won't be long before shinobi came to support the Hokage. The Raikage gritted his teeth and remained silent. Onoki turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. Summon more reincarnations. Help us escape. And don't tell me you weren't prepared. He looked at Orochimaru coldly and said, a venomous snake like you will definitely leave a way out for yourself. Orochimaru grinned and said, I puff. A sword made of ice pierced Orochimaru, lifting him off the ground. Why you? Orochimaru stared blankly at the person who attacked him. Mate Rumami. Chapter 266, Chaos on the Battlefield. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in Onoki's heart. With a stern voice, he exclaimed, Mizukage. What are you doing? Can't you see? Mai smiled sarcastically and said, don't you see? Of course, a surprise attack. Oh, no, it would be more like a stab in the back. Are you crazy? The Raikage looked at Mai in disbelief and growled, Do you want Hidden Mist Village to be annexed by Hidden Leaf Village? Mai shrugged and calmly replied, the Hokage has already assured me that he will adopt a one country, two systems model. Hidden Mist Village will maintain its autonomy, like the relationship between a daimyo and a kage. Absurd. This is crazy. Do you think I don't know your plans? Maitru Mummy looked at the Raikage and the Sushi Kage with disdain and said, do you two have any good intentions for Hidden Mist Village? You're just thinking of annexing us. The Raikage and the Sushi Kage almost vomited blood. God can see that they really don't have this idea. Swallow Hidden Mist Village? They want to swallow Hidden Mist Village, but can they? No matter how dilapidated Hidden Mist Village is, it is still one of the 5 major shinobi villages, with a solid foundation. Can anyone swallow it? Even if there are only a few thousand shinobi on the surface, it is the same. Mizukage. Onoki said with a serious expression, I don't know where you got that idea from, but you're wrong. We don't. It's too late to say anything now, Onoki, you are really old and confused. Mai laughed sarcastically, I've already taken action. Do you think Hidden Mist Village will just sit back and do nothing? Onoki's face was gloomy. How could he not know this? However, he still had some fantasies in his mind. If they lost the Mizukage while Hidden Leaf Village gained her as an ally, how could they win this war? He looked at the unconscious Mifune lying on the ground and couldn't help but curse in his mind, damn waste. It was an effort to bring him here and it was for nothing. Let me make something clear to you. Mai smiled as she observed those presents. From the very beginning, Hidden Mist Village has been on Hidden Leaf Village's side. So their plans have been an open book to the Hokage. Oh, right. She continued with an even wider smile. Do you know why Hidden Leaf Village has so much military strength? Because they haven't sent troops to the Hidden Mist Village border. In fact, we've been guarding the Hidden Clouds Village border instead. Raikage, the shinobi the Hidden Clouds Village ninja have been fighting are not from Hidden Leaf Village, but from Hidden Mist Village. If this were Xianxia novel, the Sushi Kage and Raikage would have spat out blood out of anger. Suddenly everything fell into place. From the beginning something felt off, and now they understood why. Onoki had a gloomy expression and said, then, Hidden Sand Village. I sensed something strange in Hidden Sand Village from the start, Funen replied with a smile. That's why I sent 5,000 shinobi to the Hidden Sand Village border. Furthermore, as soon as we detected something suspicious, the shinobi infiltrated in Hidden Sand Village began sabotaging from within, leaving Hidden Sand Village unable to respond. At this point, the teams led by Kakazu and Idan were probably wreaking havoc on Hidden Sand Village, and this is assuming that Kakazu hasn't found out about Raza's death yet, because when he does, he might end up going crazy. Funen let out a light laugh. The Sushi Kage and the Raikage were on the verge of collapse. They had spent years preparing for this invasion of Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Sand Village was their trump card. They were certain that Hidden Leaf Village would not protect itself from Hidden Sand Village, allowing them to create a breach and a subsequent collapse of Hidden Leaf Village's defenses. But they never imagined Mai's betrayal. Who was harmed the most by Hidden Leaf Village? Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village should be the one who hated Hidden Leaf Village the most. Why, Mizukage? Onoki gritted his teeth. Gug, Orochimaru, his chest pierced by Mai's sword, tore his mouth open in a grotesque manner. A new body began to emerge. Swish, Funen came in front of him. Bang, with a single slap, Orochimaru was forced back the way he was starting to come out. Orochimaru. Boom, the Raikage burst onto the scene with a punch filled with fury, heading towards both Funen and Mai. Behind him, Onoki followed closely. Both coordinate their movements perfectly, with a clear objective, not allowing Funen and Mai to finish off Orochimaru. In response, Funen and Mai displayed equally impeccable timing. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. A huge water dragon rushed towards the Raikage. Dust style, Detachment of the Primitive World Jutsu. Facing the destructive power of the particle style, Funen Susanoo appeared, advancing against Onoki's attack. Crack, click, crack, the destructive power of the particle style was overwhelming and reduced the Susanoo's arm by 2/3. Wow, what impressive strength, Funen commented with a smirk as the pattern in his eyes rotated slightly. The Susanoo began to regenerate. Just then, Funen suddenly felt a flash of light in the corner of his eyes. He quickly turned his head to avoid the attack. The Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru had vomited out a snake holding the Kusanagi sword in its mouth, directing it towards Funen. The blade had pierced the Susanoo's armor with ease. The next moment, he took Mai by the hand, and they stepped back together. Orochimaru slowly stood up while keeping his eyes fixed on Funen coldly. At his side were the Raikage and the Sushi Kage. Over Onoki's shoulder, Mifune was hanging. Retreat. The Sushi Kage looked grim and said, we can't win this battle. Okay. Do you really think you can run away? Funen ridiculed them. Do you think I'll just sit back and do nothing? Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru roared as he invoked his technique once more. Bang. 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 10 coffins emerged in front of Funen. However, the revived shinobi this time were unknown to Funen, and their chakras were not particularly powerful either. Funen raised an eyebrow. Cannon fodder? At this point, summoning cannon fodder was probably the best strategy. Funen's pupil power began to explode. The Susanoo began to form around him again. Meanwhile, behind him, Mai began to perform hand seals. Kill. Boom, the attacks from both sides collided with devastating intensity. Orochimaru and the others, without wasting any time, turned around and began to escape. They knew perfectly well that the revived bodies would not last too long. However, once again they underestimated Funen's power. Boom, Funen's Susanoo advanced, destroying everything in its path. Nothing could stop him. Mai. Funen shouted. Understood. Mai formed seals with both hands, and several water dragons rushed towards the Rukongai and others. Bang. 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 The enemies tried to block the attacks as best they could. Even Mifune, wounded, stood up and unsheathed his sword to launch a final attack. In an instant Funen was already in front of them. Rukongai! Onoki exclaimed as he approached him, placing both hands on his back. Earth-style, lightweight rock jutsu. The Rukongai's body shook, and he clenched his fists tightly. This is amazing. With an expression of unbridled joy, he fixed his gaze on Funen. Mifune. Understood. Mifune replied with determination as he unsheathed his sword and delivered a powerful slash. Bang, a loud rumble echoed as it hit the Susanoo. Funen watched them coldly, not moving an inch. Despite this, Mifune managed something impressive. His blow had left a small crack in the Susanoo's armor. Roar. The Rukongai roared before charging angrily towards Funen. Boom, powered by lightning chakra mode, the Rukongai slammed into the Susanoo with such force that it made him retreat. The Susanoo's armor began to show dense cracks. Interesting. Funen murmured, his eyes shining. Retreat. Orochimaru shouted coldly. Taking the opportunity, the group joined forces to launch a combined jutsu against Mai, managing to briefly push her away before escaping into the distance. Run away? Where do you think you're going? Funen's icy laughter echoed through the air. Orochimaru, with a cold gaze, extended his arm like a snake and threw a punch that hit the Rukongai directly in the face. Bang, ugh. The Rukongai, who was leading the retreat, was pushed back, his face brimming with fury. Orochimaru. The Rukongai roared. The Tsuchikage and others were shocked. If we don't retreat now, we will all die, Orochimaru said in a cold voice. Onoki opened his mouth, about to retort, but at that moment several shinobi appeared in the distance. Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements. Onoki paled as he realized the situation. This could only mean that the shinobi sent to infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village had been eliminated. Retreat. Onoki no longer hesitated and left quickly. Funen laughed coldly as he prepared to launch a sword slash with Susanoo and finish off Onoki and the others. Boom, just then, a powerful attack headed towards Funen. Susanoo's arm was instantly destroyed, stopping Funen's attack. Funen's cold eyes moved around the place, unable to hide his overflowing fury. That ninjutsu was more powerful than a tail beast bomb and had been aimed directly at him. Although he had managed to have the Susanoo block most of the impact, if he hadn't noticed the attack in time, it would have seriously injured him. This made Funen, who thought he had everything under control and saw the whole situation as a game, unable to accept it. Who is it? Show yourself! He shouted in a thunderous voice. Hokage-sama. The reinforcements of Hidden Leaf Village arrived at this time. Search everywhere. Understood. The shinobi scattered to search the surroundings. Funen turned his gaze into the distance. Onoki and the others had already taken the opportunity to escape. Now chasing them was useless. He turned his head back to where Mai was still fighting the Rukongai. They were both Kage-level shinobi. A fight between them would not be resolved quickly. With Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements present, the Rukongai's fate was clear, he would soon be captured. But who had launched that attack? In Hidden Leaf Village, or even in the entire shinobi world, who could execute such a powerful technique? 5 natures combined to perfection. Funen muttered. He could only think of one person capable of performing such an attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had made a mistake by underestimating him. Despite having teased in front of the Senju brothers about Hiruzen's possible presence, in the end he had not taken Hiruzen seriously. The recent streak of success had made him let his guard down, but this attack reminded him that accidents could happen, and he could even end up dying. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a token of gratitude, I will return your blow in spades. Chapter 267, The War Ends, but the game begins. Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Sand Village, Iron Country and Orochimaru. 6 forces have joined forces to attack Hidden Leaf Village, but the war has come to an end. This great battle was planned entirely by Funen. Neither Itachi nor Yako participated at all, many things were completely unknown to them. Without a doubt, the results were tremendously satisfactory. Funen watched the direction in which the Sushi Kage and the others were escaping, a slight hint of regret in his gaze. This time, he could have captured them. He was just a little short. Of course, if he had unleashed his full power, it would have been possible. So far, the power he has displayed is barely the peak level of a Mangekyo Sharingan, without revealing his eternal Mangekyo. Why? Because in the shadows Madara Uchiha still exists. That man is a mid-plot boss. He can't be taken lightly. At this moment, teams of the Hidden Leaf Village police force were escorting the prisoners to the cells, while the Anbu quickly patrolled the corners of the village looking for enemies who might have hidden. Fugaku looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Chio had escaped. This made Fugaku very unhappy. Elsewhere in Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi and Guy stood shoulder to shoulder, watching Asuma, who was being held back by several Jonin. They both sighed helplessly. Nearby, Hayashi stood with a calm expression, but behind him, a group of captured Hyuga with eyes filled with hatred were staring at him. Kakashi finally couldn't contain himself and asked, "Hayashi, why?" In the heat of battle, Hayashi had unexpectedly betrayed his own clan and attacked both his own people and Asuma. He had done so alongside his personal guard, showing no mercy. That unexpected betrayal was what allowed them to end the battle so quickly. Furthermore, Hayashi had spoken a secret code set by the Hokage. Everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Could it be that Hayashi's betrayal was planned by Funen? Exactly, it's as you've all already guessed. Hayashi replied calmly. Many in the main branch of the Hyuga clan were dissatisfied. I informed the Hokage, I have always been his informant in the shadows. Hayashi, you damn traitor. You have destroyed the Hyuga clan. The captured members of the main branch screamed in rage. Hayashi ignored them completely and turned to Kakashi, don't hurt them. What? Kakashi was stunned. Hayashi explained, Hokage-sama said that you will be marked with the caged bird seal and become loyal soldiers of Hidden Leaf Village. Oh. Kakashi understood. Don't even think about it. The members of the main branch went crazy. Being marked with the seal meant losing their status as clan nobles and becoming slaves. At this, Hayashi was direct, if you do not want that, you can always commit suicide and retain your dignity. That is the mercy that Hokage-sama offers you. The members of the main branch shouted and swore, but no one responded in any concrete way. Obviously, this is already their answer. In a corner of the battlefield, Yako adjusted her clothes and elegantly approached Funen. Behind her, lifeless bodies lay scattered on the ground, and 2 unconscious people. These bodyguards weren't the best. As I understand it, the true guardians of the Kage are those who have a chance of inheriting their title, Yako said. Exact. Funen commented indifferently, they were probably assigned an important mission at the border, leading the shinobi troops. It's possible, Yako replied with a sudden smile. Although I have obtained another kind of reward. She was holding a little girl in her hand. Kurotsuchi. Relax, she's only 15, don't you dare think about anything, Yako joked, winking at Funen. Aside from this little one, we also have the Kazekage's 2 sons. Where is Gaara? Funen looked around and didn't find his disciple. The truth is that Funen was a little worried. He was afraid that Gaara had decided to side with Hidden Sand Village. He wasn't worried about his opponent's strength, what worried him was that Gaara was his only disciple, someone he had invested a lot of effort into. He went to the Hidden Sand Village border, Yako replied with a smile. Your disciple is loyal to you. As soon as the battle began, he helped Kakashi. And when he discovered that his father was Orochimaru in disguise, he went straight to the Hidden Sand Village border, where he faced the Hidden Sand Village shinobi army alone. This kid. Funen couldn't help but smile. Although he had different plans for Hidden Sand Village, Gar's behavior filled him with satisfaction. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Bakura appeared in front of Funen and said, I'm sorry, Funen. That Kimimaro guy managed to escape. Funen paused before replying, it doesn't matter. He won't live long. The next time we see him will probably be when the impure world reincarnation brings him back. Suddenly, Funen felt a gaze fixed on him and turned his head. Naruto looked at him with a strange expression. During the recent attack on Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto hadn't done anything relevant, Kakashi had kept him well protected. What's wrong with him? Funen asked. Yako also looked confused. I don't know, I'll find out later. It doesn't matter. Funen waved her hand. In the past, the Ninetales was a strategic force for Hidden Leaf Village. Now, it wasn't very important. This time, despite the invasion of so many forces against Hidden Leaf Village, Funen still had not used his full power. He had not used his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had not resorted to any of the tailed beasts. Not even the brothers Tetsui and Komi, who now possessed the Mangekyo, had come into action. He hadn't mobilized Setsuna Uchiha either. So, the Ninetales, which was a force over which he had no control, was irrelevant to Funen. Funen was now only worried about how many more hidden cards that Damhei Goromo had. What happened at the border? Mai spoke first. Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Clouds Village had a brutal confrontation. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Hokage-sama, I hope you can provide us with some compensation. This time, Hidden Mist Village has sacrificed a lot. No problem. Funen was very straightforward. Yako looked at Mai with some distrust. Hidden Mist Village's strength was naturally inferior to Hidden Clouds Village's. But Hidden Mist Village's attack on Hidden Clouds Village had been an ambush. Furthermore, Hidden Leaf Village had provided a batch of explosive tags as reinforcement. Therefore, although Hidden Mist Village had only mobilized 4,000 shinobi, it managed to inflict significant losses on the 8,000 shinobi gathered by Hidden Clouds Village. And now she was still asking for compensation. How shameless. During the days when Funen had disappeared in Hidden Mist Village, hadn't he compensated her enough? Funen had infiltrated Hidden Mist Village alone. After capturing Mai, the two spent 3 days together. During that time, Funen had repeatedly used his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to deploy his Jujutsu. Only on the first day did Mai stop resisting him. To avoid any mishaps, Funen stayed 2 more days. Thus, he managed to completely change her mind. As for Hidden Stones Village, their army has not moved. They are currently in a tense situation with our 8,000 shinobi, Yako reported. Kitsuchi intended to attack, but upon discovering the size of our army, he chose to remain still. He is probably waiting for news from Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, what they will receive will not be good news, Funen commented with a smile. Then he turned to Pakura and said, Pakura, I have an important task for you. Please speak. Pakura replied, bowing her head slightly in respect. In a grave tone, Funen explained, Raza has died. Hidden Sand Village needs a new Kazekage. Pakura frowned and said, You mean me? No. Funen smiled and said, You are my bodyguard, how can I bear to let you become a Kage? Pakura pondered for a moment and then said, Gaara? Isn't he a little young? Could such an inexperienced young man become Kazekage? Would Hidden Sand Village accept him? However, other than him, there were no better options. That's why I need you, Funen replied, staring at her. Pakura, I want you to go to Hidden Sand Village and assist Gaara for a few months. Pakura objected, Chio is not dead. Whether she's alive or dead, it doesn't matter, Funen said disdainfully. She's an old woman with 1 foot in the grave. This time, because of her, Hidden Sand Village lost dozens of Jonin. Do you think she could influence anything again? Perhaps even Hidden Sand Village won't forgive her. Okay. I'll take Gaara back for a while, Pakura agreed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Kokoro and Temari being escorted out of the place. Although they did not participate in the battle, it is not right to release them so soon. We will talk about it in a few days. The war was over, but small conflicts still persisted in many places. Funen had no time to deal with these minor matters. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Funen asked, giving him a look. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, I've driven back the 3 giant serpents and Manda. I've also eliminated most of the Hidden Sound Village ninja. Not bad, you've earned a merit, Funen said, nodding. The 3 giant serpents were no pushovers, and Manda possessed enough strength to take out even an average Kage-level shinobi. That Jiraiya had managed to confront them and, in addition, finish off so many Hidden Sound Village ninja was a feat impossible to ignore. Funen had no intention of detracting from his merit. Tsunoda also came back covered in blood. She killed a lot of people today. She looked at the trees around her and hesitated to speak. Wood style? You can ask the Anbu members later, they will explain it to you in detail, Funen said, waving his hand. Then he added calmly, I'll be very busy these days. And so will you. Understood. Tsunoda's expression turned solemn. After such an intense battle, the village's medical system would undoubtedly be at the limits of its capabilities. Kakashi, Guy, you will lead your teams and ensure safety within Hidden Leaf Village. I don't want shinobi from other villages continuing to wreak havoc here. Understood. Tsunoda. Don't worry about the medical system. Jiraiya. Yes. Funen gave a series of clear and precise orders. Swish, all those who received their orders disappeared instantly. Funan turned his gaze towards Hueco and ordered, "Inform the shinobi at the borders that they can begin to move." His expression was fierce, and his eyes emanated killing intent. "I can't just sit back and swallow my anger after we were attacked." "Understood," Hueco replied in a deep voice. In fact, the Tetsui and Komi brothers were already eager to act. War broke out again. Hidden Leaf Village rose up in force, publicly accusing the other villages of attacking during the Chunin exams and the 5 Kage summit, assassinating the Kazi Kage, and attempting to assassinate the Hokage. Faced with these accusations, the other villages remained silent. They couldn't defend themselves, as they had indeed sent many shinobi to infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village. Pretending that this was a friendly action would only get them ridiculed. Hidden Cloud's village was particularly furious. They had suffered enormous losses and, to top it off, their own Kage had been captured. Just then, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village joined forces to attack Hidden Cloud's village. The situation in Hidden Cloud's village was desperate. "One Piece, don't worry, I'm a doctor. One Piece, don't worry, I'm a doctor. One Piece, don't worry, I'm a doctor." Chapter 65, Situation is bad, retreat immediately. At this moment, Ver's fully charged right leg was already itching to strike. He didn't choose to charge in recklessly but instead walked forward slowly. Standing in front of Enel, who wore a face full of contempt, Ver didn't hesitate. He unleashed his full strength. His right leg lashed out fiercely towards Enel's chest. This kick carried no restraint whatsoever. With his leg-enhancing ability and the triple damage boost, the sheer force of this attack even produced a sonic boom. Yet, standing before Ver, Enel still had an air of complete ease, calm and unbothered. Such an attack could never hit him. His mantra had not sensed any danger from this strike. Though the sheer power of the kick was indeed terrifying, perhaps even beyond what he himself could achieve with raw physical strength alone, if it couldn't land, then it was meaningless. No matter how powerful, it was all for nothing. However, his gaze toward Ver grew more satisfied. What a perfect servant of God. Strong. Not bad at all. But just as Ver's attack was about to connect with Enel, a sudden change occurred. A deep, jet black layer instantly coated Ver's right leg. That was none other than armament hockey, on the verge of advancing to the next level. And it was fully unleashed. First strike. Enel's expression changed drastically. His mantra screamed in alarm, warning him like mad. For the first time, he truly felt an overwhelming sense of danger from Ver's attack. Wait. This isn't right. Realizing the imminent threat, Enel shouted in shock. He hurriedly tried to transform into lightning to evade the strike. But how could he possibly dodge an attack so meticulously timed by Ver? Too close. Even for him, there was no escape. The kick landed squarely on Enel's chest. His expression contorted in agony. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaping open. His chest caved inwards. The dent deepened, until nearly a third of his torso had sunk in. With a thunderous boom, Enel was finally sent flying. The speed of his flight was nearly on par with his own top speed. The impact of the strike even shattered the surrounding floating clouds in an instant. Ver wasted no time, bursting forward in pursuit of Enel's trajectory. He had to press the attack while Enel was still reeling. If he gave this guy a chance to recover, the fight would become far more troublesome. At that moment, Enel crashed down beneath a massive vine. The impact had even blown a huge hole in it, causing the vine to teeter unsteadily. A searing pain radiated from Enel's chest, making his entire body convulse and twitch. His face was twisted in agony. Every breath sent stabbing pain through his lungs. Several broken ribs had punctured his lung tissue. He coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood and was just about to rise, when a shadow loomed over him once again. Second strike. Ver called out, his soul was already inches from Enel's face. Enel finally realized something was seriously wrong. This guy. He had been hiding his strength all along. I've been played. This wasn't good. Retreat. Retreat now. Enel immediately attempted to put some distance between them, intending to use long-range lightning attacks to keep Ver at bay. He had to get serious. Though he didn't know how Ver was managing to hit him, as long as he fought seriously, there was no way this guy could be his match. Time to give him a real blast. With that thought, a powerful surge of lightning erupted toward Ver at point-blank range. 200 million volt, Thunder Dragon. At such close range, the formidable Thunder Dragon engulfed Ver in an instant. There was no time to dodge. A triumphant smirk spread across Enel's face. This attack would fry him with ease. There was no way he could withstand it. This was one of his ultimate techniques. That brat was finished. But, Ver felt nothing. As he stood amidst the crackling lightning, he could feel the terrifying currents surging over the exterior of his battle suit, and he was immensely relieved he had put it on earlier. Even his movements remained completely unaffected. What? Enel's face was struck with disbelief. What the hell was going on? But before he could process it further, that incoming soul loomed ever closer. In that instant, a sharp pain surged through his chest. His heart violently spasmed. Ver's earlier kick had indeed been aimed at his heart. He was a doctor, he knew exactly where to strike. This was precisely what Ver had anticipated. And just like that, Enel lost his chance to dodge again. Another vicious kick struck his head. He was sent spiraling through the air once more. The flurry of attacks left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Rocky and Kamakiri, who had little combat experience, nearly had their jaws dropped to the floor. Ver was so strong. He could actually land hits on Enel. Was it because of that black aura? Enel looked utterly powerless before him. Was this his true strength? So all the fighting before was just warm-up? If that kick had landed on Viper instead, it might have blown him apart on the spot. Nami and Chopper weren't faring much better. They were staring, wide-eyed, unable to tear their gazes away. Their astonishment was practically spilling out of them. Just moments ago, Zoro and the others hadn't even lasted a single move against this guy. Yet Ver was completely overwhelming him. No, he was straight up beating him into the ground. That guy wasn't even getting the chance to use his terrifying lightning powers. Sure, his arrogance had played a part in this, but not just anyone could pull off what Ver was doing. Only Ver could. This guy was absurdly strong. Could he really end this fight in just 3 moves, like he claimed? Enel was utterly dazed. What was happening? Why wasn't his lightning working on Ver? Was it because of that outfit? Damn it. If this continued, he really might get comboed to death. That last kick had left him slightly concussed. For a moment, his vision even doubled. A clear shoeprint was now stamped onto his forehead. His signature white turban was nowhere to be seen. His flowing golden hair was now in complete disarray. Ver was practically branding him with every kick. One after another. Enel frantically zapped his own heart with lightning. His heart had been damaged, and if left unchecked, it would continue to hinder his movements. Ver closed in once again. But Enel had finished his self-repair, his speed as quick as ever. His heart now pulsed with renewed vigor. All he wanted was to put some distance between them, or else he was done for. Those damn kicks hurt like hell. This guy must have a weakness. If it's because of that outfit, then all he need to do is destroy it. There was no way he could lose. Chapter 66, Holy crap. His thoughts were correct, but now, Ver had already launched another attack. It was as if Ver had anticipated all his escape routes. He had no chance to retreat. Ver's offensive was simply too seamless. There was no way to disengage. Once again, the attack was right in front of him, and once again, he had no way to evade. Left with no choice, Enel could only envelop himself in lightning. In an instant, he transformed into his thunder god form. The golden staff in his hand was now radiating an intimidating heat. The entire weapon was scorching hot. Enel no longer considered retreating, there was no longer an opportunity to do so. He could only go head-to-head with Ver. Rage and spear, piercing strike. Enel roared. His figure flickered for a moment before he charged at Ver at full speed. The weapon in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. If this strike hit any part of Ver's body, it would be fatal. The sheer heat of the staff would instantly burn through Ver's suit. But high temperatures weren't the only danger of that weapon. It was a conductor. Through it, Enel could instantly channel his lightning into Ver's body. As long as he could breach Ver's suit, Enel would unleash his full power without reservation. At that point, no matter how strong Ver was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, he didn't have Luffy's immunity to lightning. But would Ver actually be struck? Of course not. This was all within his calculations. As Enel charged forward, Ver didn't hesitate, he immediately withdrew his previous attack. At the same time, he reached for the medical kit strapped to his waist. From within, he pulled out something that looked very strange to Enel. Ver held it up in front of his chest. It seemed like he intended to use this thing to block Enel's attack. What Ver had taken out was a round object. What is this guy trying to do? Enel couldn't help but wonder. What did he mean by this? Did he really think he could block my attack with that thing? What a joke. This thing looked so thin. Did he really think it could stop my superheated piercing strike? How foolish. Ignorant mortal. Thinking this, he put even more force into his thrust, his speed increasing yet again. He was fully intent on piercing through both that thing and Ver together. In the blink of an eye, Enel's weapon struck. It stabbed fiercely onto the thin surface. But at the moment of contact, it didn't pierce through. Instead, due to the immense force behind the thrust, the membrane behind it bulged violently. Even so, it still didn't break. This scene left Enel completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What kind of material was this? It actually withstood his piercing strike. As Enel reeled in shock, Ver moved again. At this moment, Enel was still maintaining his forward-charging stance. His body was still lunging forward with full force. The ultra-thin membrane was continuously being tested under pressure. In this state, he had no way to retreat. This was exactly what Ver wanted. A state where Enel was still charging and unable to pull back. Holding on to both ends, Ver had already used observation haki to predict the exact point of Enel's thrust. "Here it comes!" Ver shouted, gripping both sides tightly before swiftly throwing it over Enel's head. This guy liked to call himself a god. If he got caught in this, wouldn't he completely break down mentally? The negative emotions would surely skyrocket. As he watched the object descend towards his head, Enel froze. What was this? What was happening? Wait. I can't dodge this. As the ultra-thin material expanded, Enel suddenly recognized what it was. Wasn't this? His eyes widened, his expression filled with sheer horror. But that wasn't all. When he saw what was smeared inside it, he was completely dumbstruck. This. Oh no. Brother. This is no joke. Indeed. The medical kid had enchanted this thing. As for how the enchantment worked, that was unspeakable. Enel instantly erupted with immense physical prowess. He immediately let go of his weapon, which was nearly fully enveloped inside. He forcibly twisted his body, attempting to evade the trap. But could he escape? Every movement he made was completely exposed under Ver's observation haki. Dodge? Where are you dodging to? Seeing that Ver had already anticipated his movements. Realizing that he had no way to avoid this. Enel was truly breaking down. Despair rapidly spread throughout his entire being. His face was filled with terror. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I am a god. How dare you, you lowly mortal? Enel roared in desperation. Too much talk. Ver didn't care about his nonsense. He acted immediately. Enel was instantly trapped inside. As soon as he made contact with the enchanted object. At first, he froze, then suddenly went wild, grabbing his weapon and attacking frantically. Lightning poured out of him like there was no tomorrow. Inside the enclosure, it became blindingly radiant. But soon, Enel fell into despair. Neither his high temperatures, his piercing strikes, nor his lightning could break through. This situation was already terrible. But what made it worse was that the enchantment didn't dissipate under his lightning. At this point, the enchantment was driving him insane. He was a god. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just a few seconds in, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Damn you, mortal. How dare you treat a god like this? Bleg. Enel shouted while gagging. But Ver didn't care. He was grinning from ear to ear. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 6,000 negative points. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 4,000 negative points. Ding, gripping the only exit tightly, Ver was shocked upon hearing the system's notification. How much? 10,000? Whoa. He hadn't even finished yet, and it was already skyrocketing. Is this the power of the Thunder God? He loved it. He wasn't sure what was happening inside, but from the way Enel was puking, it was clearly unpleasant. Looking at Enel's face, which looked like he had just eaten a ton of crap, Ver couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Let's wait a bit before hitting him again. He's too pitiful. Ver definitely wasn't just waiting for the negative points to max out before continuing. Chapter 67, Fear. Ver waited for quite a while before the system's notification sounds gradually subsided. He had originally planned to launch an attack on Enel, but when he turned his head to look, this guy already looked like a dead man. Seemed like he had passed out. And very peacefully at that. Ver made a preliminary judgment. This was likely the body's self-protection mechanism kicking in. If this continued, Enel might actually die from sheer disgust. So, to preserve his life, his body just forcefully shut down. Directly unplugged the power. Well, that worked too, saved him the trouble of having to make another move. Now he could get started on treatment immediately. Good. But he wasn't in a hurry just yet. First, he picked up a brick and gave Enel a good whack. A little anesthesia to keep him lying down. He had to check on the two little brothers who had been electrocuted first. As for how to treat Enel, Ver planned to start with a chainsaw thoracotomy. Time to test out his newly purchased chainsaw. Fear function, stimulates the patient's deepest fears. Price, 11,000 points review, whenever it roars, fear follows. The others, seeing the situation settle down, quickly rushed over to check on things. But just as they were halfway there, they saw Ver holding a brick and viciously slamming it down on the unconscious Enel. Bang. The sound was loud. Everyone's hearts trembled. But that wasn't all. Ver actually raised the brick again and smashed it down several more times. The repeated bang 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 sounds, combined with the full force he was putting into each strike, made everyone look at Ver with pure terror. This guy was already unconscious, why was Ver still smashing him? But after a few hits, Ver confirmed something. Hitting Enel through that half-millimeter film wasn't effective. He had to pull him out first. Watching the large bump slowly rise on Enel's forehead, Ver felt a bit apologetic. Sorry, it'll be over soon. Saying that, Ver opened the exit and pulled Enel out. He had already confirmed earlier, this guy was truly out cold, heart rate nearly stopping. Ver, with a look of disdain, wiped off the stuff that had accidentally gotten on him, then slammed the brick into Enel's head again. Another loud bang. This time, it finally worked. Enel regained consciousness on the spot. His mind cleared up, and as he took in his surroundings, though still a bit dazed, he immediately reacted. Electric arcs flickered within him, coursing through his body. Finally, they reached his heart. He was about to shock himself back into action. But just as the current reached his heart, ready to strike, the electric arc suddenly disappeared. What was going on? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Ver was stuffing a piece of sea stone into Enel's nostril. Feeling the thunderous energy that had just surged now gradually fading, Ver nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he had wanted to shove it into Enel's mouth, but the guy was too strong. Whatever, same effect no matter where he put it. But this was pure suffering for Enel. The sudden disappearance of his electricity made his heart sink. Even now, he maintained the arrogance of a god. He believed Ver was still no match for him, only won by trickery. But now, that didn't matter. His current state was truly terrible. Enel realized this as well. And he was panicking a little. It wasn't the pain that concerned him. He had suffered countless hardships before. What he truly feared was Ver doing something weird to him. After all, anyone who used that kind of thing couldn't be normal. If that was really the case, he just wanted to die quickly. After finishing up, Ver stood up. Noticing the strange looks from the others, he was a bit confused. Why were they looking at him like that? Like he was some kind of pervert? What happened? Though puzzled, Ver still called out to Chopper. Chopper, wash off the lubricant on this guy. I'll go check on Zoro and Sanji. Saying that, Ver pulled out a large bucket of water and set it on the ground. Then he walked toward Zoro. Hearing this, Chopper hurried over and started following Ver's instructions. Robin also came over to help pour water. Chopper looked at the strange substance covering Enel and suddenly understood. Oh, so this stuff is lubricant. Meanwhile, Rocky and the others looked at Ver even more strangely. They knew exactly what that stuff was. But Ver actually called it lubricant. Did he really use this as lubricant? That was terrifying. Watching Ver walk towards Zoro, Nami and the others suddenly remembered that those two were still gravely injured. Nami and Usopp quickly ran over, their faces full of concern as they watched Ver examine them. Just moments ago, Zoro and Sanji had taken the hit to protect them. Now, they were feeling immense guilt. Because if nothing changed, those two were definitely doomed. Sanji's injuries are more severe. Zoro is in better shape. But neither are fatal. We'll take them back for treatment later. Ver grinned brightly, and as soon as he finished speaking, Nami and Usopp shuddered. Oh no, those two were really doomed. Even the unconscious duo twitched slightly, as if protesting something. Or perhaps trying to express something. That they were fine? It didn't matter. Ver would make sure they were fine. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. It's done, boss. Chopper's voice came from behind. Ver acknowledged it and soon arrived in front of Enel. Enel, sensing Ver's approach, felt his heart sink again. Just now, Chopper washing him had almost moved him to tears. That strange sensation all over his body had made him want to die. He actually found this little reindeer quite nice. But he barely had 2 seconds to be happy before Ver showed up again. That made him instantly nervous. This guy had put him through all this, what exactly did he want? Before he could figure that out, he couldn't rest easy. At this moment, only Chopper knew what Ver was about to do. His master always said, in his eyes, there were only patients. No enemies. Boss, are you going to treat him? He's really badly hurt. Chopper asked, even though he had a good guess. But Enel found the question unbelievable. Treat me? Impossible. Of course he's badly hurt, I'd know best. Step aside, I'm about to start. What? He's really going to save me? Enel was truly confused now. Beat me half to death, then save me? What was the point of all this? Even though he didn't get it, he felt a bit relieved. He could still feel intense pain throughout his body. Especially in his lungs. Every breath was agonizing. This guy must have realized he offended the god of thunder and was trying to make amends. Humphrey. Since he was so sincere, vrrrrrrrrrr. The roaring of a chainsaw shattered Enel's thoughts. No one noticed that even though he was unconscious, cold sweat had already begun pouring from his forehead and back. Chapter 68, The brave Captain Enel looked utterly devastated as he stared at Ver, who was holding a chainsaw. What the hell was this guy planning? That chainsaw looked older than he was. He should just be planning to cut some trees, right? Even if it wasn't for trees. There's no way it's for treatment, right? No worries, no worries. He said he was going to treat me, so the chainsaw definitely has nothing to do with me. Ver, holding the chainsaw, was searching for the right place to make his cut. The injuries Enel suffered were all internal. Hardly any external wounds. He knew exactly how he got injured, he did it to himself. For internal injuries, he actually had a bold idea. A very new one. Something completely unprecedented. He'd try it on this kid and see how it worked. Arc welder function, welding. Price, 20,000 points. Review: this is a welding machine that can operate in any environment. It reaches extreme temperatures that no human can withstand. Huh? Why specify humans? Ver first used a marker to draw incision lines on Enel's chest. This process alone made Enel's heart skip a beat. It wasn't until Ver lifted the chainsaw and violently sawed down along the designated line that Enel finally snapped to realization. It was really aimed at him. A searing pain instantly spread throughout his body. Fear engulfed him in an instant. And why fear? Ask yourself, who could remain calm while watching their own chest get chainsawed open, flesh and blood flying everywhere? At this moment, the scene truly resembled cutting down a tree. Except, instead of wood chips flying from the chainsaw's rotation, it was crimson blood. The atmosphere turned brutal in an instant. Anyone watching would be left dumbfounded. Even Rocky, who had been standing quite far away, still got splattered with blood. Seeing this horrifying spectacle, forget Enel, even as a bystander, she was about to wet herself. Are you sure this is treatment? Aren't you the doctor from Saw or something? Using a chainsaw for surgery. This is a bit too much. Rocky quickly fled from the area directly in front of her. She turned to look at the others, hoping to find some comfort in their expressions. But besides herself and Kamakiri, everyone else was surprisingly composed. Chopper looked completely unfazed. As the first one to fall over, his mental fortitude had been trained to extreme levels the day a 2 meters long needle got jabbed into his butt. Of course, this only applied to watching, not experiencing. Nami, Usopp, and Robin merely frowned. No major reactions. Nami and Usopp were understandable. But even Robin wasn't overly shaken. She had never witnessed something like this before. Such strong composure. Her adaptability was remarkable. Rocky was stunned. Are you all this tough? Doesn't this horrifying scene shake you at all? Wait. Does this mean they regularly endure such torture? Yes. That's actually quite possible. I almost forgot, this guy is their ship's doctor. And they dared to have him as their doctor? Damn. What the hell is wrong with your captain? Is he out of his mind? At this moment, Rocky felt deep admiration for the captain of the Straw Hats. She just wanted to say, brave. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained negative points, ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 8,000 negative points, ding. In just the time it took to open up Enel's chest, Ver had already earned over 20,000 negative points. His smile was bright, paired with the splatters of blood on his face. He successfully made everyone instinctively take another step back. So far, Enel, this great guy, had already provided Ver with 40,000 negative points. This was the first time he had ever harvested so many points from a single person. It seemed that to maximize negative points, one had to break through the target's psychological defenses. Enel's lofty and arrogant personality, paired with Ver's unique zero empathy tactics, had led to this brilliant outcome. From now on, treatments and combat strategies must be tailored to the patient's personality. This would greatly improve efficiency in gaining negative points. The people nearby finally saw Ver stop and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their thoughts were surprisingly unified. Ver shouldn't be doing anything else weird now. Typically, his treatments were at their scariest at the beginning. Now that the chainsaw surgery was over, it should just be a quick checkup, right? Right? Meanwhile, the patient Enel was losing his mind. This guy had chainsawed him open, fine. But he didn't even use anesthesia. Can you even imagine how that feels? Watching yourself get brutalized, but unable to move. And on top of that, not even using anesthesia. That stuff isn't expensive. If you can't afford it, I'll pay for it myself. I'll bring my own from home. By the time it was all done, he was on the verge of death from pain. At last, the horrifying chainsaw noise ceased. Was it finally over? Just as he thought all that was left was fixing his chest cavity, resetting his bones, and stitching up his wound, Ver moved again. He grabbed hold of the rib that was piercing Enel's lung and tried to pull it out directly. But he failed. Enel's fast healing had already caused the flesh to completely enclose the rib. That single attempt alone made Enel want to bash his head into a wall. In his subconscious state, he kept screaming in agony, trying to vent his pain. Apostrophe. It hurts like hell. I'm a god, damn it. Stop. Just when he finally managed to catch his breath, he switched his consciousness back to the outside world, only to see a big foot coming straight for his face. At the same time, a hand once again gripped his rib. Watching Ver adjust his stance and prepare to exert force, Enel completely lost it. Apostrophe. This is gonna hurt. Before long. Squelch. The rib was yanked out. At this moment, Enel swore that he loved Ver. He vowed that as soon as he recovered, he would fry this bastard to a crisp. And then, Ver reached into his little box and pulled out a big device. As everyone got a clear look, confusion filled their faces. What was that? The walking encyclopedia, Robin, spoke up. That's an arc welder, used to repair and fuse metal. It melts or softens iron with high heat, then uses molten metal from welding rods to join separate pieces together. After hearing her explanation, everyone understood its function. But knowing what it didn't explain what Ver planned to do with it. Was this also for treatment? Wasn't it only meant for metal? Just as they were puzzled, a horrifying thought struck them. Ver had a certain ability. An ability that could turn anything into steel. He had already used it to protect the Going Merry. And steel could definitely be melted and fused with this device. Huh? No way. Was he really planning to do that? If this worked, what would it feel like for the victim? At that moment, they all felt a chill. Because if it did succeed, the ones to suffer most would be them. Now, all they could do was close their eyes and pray. Pray that Ver's idea wouldn't work. Chapter 69, It Probably Doesn't Hurt. Right? Even Enel was a bit confused. What the hell is this guy planning to do with that thing? Did he used to be a welder or something? But there's no metal here for him to weld. So what's he trying to do? Just as Enel was puzzled, the rib that Ver was gripping suddenly took on an iron-like color. It was as if it had turned into steel. Crap. Enel instantly realized what was happening. This guy. He must be a devil fruit user. He can turn whatever he touches into steel. I'm so screwed. Someone, help me. I just wanna die right now. But with his body half paralyzed from getting smacked by that brick, all he could do was twitch his fingers a couple of times. Resistance? Pointless. Yeah, this was exactly Ver's plan. Turn broken bones or open wounds into steel, then use his welding skills to repair them. Before he became a veterinarian in his past life, he worked as a welder. His technique was top-notch. To be honest, his steel transformation ability had quite a few limitations. Turning inanimate objects into steel? Easy. But when it came to living beings, if they were weak, sure, no problem. But if they had armament hockey, his ability wouldn't work at all. Hockey completely nullified it. And if they were weak, turning their body into steel might even make them stronger. This power was only useful against those with absurd physical durability. Your body's tougher than diamond? Fine, I'll turn you into steel. But strong fighters all had hockey. So Ver never really considered using this ability in battle. But for medical treatment? Combined with welding? Now that was something. People knocked out by his bricks wouldn't be using hockey, right? Perfect. From now on, he wouldn't need to do any stitching. Everything could be welded. Thinking this, Ver didn't hesitate anymore. He pressed his hand against Enel's broken rib. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the shattered bone actually transformed into steel. Ah. We're done for. We're absolutely done for, Nami. Usopp screamed in terror, his voice filled with panic. Calm down. But Nami immediately cut him off before he could go any further. Maybe it doesn't hurt at all. Let's wait and see. Even she didn't sound convinced. Hearing this, the others refocused on what was happening in the center. Not hurt? Ver let out a chuckle. What a joke. The item description was crystal clear. No one could withstand its heat. If you got welded by this thing, consider yourself lucky. Ver picked up the bundle of black wires attached to the welding machine and found the starting point. There, 3 electrical wires were waiting to be connected. Nice. 3-phase power. This thing could work anywhere. Except without electricity. But wasn't there a little thunder god right here? Ver grabbed the exposed copper wires and wrapped them directly around Enel's arm. With that set up, he walked over to the welding machine and flipped the switch. Buzz, the welding machine hummed to life. Great. It had power. It was ready to go. Chopper. Now powered up, Ver called Chopper over and handed him the ground wire. Hold on to this. Wherever I turn something into steel, press this end against it. Otherwise, it won't spark. Got it? Hum. Chopper nodded seriously, his face full of concentration. Ver then picked up the welding torch, pulled out a welding rod from the pack sent by the system, and fitted it in. Next, he reached into his medical kit and pulled out a pair of dark welding goggles. He put them on himself. Then took out a smaller pair and fitted them onto Chopper. No need to cover his face, he was still wearing a hood. And Chopper's thick fur would protect him. Otherwise, that intense light could scorch their skin. Ver's movements were practiced and natural, just like an experienced site worker. Nami and the others were dumbfounded. Ver actually knew how to weld? And at such a professional level? Great, just great. Now they had to acknowledge, Ver had gained yet another skill. At this rate, one day, this guy alone would be an entire pirate crew. How was that fair? Even Robin was surprised as she observed Ver. In the world of pirates, welding was a rare skill. It was practically a trade job. After all, most pirate ships were wooden. Even the best ones just had superior craftsmanship and materials. To her, Ver now carried an extra layer of mystery. Just how many abilities did this man have hidden? With everything ready, Ver finally got to work. His movements were quick, precise, and firm. The welding rod struck the fractured rib, a blinding light burst forth. The glare made everyone squint involuntarily. Only Robin looked away. And she didn't warn the others. The dazzling flashes continued as Enel's wound softened, then melted, before fusing back together on its own. Thick smoke billowed from the repair site. Chopper even started coughing. From a distance, anyone would think they were barbecuing something over here. Before long, the broken rib was fully reattached. Ver removed his goggles and inspected the weld. Satisfied, he nodded. The joint was smooth and seamless. Unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't even notice it had been welded. It had been a while since he last welded anything, yet his skills were still top-notch. Who knew he was still this good? Just then, the steel transformation wore off. The rib gradually returned to its original ivory-white state. Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief. Big bro. It's really fixed. And you can't even see any flaws. He knocked on the rib as a test. Whoa. It's super sturdy. Just like it was never broken. This is amazing. Enel, arigato. Once again, Enel had contributed tens of thousands of negative points to Ver. The feeling of being welded? It was agony that seeped into his bones. Literally. The searing pain nearly killed him. He never imagined that getting burned could hurt this much. Maybe it was because the burn was inside his body? Either way, it was pure hell. Enel had cursed Ver's entire ancestry in his heart. His so-called divine pride had long been tossed aside. He just wanted this nightmare to end. This place was way too dangerous. He never wanted to be here again. But his wails were useless. Ver resumed welding. The flashes continued. Negative points flooded in non-stop. The entire process took about 20 minutes. At last, the thick smoke settled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Thunder Control. Thunder Control, you can generate and manipulate lightning, TSK. It finally happened. All that effort wasn't for nothing. He had worked so hard, just for this. Hey, Nami. It was too bright earlier, I couldn't see. Did it hurt? Usopp asked Nami, who was standing nearby. If it's normal for an unconscious person to twitch constantly, then I guess it didn't hurt. Nami replied, her voice trembling. Chapter 70, he dripped. Chopper. Well done. To be so skilled on your first try, you've got quite the talent. Ver praised Chopper, who was staring at Enel's chest in shock. After speaking, Ver began tidying up his tools. Chopper was completely in awe of the miraculous treatment method he had just witnessed. Hearing Ver's praise, he froze for a moment. Then, bastard, even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy about it. Chopper twisted his body shyly, his face beaming with joy. Wait. It's already done? Rocky spoke up, unsure. Everything that had just happened was too shocking. Her brain momentarily stopped processing. Now that things had calmed down, she finally started to react. Not only was she amazed by Ver's swift, efficient, and ruthless treatment method, but what truly stunned her was the fact that Enel, the very being regarded as a taboo by all of Skypiea, whose name none dared to speak aloud, had been taken down just like that. He was lightning. The embodiment of lightning itself. Even if all of Skypiea's people joined forces, they might not be able to scratch him. And yet, that invincible existence had been defeated in such a short time. Defeated for real. If Enel somehow survived this, he probably wouldn't dare step foot here again. Psychological trauma is a powerful thing. If she had gone through what Enel just experienced, she might have just died from sheer pain. As soon as she spoke, the others also came to their senses. Yeah. That was way too fast and easy, wasn't it? This was Ver? A terrifying yet incredibly reliable guy. Ver was just too strong. Not only did he defeat Enel, The same Enel who had instantly taken down Zoro and Sanji, in an extremely short time, but he also gave him both physical and psychological torment along the way. So this is what happens to Ver's enemies? Absolutely terrifying. What's wrong? Are you a doctor too? No one could have handled these injuries better than me. In less than a day, this guy will be up and running again. Ver took a rotten apple from his medical kit, took a bite, and looked at Rocky with confusion. He thought she was questioning his medical skills. Joking aside, he was a professional. Now that Enel was taken care of, there was nothing left on Skypiea that could pose a threat to them. His objective was achieved. The power of lightning was now in his hands. All that was left was to wait here for a day or two until the log pose fully charged, then they could set sail. Their next stop was a marine fortress. Under normal circumstances, the Going Merry would land right in the center of the fortress. Then the crew would have to go through all sorts of trouble to escape. But there wasn't really any reason to go there. There was nothing of value there to him. No strong opponents, no rare abilities. Going there would just be a waste of time. Maybe he could figure out a way to modify the Going Merry and bypass that marine fortress altogether. That would save a lot of time. Beyond the marine fortress lay Long Land, his real target. Foxy's slow fruit model, sluggishly human devil fruit. That was another broken ability. One he absolutely had to obtain. Ver had a hunch that the system would make it even more broken. Maybe it would even grant him time stop powers. Time stop. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if it wasn't full time stop, it wouldn't be far off. It was definitely time related. And anything that even slightly involved time was bound to be overpowered. Once he got his hands on it, his power would skyrocket. Once the Going Merry was modified, there wouldn't be much else to do. He could work on mastering his control over lightning while waiting for the log pose. Meanwhile, Rocky, hearing Ver's words, instantly tensed up. She quickly waved her hands and replied, "No. No. Your medical skills are, of course, the best in the world." I was just shocked at how fast the treatment was. She was genuinely afraid that Ver would think she was challenging him and then beat her up before treating her. If that happened, she'd rather just run headfirst into a wall and end it all. Cough. Cough cough cough. A bout of coughing came from behind the group. Everyone turned to see Gan fall slowly sitting up. He had been the first to be struck down by lightning. But since his Pegasus had absorbed a significant portion of the damage, he regained consciousness before Zoro and the others. As the former god of Skypiea, his willpower was considerable. The moment he regained awareness, he forced his trembling body to stand up. Then he started looking around for Enel. After scanning the area, his eyes finally landed on Enel's motionless body at Ver's feet. But now, he seemed to be dead? This shocked Ganfall. Enel. Dead? How? At that moment, Enel's chest rose and fell ever so slightly. He was still alive, but barely. This. Severely injured and unconscious? Ganfall realized it immediately. Enel had been defeated by someone. How long had he been unconscious? Who was capable of beating Enel? At this moment, Ganfall desperately wanted to know the answer. Enel had been too powerful. He had no idea who could possibly defeat him here. Looking at the standing figures before him, he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Was it you who defeated him?" As soon as he spoke, chaos erupted around them. The sound of rushing footsteps filled the air as people arrived one after another. Most of them were Shandians who had come with Viper. The rest were Enel's God's army. These soldiers immediately recognized Ganfall. They had once served under him. It was only under Enel's rule that they were forced to work for him. Enel's true subordinates were just his high-ranking officers, those he had brought from his homeland. And now, those officers were either dead or gravely injured. "Lord Ganfall. You've returned. It's really you. Have you come to reclaim the title of God?" The soldiers were ecstatic, as if they had just seen their long-lost father. Meanwhile, the Shandians were crowding around Kamakiri, who was carrying an unconscious Viper. What happened? What's wrong with Viper? He looks seriously injured. Who did this? Who else? It must have been Enel. Where is he? Let's finish him together. He dared to hurt Viper? We must avenge him. The Shandians were furious. But Rocky and Kamakiri were scared out of their minds. Guys. Please, no. This isn't revenge, you're just marching to your deaths. Ver's strength. If you charge at him, in 3 seconds, not a single one of you will be left standing. This is suicide. No. No. He wasn't beaten up. He. Tripped. Yeah. I saw it too. He just fell and hit his head. The two of them quickly covered it up. They had to stop these walking time bombs before they all got wiped out. The Shandians looked at Viper's unconscious face, which bore a deep shoe print, and fell into deep thought. He Tripped? Where the hell did he trip to end up like this? His skull looked like it was cracked open. That was one hell of a fall. Chapter 71, thank goodness. I'm not injured. Also, Enel has been defeated. Rocky spoke up again. Hearing this, the group finally noticed Enel lying on the ground. Seeing him unconscious, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. This was the greatest obstacle to reclaiming their homeland. Now, he was finally defeated. Who was it? Was it the two of you? Did you defeat Enel? So strong. I never expected you two to be hiding such power. That's right. Looks like the position of elders belongs to you two now. Praises and exclamations of surprise erupted, all marveling at the two's strength. But the two of them were dumbfounded. Us? Defeat Enel? As much as they didn't want to admit it. They couldn't even handle a single dog. Defeat Enel? Yeah, right. On the other side, the god's army also noticed their fallen god. They were equally shocked and turned to look at Ganfall. My lord. Was it you who took care of this guy? Yes. Your strength has improved once again. Amazing, my lord. Now you can lead us once more. That's right. This is wonderful. Another round of praises left Ganfall feeling a bit awkward. Because he didn't even know who had done it. The moment Enel released his electricity, he was knocked out. He had no idea what had happened after that. It wasn't me. I am not his match, Ganfall said dejectedly. The difference in strength between him and Enel was too great. He couldn't even leave a scratch on the guy. What? It wasn't you? Then who was it? Who could have such power? That's right. You're the strongest here. If it wasn't you, then who? Ganfall also wanted to know the answer to that question. Friends, could you tell me who was responsible for this? Ganfall asked Nami and the others with a calm yet slightly pleading tone. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards them. The stares made them feel a bit uneasy. But someone immediately stood up. It was him. Usopp leaped behind Ver and pushed him forward. He's the one who defeated Enel. And he did it in just 3 moves. How awesome is that? He's our ship's doctor. Usopp looked proud, as if he had done it himself. However, everyone else was stunned. They looked at Ver, who was so young, dressed in simple white coat, and wearing a pair of oversized flip-flops. Their faces showed clear surprise. This guy doesn't look special at all. Well, except for being quite handsome. At this moment, Ver had already put away his battle armor. He was back to his usual attire. Him? Defeat Enel? Really? That young? And in just 3 moves? That wasn't just a defeat. That was complete domination. Was his strength really that incredible? Everyone was completely shocked. Their faces displayed a mix of emotions. They had no doubts about the claim because even Rocky stepped forward to confirm it. Enel had truly been defeated by this young man. Ganfall looked at Ver's calm and handsome face, and his own expression filled with shock. Domination. That word kept rising in his mind. Ver's immense strength was becoming clear to him. There was nothing more to say. This young man had done him a huge favor. And not just him, he had helped all of Skypiea. Ganfall immediately stood up and, with difficulty, walked up to Ver. Ver was speechless. He had already seen this coming. This scene felt all too familiar. Come on. Not this again. This was embarrassing. Ganfall was just about to kneel on one knee when he caught sight of Ver's exasperated expression. He quickly stopped himself and decisively changed it to a bow. Young man. Thank you for everything you've done for Skypiea. Seeing this, Ver's expression finally eased up a bit. The last thing he wanted was people kneeling to him. That was seriously awkward. That's right. Ver. Big brother, with Enel defeated, we Shandians can finally return to our homeland. We are truly grateful to you. Rocky said sincerely. Alright, enough with the words. You guys. Go find all the gold in your homeland. I'll be taking it. Nami, you're in charge of this. And you. Gather some dials for me and send them to the altar. Oh, and bring those 2 along as well. After saying that, Ver grabbed Chopper and headed towards the ship. Robin chuckled softly and followed behind him. He still had to modify the ship. No time to waste on idle chatter. Ver's words left everyone stunned. Big sis, should we do as he says? After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Rocky snapped out of her daze and sighed, looking in the direction Ver had disappeared. Do it. Why wouldn't we? Do you want to experience his well-being? Everyone. Move out and find the gold. Rocky glared at the one who asked, then waved her hand, leading everyone off. Nami, meanwhile, was already in full treasure hunting mode. She closely followed the group, with only one thought in her mind. Gold. 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 Seeing this, Usopp, worried she might trip and fall, quickly followed after her. My lord? What about us? On the other side, the god's army soldiers looked at Ganfall. Go. Collect the dials. And bring those two to our benefactor. Spread the news to all of Skypia. They no longer have to live in fear. Yes, sir. Very soon, the entire group scattered, leaving only the devastated Enel behind. Just you wait. Just wait until I get back up. I will. I will definitely. Run away. Ver and the others walked through the forest for a long time before finally reaching the Going Merry. Should have asked Ganfall for a guide. Just as they arrived, a voice rang out. Yo-oh. Ver, where have you guys been? It's getting late. They turned to see a figure in a straw hat sitting on the ship, looking at them. Why is he here? Before long, Zoro and Sanji were brought back by Ganfall's men. Not long after, Nami and Usopp also returned, escorted by Rocky. Nami was hugging a huge sack of unknown items. Her appearance had changed dramatically. She was decked out in gold jewelry, wearing an absurd amount of golden accessories. If you didn't look closely, you might think some Buddhist deity had run away from home. She was shining like a golden statue. Ha ha ha. Ver. We hit the jackpot. Do you know how much gold there is? A whole city of it. I'm going back for more tomorrow. Nami's grin was practically splitting her face. Ver, do you know how to cook? I'm starving. Luffy didn't care about the gold. He just knew it was dinner time. Hearing this, Ver realized he was hungry too. I actually don't know how to cook. Hearing this, Luffy's face fell in disappointment. But then Ver added, but I can make someone who can cook get up right now. Luffy watched as Ver dragged Zoro and Sanji inside and immediately looked relieved. Thank goodness. I'm not injured. Chapter 72, I have a rare disease. Since it was already late last night, the news only spread the next morning. The entire Angel Island quickly learned of it. At first, when they saw the god's army arriving, they were all terrified. After all, Enel would never send his soldiers to bring good news. They were already prepared to kneel in submission, but instead, the god's army soldier loudly declared Enel's defeat. Enel is gone. His powerful voice echoed in everyone's ears. At first, the people thought they were hearing things, but when they saw the soldiers' excited expression and realized the absence of divine punishment, they understood. Enel, that wicked god, was truly history. The entire island fell silent for several minutes. Then, a single cheer shattered the stillness. We are free. That shout pulled everyone back to reality. What followed was an eruption of cheers and cries of joy. We're free. We are truly free. No one will monitor us anymore. It's real. We don't have to fear sudden divine punishment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, wah. Almost everyone wept with joy, celebrating as if they had been reborn. But in the midst of the crowd, the angelic girl who had helped Luffy suddenly thought of something. She looked at the ecstatic soldier with urgency and asked, who defeated him? Was it that pirate crew who arrived before? Was it their captain? At that moment, all she could think of were Luffy's words before they parted. We'll rescue her. And if anyone gets in our way, I'll punch them into the sky. Luffy's smiling face kept flashing in her mind. Hearing her question, the crowd fell into silence once more. Yes, Enel was so powerful, who could have possibly done this? Was there really someone that strong on Skypia? No, it wasn't him. The soldier's words made Konas freeze. Not Luffy? Then who? It was the doctor on their ship, a young man named Ver. Upon hearing this, everyone's first reaction was to express their gratitude. A huge crowd immediately surrounded the soldier, eager to know where Ver was. The soldier told them everything but also mentioned that Ver didn't like to be disturbed. Hearing this, the crowd reluctantly held back, though their gratitude toward him remained unwavering. Enel had done far too much harm to them. Speaking against the so-called god meant immediate execution. Now that he had been defeated by this young man named Ver, their gratitude was immeasurable. Only Konas stood frozen in place, her face filled with disbelief. Luffy and the others had came to rescue Ver. But Ver's strength. It seemed like he didn't need rescuing at all. Even Enel, the strongest being on Skypia, wasn't his match. A ship's doctor. How could he be this powerful? At that moment, Konas's perception of what a doctor could be changed completely. Oi Zoro. Sanji. Why are you two just sitting here? Let's go on an adventure together. Luffy grinned as he called out to his two beaten-down crewmates, who sat side by side in defeat. But the two of them looked utterly lifeless. Their faces clearly said, I want to die, don't talk to me. But Luffy didn't care. He stretched out his arms and grabbed them both. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, Nami had already taken Usopp out with her. There was still a huge pile of gold waiting for them. Yesterday's haul was just a tiny fraction of it. Before leaving, Usopp put up a weak protest, because Nami had made him carry too much the previous day. He was exhausted. As usual, he fell back on his classic excuse. I have a rare disease that makes me die the moment I step onto an island. Let me stay on the ship. His voice trembled weakly as he spoke. But as soon as he finished, another voice rang out. Who's sick? Ver, who had been nearby studying the mechanics of winged flight, instantly looked up. His eyes gleamed with sharp focus as he locked onto Usopp. That gaze was full of predatory intent. Usopp took one look and, forget his island sickness, even if he had dementia, it would have been cured on the spot. He immediately hoisted Nami onto his back and dashed away like the wind. As he ran, he shouted, I'm fine. I'm healed. You're an amazing doctor, Ver. Thank you. Don't run. Let Ver treat you properly. From afar, Nami's teasing voice echoed. Robin watched the scene unfold, finding it amusing. On this ship, getting sick was not something to be taken lightly. Soon, only 2 people and 1 reindeer remained on board. Robin mentioned that she wanted to explore the ancient ruins and asked Chopper to accompany her. She also invited Ver, but he declined. He still had things to do. Once they left, only Ver remained. He looked at the book in his hands, his gaze thoughtful. Winged flight is pretty cool. But I'm going with a glider instead. He had to admit, wings were just too complicated to use. He decided not to make things harder for himself. Instead, he planned to use some of the gold Nami brought back to build a golden glider. Once he installed it on the Going Merry, it would be as stable as could be. Last night, after healing Sanji and Zoro's injuries, the system rewarded him with 2 new abilities. One was Sanji's cooking skills, and the other was Zoro's alcohol tolerance. Honestly, it was an eye-opener. It seemed that if he kept absorbing abilities from the same person, he'd start getting some less practical ones. Not that it mattered, there would be plenty more chances in the future. Last night, Vert tested his newly obtained lightning abilities. And the only way to describe them was, ridiculously strong. The abilities functioned just like those of the Rumble fruit. Except he couldn't turn into lightning himself. But his main goal was to gain control over electricity, anyway. Not only could he discharge lightning, but he could also imbue it into his attacks. Both his damage output and speed saw a significant boost. Most importantly, after gaining this ability, he could sense and manipulate the surrounding lightning elements with ease. Well, that might sound obvious. Every Logia-type user could control their element. But his elemental affinity was exceptionally high. And that made all the difference. If NL's 100 million volt attack dealt 10 points of damage, then Ver's would deal 17 or even 18. That gap was no small difference. And it wasn't just about attack power. His speed, range, paralysis effect, and armor penetration were all vastly improved. For small-scale attacks, the difference might not be too noticeable, but for large-scale or high-powered single-target moves, the disparity would be immense. After his experiments last night, Ver successfully developed a devastating single-target attack. A technique that compressed a massive amount of lightning and then released it in an instant, surging forward in a straight line. Simple, precise, and unbelievably powerful. If he combined this with his triple damage boost, the destruction would be unimaginable. Chapter 73, Hello. It is worth mentioning that lightning significantly enhances observation haki. Not in terms of range, that would be practically useless. Rather, it enhances the overall quality. It allows Ver's observation haki to not only hear the sounds emitted by an opponent's body but even perceive the thoughts in their mind. Both the electrical signals from the body and brain waves can be easily detected by him. Brain waves are also a form of electricity. Ver's sensitivity to electricity has now reached a terrifying level. As he watched the arcs of lightning dance between his fingers, a desire to test his abilities surged within him. Yesterday, he had only conducted a small-scale experiment. He hadn't gone all out. Now, however, seemed like the perfect time. With that thought, Ver began condensing lightning onto his index finger. As time passed, his fingertip grew brighter and brighter. However, Ver couldn't help but frown. It was too bright, anyone could see that he was preparing to attack. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a way to conceal the glow in the future. As he pondered this, the lightning in his fingertip was finally compressed to completion. It took about 8 seconds. By now, terrifying waves of energy radiated around Ver. Ripples appeared in the air, a sign of extreme heat. Reaching the peak of his power, Ver didn't hesitate any longer. He casually pointed toward a massive vine in the distance. After a brief silence, a beam of concentrated lightning burst forth. Its power was immense, yet its width was as thin as a finger. However, as it traveled, the beam seemed to expand. Beneath the massive vine, Enel finally opened his eyes after lying unconscious for an entire day. His injuries and the anesthetics effects had completely worn off. The moment he opened his eyes, he instinctively prepared to flee, but just as he lifted his head, A devastating lightning strike grazed past his face and struck the vine behind him. Feeling the sheer dominance and strength of that lightning, Enel was left utterly stunned. 3 seconds later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Enel stared in shock at the colossal vine crashing down before him. He then glanced at his slightly singed nose and the strands of burnt hair on his head, his expression slowly turning into one of disbelief. What just happened? Who unleashed such a powerful lightning strike? That vine was at least 100 meters thick. Yet, under that attack, a massive chunk of it had simply vanished. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most terrifying realization was, lightning had hurt him? He was the embodiment of lightning itself. Yet now, he had been harmed by lightning? Impossible. Who did this? Enel immediately activated his mantra. His eyes darted toward the direction of the attack. And there he saw, his nightmare, casually blowing on his smoking fingertip. Him? It was him. He could control lightning as well? And he was stronger than Enel himself? This was impossible. At that moment, Enel felt his mind shatter. What was Ver made of? No. I can't stay here any longer. I need to get out of here. Without hesitation, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished on the spot. He bolted toward the airship he had spent years building. All he wanted now was to take off as quickly as possible. Ver, using observation haki, watched Enel disappear into the distance, as well as the now half-destroyed gigantic vine. He nodded in satisfaction. The power of this technique. It should be at least on the level of a vice admiral or higher. Though it consumed a lot of stamina. In a battle between evenly matched opponents, he might only be able to use it once. After all, enemies wouldn't just stand there and let him charge up. But when to use it is up to him. It could serve as a trump card, or be used as a sneak attack. Both were excellent options. As for why he was able to hurt Enel? Naturally, it was due to elemental affinity. Having completed his experiment, Ver was in a great mood. Though his lightning abilities were the biggest gain this time, there were still other rewards. For example, the 40,000 negative points in his pocket. As well as a new chainsaw and an arc welder. Beyond that, the rest weren't worth mentioning. They weren't particularly useful. 40,000 negative points might sound like a lot, but in truth, it wasn't much at all. At least, not in Ver's eyes at this moment. Because what lay ahead was an extremely difficult challenge. With him here, going to the marine stronghold was no longer an option. The next destination, Long Ring Long Land, didn't just have Foxy with his unique ability. Kusagakure, that bastard, would also be drawn there by Robin's presence. And he was an admiral. An admiral. Ver's overall strength was at most on par with a vice admiral. Maybe slightly stronger, but not by much. Against a seasoned admiral like Kusagakure, he had no chance of winning. The best case scenario? Getting beaten to a pulp and thrown into prison. Sure, in the original story, Kusagakure didn't seem to have any malice. But he couldn't rely on the original story for everything. After all, he had taken out Crocodile. Who's to say Kusagakure wouldn't find him troublesome and decide to capture him? He could choose to avoid the encounter. Leave for a while. If he wasn't on the ship, he wouldn't meet Kusagakure. But wouldn't that be a waste? Why? Because it's an admiral. None of their abilities were weak. If, just if, he could somehow manipulate the situation and take Kusagakure down for treatment. The power he would gain from that would be beyond imagination. Yes, it was dangerous. But it was also an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to prepare in advance. And how? Aside from the system, was there any other way? No. Absolutely not. Which was why 40,000 negative points didn't seem like much. An admiral. TSK. First, he had to finish dealing with the going merry situation, then focus on shopping in the system. He had to find something affordable and capable of countering Kusagakure completely. If he could find it. This would be a free power boost. With that in mind, Ver pulled out a manual detailing glider construction. After skimming through it, he roughly grasped the principles and structure. That was enough. Using the gold Nami brought back yesterday, Ver started his experiment. He made a small prototype first. With Ver's continuous adjustments, it wasn't long before a decent-looking glider began to take shape. Looking at this glider that wasn't much different from the one in the book, Ver nodded in satisfaction. When descending, there will be an octopus hot air balloon, and when it runs out of air, he can just shape a larger one. Pretty simple, right? Just as Ver was feeling smug about his crafting skills, a sudden voice rang out. Hello. The voice was eerie, appearing without any warning. Chapter 74, I can't fix you. This sudden voice startled Ver. He instantly tensed up. Electric arcs flashed wildly in his eyes. Lightning surged in his hands, already charged and ready to strike. With just a single thought from Ver, the lightning would instantly tear the enemy apart. He quickly turned toward the source of the voice. But the moment he saw who it was, not only did he not attack, but he also let out a deep sigh of relief. The lightning in his hands dissipated, and his tense body relaxed. Standing on the deck not far away was a small, ethereal figure. It wore a cloak with an oversized hood that obscured its face. But Ver could tell, it was smiling. This was, of course, the ship spirit of the Going Merry. Though its entrance had been utterly terrifying. Even Ver had been startled. With his highly advanced observation haki, he should have sensed any presence nearby. Yet, the voice had appeared from behind him out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be freaked out by that? Seeing that it was Merry, Ver naturally calmed down. He knew that the Going Merry had a ship spirit. But he hadn't realized that such beings couldn't be detected with observation haki. For a moment, he really thought he'd encountered a ghost. Looking at the tiny figure before him, Ver was intrigued. This was the first time he had seen a being like this. You're the ship spirit of the Merry, right? What are you made of? And why don't you make any sound when you move? Still shaken, Ver circled the little spirit several times, examining it closely like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. His words, however, surprised Merry. He actually knows me? What an incredible crewmate. Merry felt nothing but joy at this realization, completely ignoring the latter half of Ver's words. Yes. You actually recognize me. Merry's smile grew even brighter. It seemed to love being acknowledged. After circling the spirit a few times, Ver noted that it looked just like it did in the anime. So intangible. As if it had no physical form. Seeing Merry so happy, Ver decided against his earlier thought of dissecting the little spirit that had given him such a scare. Ship spirits weren't known to manifest voluntarily. For Merry to appear so openly, it must have something important to say. Did you need something from me, little Merry? After a brief moment of thought, Ver settled on this nickname. And indeed, Merry had something to ask of him. Yes. Merry spoke cheerfully, as if delighted that Ver could understand what it wanted. Then, it revealed its true concern. I can feel it. I'm reaching my limit. Hearing this, Ver instantly understood. Merry had realized that Ver's ability to reshape objects could affect it, so it had came to ask him for repairs. At most, I can carry everyone across 2 or 3 more islands. After that, I'll have no choice but to sink into the sea. But I still want to keep sailing with everyone. So, I want to ask you. Could you fix me? Make me sturdier? That way. Maybe I can stay with everyone until the very end. By the time Merry finished speaking, its voice was filled with pleading. It truly wanted to sail with the crew to the very end. But its condition simply wouldn't allow it. However, over time, it had seen hope. It had noticed that Ver could easily repair its damaged parts. Even during battles on the ship, Ver would transform sections of it into steel to prevent damage from enemy attacks. These abilities were truly miraculous. And they gave Merry hope, the hope of continuing to sail. That was why it had finally revealed itself. And why it had made this request of Ver. Looking at the little spirit before him, its voice now choked with emotion, Ver felt a pang of helplessness. Though he couldn't see Merry's eyes, he could sense the tears welling up in them as they looked at him. Could he fix it? The answer was yes. Having spent so much time aboard the Going Merry, he had grown attached to it. If he could prevent it from sinking forever, he would gladly help. But could he truly fix it? The answer was no. At least, not yet. The Going Merry simply couldn't carry them all the way to the end. Ver could patch it up, sure. But he couldn't upgrade its core structure. Yes, he could turn parts of it into steel. But that ability had a time limit. The effect only lasted for a short while. Was he supposed to keep watch over the ship 24 out of 7? That was clearly unrealistic. And in the new world, once the Merry reverted to its original wooden state, destruction would be instantaneous. The seas there weren't as forgiving as those in the first half of the Grand Line. Changing ships was inevitable. But with Ver around, the Going Merry would never end up sinking into the ocean. He could shrink it down and store it on the future Sunny. The ship's spirit wouldn't disappear. That way, Merry could still accompany everyone to the end of their journey. So for now, repairs weren't necessary. It would be better to wait until the Merry was truly at its limit before taking action. Otherwise, as long as the Merry was still in decent shape, the crew would never agree to switching ships. With this in mind, Ver let out a hopeless sigh and said, I can't fix you. The moment those words left his mouth, the little spirit that had been so excited just moments ago froze. Its hood visibly drooped lower. The corners of its mouth curved downward involuntarily. A wave of disappointment washed over it, impossible to ignore. Just as Merry was about to cry, Ver spoke again. I really can't fix you. But I won't let you sink into the sea. The moment Ver finished speaking, Merry froze again. Not fix me but also not let me sink? Was he planning to abandon me on some deserted island to rot alone? If that was the case, I'd rather embrace the ocean's depths. Mary was about to refuse when, and I'll make sure you can stay with us. Huh? What? What did I just hear? Mary froze again. A few simple words had completely short-circuited its tiny brain. Not fix me, but still keep me around? How was that possible? Would they tow me with another ship? But once I'm completely broken, even towing wouldn't work. What exactly did Ver mean? Did he have another plan? If so, that would be amazing. Really? Really, Ver? If that's possible, that would be incredible. But is it really doable? Mary took a few excited steps forward, looking up at Ver with anticipation. Its tiny hands fidgeted nervously. It wanted to hug Ver's leg but felt that wouldn't be appropriate. So it kept raising and lowering its hands awkwardly in midair. Seeing this, Ver couldn't help but chuckle. Ship spirits really did have the minds of children. He crouched down, looking at the spirit that only reached his shin. With a serious expression, he said, "It's true. I swear on Chopper staying single for life." Chapter 75, again? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the logbows on Nami's wrist finally pointed in another direction. Everyone gathered on the ship. They all knew it was time to set sail. Over the past 2 days, Nami had practically gathered all the remaining gold from this place. Robin and Chopper had studied the poneglyph here. Meanwhile, Luffy, along with Zoro and Sanji, had found the enormous golden bell. It was atop the giant vine that Ver had cut down. Luffy struggled quite a bit to prop the bell back up. After Zoro and Sanji, who were both speechless, helped stabilize it, Luffy struck the enormous golden bell with all his might. The sound of the bell resonated throughout the heavens, reaching everyone's ears. That, of course, included Montana Blank Cricket on the blue sea. At this moment, he stood on the coastline, gazing up at the sky. On the surface, he seemed calm, but his tears had long since flowed uncontrollably. My ancestor was not a liar. Thank you. Luffy. Ver. Yo-ho. Let's set sail. With Luffy's excited command, the ship rode the cloud current and passed through a massive arch. And with that, the cloud current came to an end. The ship was about to free fall. Are we really going down like this? We're going to die. Luffy. Did you even think about how we're going to land? The ship was already filled with panicked screams. Only Luffy and Ver remained calm, waving to the people they left behind. We'll come back next time. Everyone, wait for us. Luffy shouted cheerfully. But behind them, Rocky and the others turned pale. Come back? ? They all exclaimed in unison, turning in sync to stare at the ever-calm Ver. Please, no. We're begging you. If we're really brothers, don't come back. Brothers are in the heart, not in the face. Soon, they vanished from Luffy's sight. Luffy, looking puzzled, muttered, why do they look so unhappy? Are they reluctant to part with us? Ver, let's come back to Skypiea someday. This place is amazing. Hearing this, Ver could only admire Luffy's thought process. They were practically ready to shove a gun barrel in his mouth to make sure he never came back, and yet he couldn't tell. As the ship continued to descend and was about to pierce through the clouds, a giant octopus suddenly wrapped itself around the Going Merry. Its massive head ballooned like a hot air balloon. The rate of descent visibly slowed. I didn't expect Skypiea to have a descent mechanism. That was terrifying. Still shaken, Nami let out a sigh of relief as she watched the Going Merry's gradual descent. 5 minutes later. Hey, doesn't it look like this octopus is shrinking? Usopp stared uncertainly at the massive octopus above them. No way. That must be your imagination. Nami responded with a sense of dread. 15 minutes later. Help. The octopus is gone. How did it deflate so fast? Amidst the screams, Ver walked toward the storage room. Raising his hand, he touched the massive pile of gold that Nami had brought back. In just a few seconds, the Going Merry's descent finally came to a halt. A massive glider was now set up above the ship, replacing the octopus. The Going Merry started gliding forward smoothly. We're saved. The weak and exhausted duo hugged each other in relief. Wow. Ver, you're amazing. Wings made of gold. That's so cool. Luffy looked excitedly at the gliding device above them and gave Ver a big thumbs up. Ver, seeing that the ship was now stable, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It worked well. At this rate, there was no way they'd accidentally land in a marine fortress or anything. After slightly adjusting the direction so the Going Merry was flying toward the log pose's destination, Ver returned to his room to space out. He was still browsing the store. That's right. He had been browsing for 2 days and hadn't finished yet. This store was enormous. There were tons of bizarre and outrageous items. He was almost done checking out the section for items that could render an enemy powerless. He had reached page 953 out of 999. But nothing so far was quite right. Either the effects were too weak to take down an admiral, or the price was way beyond his budget. If he couldn't find anything in these last few pages, he'd have no choice but to lay low. 954, 955, 956. As time passed, Ver finally reached the last page. 999. Alright, this is it. Let's see if there's something useful here. He browsed carefully, but his frown deepened with every item he checked. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. Don't tell me there's really nothing? What kind of garbage system is this? I demand a refund. But suddenly, Ver froze. His expression of anger shifted. In just a second, it transformed into one of pure joy. He found it. The very last item on the last page. But just at that moment, a loud explosion echoed. A violent tremor followed. Caught off guard, Ver was thrown to the ground. What the hell? Ver rushed out. On the deck, Luffy and the others had taken a hard fall. Seeing Ver, Chopper, clutching his aching rear, shouted, "Big bro. Why your wings didn't slow us down properly? We almost crashed into the sea." Ver instantly realized his mistake. Right. He forgot about that part. With that kind of impact, the Going Merry might have been damaged. Don't just stand there. Check if the Merry is okay. At his words, everyone grew concerned. Yeah. That was a hard fall. What if the ship was damaged? A worried Usopp rushed into the cabin first. Luffy and the others scanned their surroundings. Before long, Usopp returned, his previous worry replaced with relief. No leaks at the bottom. No obvious damage to the hull. Everything looks fine here. No problems on my end either. As everyone reported one by one, their worries finally eased. But only Ver sensed something off. The keel is probably broken. He could feel the ship's pain. Oh well. They'd have to wait until Water 7 to get it checked. He wasn't a shipwright, so he didn't understand these things well. After turning the gliding device back into gold and storing it in the warehouse, Ver returned to his room. With the ship stabilized, Nami directed them toward their next destination. Meanwhile, Ver grinned as he stared at the item in the store. Soul-soothing incense price, 45,000 function, releases a scent that induces unconsciousness. Note, the stronger the target, the shorter the duration. Description, a must-have for every martial arts world's flower thief. Are you sure you don't need it? Yes. This is it. The moment he saw it, Ver had a plan. If the duration was too short? No problem. He'd just add some extra medicine. He didn't need to knock Aokiji out forever, just for an instant. As long as he entered an unconscious state. The brick would teach him a lesson. Anesthetic brick effect, striking a defenseless target will induce anesthetic status. Anesthetic status, conscious mind, paralyzed body. Defenseless targets weren't just those who had been defeated. Unconsciousness also counted as being defenseless. As long as he landed a hit. Wouldn't Aokiji be in for a nice little welding session? He wondered. Could an admiral handle this little combo? Chapter 76, You want to touch me? That's right. In just a few seconds, Ver had already formulated a complete and reliable plan. He had even figured out the exact steps to execute it. Robin was the key, Aokiji was after Robin. So all he needed to do was set something up with Robin, and that old man would be taken down for sure. The most pressing issue now, though, was that he was short on negative points. Soul-soothing incense price, 45,000, just slightly more than all his savings. He was 2,000 points short. What a hassle. He could only wait until they reached Long Ring Longland and earn the remaining 2,000 while treating Foxy. For now, Ver decided to research the composition and effects of the soul-soothing incense. All this information was available in the shop's item descriptions. Ver wanted to see if he could replicate it. If he succeeded, he'd save a whopping 45,000. That was a fortune. Although the shop didn't sell anything that could directly enhance his strength, it was filled with all sorts of abstract items. If used properly, they could be life-saving. Negative points were valuable, and he needed to save them whenever possible. His current level of expertise in potions was quite high. Maybe, just maybe, he could pull it off. And so, Ver began pulling out various materials from his medical kit. He gathered all the herbs with properties similar to the soul-soothing incense and started experimenting with different combinations. His figure soon became busy with work. Time passed quietly. The sky gradually darkened. Night fell quickly. The noise outside slowly faded. The banquet celebrating their safe return from Skypiea had finally come to an end. Everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Some walked on their own, some carried others, and some were carried away. Creak. Ver's door was pushed open. But he was so engrossed in his research that he didn't even notice it. Chopper and Robin glanced at the now cold food on the table, exchanged looks, and could only shake their heads. When Ver got serious, he even forgot to eat. It was like he had entered a trance. After reheating the food, the two went back to their respective rooms. Chopper slept on a bed behind Ver. Robin, on the other hand, walked into Ver's operating room. Though it was called Ver's operating room, it had now become Robin's bedroom. Robin hadn't changed much about the room's layout. She had simply placed a small bed in the corner. The first thing she did upon boarding the ship was choose a room. After wandering around, she still chose Ver's operating room. One reason was that it was close to Ver, allowing her to assist him when needed. The other was that this was the quietest place on the ship. Luffy and the others could be rowdy, but they would never come near this area. So naturally, this place became the most peaceful spot. To be honest, Ver hadn't understood it at first. His operating room was filled with blood-stained drills, industrial saws meant for cutting wood, and hooks used for hanging pigs. Yet Robin didn't mind at all. She even slept soundly in there. He had been completely dumbfounded at the time. Robin had also made some modifications to Ver and Chopper's rooms, adding some facilities and a bookshelf. She had practically turned their rooms into her own personal lounge. Whenever she had free time, she would sit there reading. While Ver was busy preparing experimental potions, she would sit quietly to the side. If Ver needed help, she would summon an extra hand to assist him. She had completely taken over Chopper's job. Luckily, Chopper had been working hard to improve his own skills lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to give up the chance to assist Ver and learn from him. And so, time quietly slipped away once again. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. After sitting for 2 full days, only drinking a bit of water and using the restroom twice, Ver finally stood up. Creak. The door to the operating room opened. Robin walked out with a smile on her face, looking at the newly standing Ver with amusement. "Don't forget our agreement, Doctor." Ver could only nod helplessly at her words. Seeing his reaction, Robin smiled in satisfaction and left. On the table lay the new substance Ver had painstakingly created. But he didn't look too pleased. Because it hadn't met his expectations. Sigh, as expected, it's still not good enough. Well, I guess it makes sense, this stuff is from another world, after all. That's right, Ver's attempt to replicate the soul-soothing incense had failed to achieve the same effect. In fact, it was quite far off. So, Ver had tossed the first version into the trash. What was on the table now was the second version. The first version couldn't even knock out Robin, let alone Okiji. Last night, he had sneakily tested his sleeping agent at Robin's door. He waited until the entire incense stick had burned out before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Seeing Robin lying still on the bed, Ver approached and gently called out to her. She didn't respond. Ver thought he had succeeded. Just as he was about to. Cough cough. Just as he was about to check her reaction further, Robin, with her eyes still closed, suddenly snapped them open. Her gaze was playful as she looked at Ver, who had both hands stretched toward her. Awkward silence filled the air. I was just. You wanted to touch me? Robin said bluntly. Seeing Ver's panicked expression, she could barely hold back her laughter. No. I was just testing the potion. Ver frantically waved his hands in denial. He truly hadn't expected the potion to be this useless. What potion? Robin immediately followed up with another question. Ver was stunned. Could he really say it out loud? Wouldn't that just confirm he was a creep? No way. Wait a minute. He wasn't a creep. A sleep aid. I came in to see how well you were sleeping. To check the effects. The effects are different on deer, so I wanted to test it on you. Hearing this, Robin chuckled. Hey, so your so-called sleep aid works by suffocating people with smoke, huh? She then looked at Ver mischievously. Ver could only scratch his nose awkwardly at her teasing. Doctor, you wouldn't want others to know you're a pervert, would you? Huh? Hearing this, Ver immediately knew he was in trouble. He had screwed up. Damn useless potion. Betraying me like this. From now on, I'm never experimenting on Robin again. Wouldn't it have been easier to test on Luffy? I could just fill the room with smoke, walk in, and slap him twice, much simpler. Wait. Luffy might not be a good test subject either. Even 2 slaps might not wake him up. Which has nothing to do with the potion. If you don't want that, Doctor, then why don't you teach me how to use armament hockey? Robin smiled brightly, while Ver looked as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Damn it. I really brought this upon myself. Chapter 77, Master Ver's class begins. Given the failure of the first version, Ver took the time to analyze his mistakes and develop a second version. And that very second version was now sitting on his desk. The primary function of this new sedative was not to induce unconsciousness but to enhance the effects of the soul-soothing incense. Since he couldn't successfully develop a direct knockout agent, he simply gave up on that idea. Still, after a full day of work, walking away empty-handed would have been unacceptable. So, using the insights gained from the first version, Ver created a second version that could amplify the sedative's effects. Though he couldn't eliminate the risk of drawbacks,